Hello friends, and welcome to another project video where we are going to be building and deploying this hotel management system. So let's have a demo of the application we are going to be building. This application is going to be using the Sanity CMS. So if I copy over this URL and I open a new tab in my browser, and I just go to /studio, you see that we load our CMS. So our CMS is embedded inside of our front end code here. And we have this navigation section, we have the header, we have the user profile, and we can also switch between the light and dark theme here. And our application is fully responsive for mobile devices and also for desktop devices. Alright, so let's have a demo here. So over here we can search through a room and we list out a room. So let's actually start in our CMS here in our content management system. Let's try to create a hotel room. So we can click on this hotel room section and here we click on this tab. Alright, so we need to give this hotel room a name. I'll just call it test hotel for now. And I'm going to generate a slug. And for the description, I'm just going to copy and paste this description in here. And for the price, we can give this a hotel room price of 1,000 and say we are currently on a 10% discount. And for images, I will click here and I will just fast forward and add some images from Unsplash here. Okay, so once we have added these images, for the cover image, I'm also going to copy this other URL from Unsplash, or you can as well add a file. And you see by default the room type is basic. We can choose the different room types. I'm just going to choose luxury, and we have the special note. I'll leave the dimension. For number of beds, I would just say 2. And for offered amenities, we can choose an amenity. For the icon has to be a font or some icon. So I'm just going to come here and add this icon FA bed. And for the amenity, I would just say king sized bed like this, and that should be it. So it's saved. We can obviously add more. Alright, so after this, I'm not gonna make this is not booked, so by default a hotel room isn't booked, and I'll not make it to be a featured hotel room. And we can go on to publish this hotel room. So we gave this hotel room name of test hotel, and if we come over here to our application, we come over to our rooms section, we see that we have our hotel room here in real time. So as we make changes to our Sanity Studio, you see it reflects in our application, and we can go on to book this hotel room. So I'm going to click on this book now, and these are the images that I uploaded for this, and we have this nice looking modal over here for the different images so that the user can swipe and see it in full screen. Alright, so you see what we chose here, the king size bed, the city view, and the coffee maker with the respective icon. I just happened to choose the wrong icon for the city view. We see the description, we see here the offered amenities, safety and hygiene, and this hotel room doesn't have a review. So let's go on and book this hotel room, and you have to be authenticated. So if we click here, you see this comes to the user profile page, and we can obviously sign out of the application, and we are redirected back to the home page, and we need to authenticate. So we can authenticate via email and password, or we can use GitHub, or we can also use Google. I'm going to click on Google over here, and I'll sign in with my Google account, and I should be redirected back to the application. Great. So let's go on and book this our test hotel room that we just added. So you see here we have this filter here, and we can filter by luxury, and we see the hotel room because this falls under that category. And I'll just click on this book now, and here I'll choose a check-in date. So I can choose today as a check-in date, and you see a later day as a checkout date, and you see the price updates accordingly. Because there's a 10% discount, we see that the price here is $900. And if we choose a date that is way ahead of our checkout date, we have this error so that the user cannot book a date that is way ahead our checkout date. Now I'm going to choose this check-in date and I'm going to go on and book this hotel room. Now once this loads up Stripe, because we are going to have Stripe for payment, if we come over here, so we see sessions that we have used now because this hotel room is following a payment first approach. A booking is only going to be made if payment is successful. So I'm going to fast forward through and fill out these details over here. And once you have filled out these details, you can go on and click on pay. And this is processing payment. Now on successful payment, we can just come back to our Stripe dashboard and let's reload these sessions that we have here. I'm just going to reload this and you should see our new webhook. Now this webhook is called this is our new webhook that we just triggered now. Now because this event is called, we go on to create a booking. And if we come over here to our Sanity Studio and we come over to our booking section, you will see here that we just booked this hotel room. So this test hotel room here, the number of days and all the details that we filled out whilst we were booking this. Now, if we come back to our hotel application, you see here that we are redirected to the user profile page. And here the user can see the current bookings and the user can also see the amount spent. So this is the test hotel, which was the highest amount spent at $900. So if we come back to the current bookings and we click on rate, we shall be able to leave a rating on this hotel room. So we can say great experience like this and click on submit. Now this is going to go on and submit the review, and if we come back to the test hotel room, we should see our review here. We're just going to reload this and our review should pop up. So this review that we just gave on this hotel room, and you see this hotel room is booked and the user cannot go on to book this hotel room. So we can come back to the user profile page, and here where we have this hotel room we just booked, if we want to leave another rating here, and we click on submit and we come back to the test hotel room. So here I'm just going to reload this and you should see that the hotel room update. So we have this functionality to leave a review and to also update a review, and only customers that have booked a hotel room can go on to leave reviews on that hotel room. So this is the application we are going to be building, and the application is fully responsive. Now we have this crazy looking parentheses here because we didn't provide a dimension. So if we come back here to the test hotel room, and here, where is it, this test hotel, if we just leave a dimension over here, so we can just say 30 or whatever and publish, and if we come back here, we should see here the updated, just reload this, we should see here 30, so for the dimension. So this is the application. We have our review, and all aspects of this application is fully much responsive as you would expect. And to achieve this, we are going to be using Tailwind CSS here. So this is the application we are going to be building together. If you like this project, please do go on and leave a subscribe. It helps the channel, and don't forget to give it a thumbs up as well. And I have already left timestamps in the description, so in case you come back for later, you should be able to continue with the project. And the source code is already in the description, so you can get it on GitHub. Now let's get started building out this project together. Let's start our project, and I've navigated to my desktop from my terminal, and I'm going to run the command to create a new Next.js project. And the command is npx create next app, and I'm going to be using a template of Typescript. So I'll zoom out a bit so you see the entire command. So npx create next app with a template of Typescript. I'll execute this. We are prompted to give our application a name, and for this project I'll just give it the name of hotel management like this. So I'll just add the E, so hotel management, and say yes to all these prompts and say no to customizing default imports. Now once Next.js CLI is done building our project, I'm going to cd into the created project, which I called hotel management, and go into Visual Studio Code. So this is the default files and folders that we get by default. And if we run npm run dev, so that we can just preview the application that we get from Next.js. As you can see, we are running on Next.js 13.5.4. So this is the current version of Next.js we are working with. And if we come over to the browser and we just go to localhost 3000, you'll see the file or our home page. So localhost 3000. So let's go on and make changes already to our application. And I'll get started in our layout. So our layout.tsx, which controls the entire layout of our Next.js application. And for the title, I'll give it a title of Hotel Management App, and also update the description. You can give this any title or any description of your choice, but in this case, I'll just say discover the best hotel rooms like this. And this is going to update our header title and description. For the fonts, I'll be making use of font Poppins. So I'll import Poppins from Next Font Google and use it over here. We have an error, but before we come to that, the inter variable here, I'll change it to Poppins. Alright, Poppins with a lowercase p. Okay, so configurations we can pass to this Poppins font is the font weight. So it can be a string. In this case, I'm going to pass an array of strings for the different font weights we are using in our application. So we're going to make use of a font weight of 400, also a font weight of 500, and also a font weight of 700. And lastly, we're going to make use of a font weight of 900. Okay, so I'll just type 900 like this. And for the styling, I'm going to give this a style of italic as well as a style of normal. So this style over here, normal. And lastly, we need to pass also a variable. Okay, so we're going to pass a variable, and the convention is to go with double hyphen like this, and then font another hyphen, and I'll just go with font Poppins as the variable. And to fix the error that we have in our body tag over here, rather than go with inter classnames, we are going to go with Poppins.classnames like this. So Poppins.classname. Alright, and I'm going to cut these children here, and I'm going to wrap our layout in a main tag like this, in a main tag. So here we have a main which we can give class name, and the class name I'm going to give to this main tag is font normal. So font normal like this. And later on in our application, we are going to have a header component as well as a footer component. So here I'm going to have header, so this is a placeholder, and I'll comment it out, and just after it we're going to have children, and after which we are going to have our footer component. Alright, but before we go on and have our header component, so before we go on and have the layout for our header component, I would just like us to discuss briefly about the meta description. So let's go over to the browser, and here in the browser, if I just reload, and you see here we have hotel management app. If I open the elements tab over here, so here where we have the elements tab, and I just collapse the head. So here if you check down, so here you see here that we have the meta, so the description, and we have the content, and the same for the title. So this object that we have over here, so this metadata, we just have the title, and it renders it as we normally have in HTML in our head tag, where we have the title, and there we just write out the title of our application. So this is the work of this metadata. We can pass these headings that we would normally have in our HTML. Okay, so I'm just going to revert the changes that I made here, and we can go on and create a header component. So in the source folder, I'll create a new folder I'll call components, and in here, so inside here, I'm going to create a folder I'll call header, and then another file which I'll call header.tsx. Okay, so I'm just going to bootstrap this header component, and remove the React import. And we can already import this header component in our layout. So here we have the placeholder. I'll go on and import header. So header will be coming from components header / header like this. And I'll just rearrange the order of imports here. So for HTML semantics, rather than use a div, I'll be making use of the header tag. And obviously, I'll be styling this header. So I'll give it a padding on the y-axis of 10, padding on the x-axis of 4, give it container. And to position the items in the center, I would use MX Auto, Text XL, Flex Wrap, and on medium devices, I'm gonna go with Flex No Wrap. So Flex No Wrap here. And after that, we are also going to use position the items in center and justify between. So I'll zoom out a bit, so hopefully you can see the entire class names, styles that we have applied here. And I'll zoom back in. Okay, so inside this header tag, we're going to have a div. Okay, two sections actually, sorry about that. We're going to have a div, and we're also going to have an unordered list. So let's start with the div. And this div, I'll give it a class name of flex, give it item center, width full, and on medium devices, we won't take the full width, we're just going to take 2/3 of the width, like this. Alright, and inside this div, we are going to have a link. So this is where we are going to have a link that will be pointing to our home page. So this link component, we are going to go on and import it from next link. Okay, and for the href, we are going to go to /, which is our home page. And for the class name, I'll give this a class name of font black, and also text, let's say this hex code, this color. I provided this hex code before now, so F27405, which is more like an orange color. And here I'll just give it the name of hotels, like this. Okay, so after this link, we are going to have an unordered list where we'll have the icon to take us to the authentication page, and also another icon to toggle the theme. So here I'll give this unordered list a class name of flex, item center, and margin left of 5. For the icons, we are going to be using React icons. So npm install React icons like this. So I'll wait for it to install and I'll restart the application. So npm run dev. Alright, so let's use before we can apply the icon, we're actually going to have a link. Okay, so this link will take us to the user authentication page, to the auth page. And for the icon, I'm just going to use FA user circle. So FA user circle. And for the href of this link, I'll just take this off. Yeah. And for the href, this link is going to be pointing to /auth. Alright, so let me import the FA user circle and let me give it a class name. So for the class name, I'm just going to give this a class name of cursor pointer. So I'll allow the IDE help me with this import. Nope, it doesn't, so I would have to import it manually. So let's import both the structure FA user circle coming from React icons /FA. Great. And actually, this link that we have here, we need to wrap it in a list item. So in an li, and this li needs some class names. So I'm gonna give this class name of flex items center. Okay, and then we're gonna have another list item, and the idea is for this other list item to hold the toggle, so it's for our light and dark theme. So I'll just give it a margin left of 2 to have some space from the user circle. And for the icon, I'll use this MD dark mode like this. Okay, and I'm just going to duplicate this so that I will destructure this coming from React icons MD, okay, for material design. And also I'll give this a class name. So I'm gonna give this icon a class name of cursor pointer here. Alright, and for these other list items which would hold links, so I'll just give this a class name of flex over here. Also give it a class name of item center, justify between, give it a width full, and on medium devices I'll give this a width of 1/3, 1/3, and then margin top of 4. And then we're going to have list items. And for this li, I'm also going to give this some animation on hover. So I'm going to translate this on the y-axis, so negative 8 pixels. And I'm also going to give this an animation duration of 500. And I'm going to transition all like this. Okay, and inside this list item, we are going to have a link. So we already have this link component imported, which will go to home. So the href is going to be pointing to slash. Okay, and I'll bring this down, let's say 2 more times. We are going to have another link going to slash rooms. So we have these rooms here. And the href will be pointing to slash rooms. And this will just still go to the home page, is contact. So we'll just have the link contact. We don't have any contact page, so we'll just leave it to go back to the home page like this. And we go on to save this file, and then we can visit the browser, and I will just quickly reload our application so that we can see our styling our changes take place already. Yeah, so we see our changes, we see our link, and we see our different icons, and you see the animation that we have on this section. Okay, so let's come back to the IDE, and I'll just remove this so that we can take the full room, and let's configure Tailwind CSS. So I would come over to our Tailwind config.ts file, and I'm going to get rid of this background image. We're not going to be configuring the background image. We are going to configure first the different colors that we'll be using in our application. Okay, so we are going to have our primary color, and our primary color is going to be this hex code. So hash 038 C7F, and this is our primary color. And we are also going to have our secondary color. Okay, and our secondary color is going to be this hex code, so F2C641. And then we are going to have our tertiary color. And our tertiary color, we are going to have different variants. We are going to have the dark variant and also the light variant. And the dark variant is going to be this hex code, so F27405. And the light variant is going to be this hex code, so F2C641. Okay, so these for our colors. And apart from the color, we are also going to be configuring our font family. And here we are going to use Poppins name. And we have this array, and this variable has to match the variable we define in our layout.tsx. Okay, so this variable, I'm going to copy it, come over to our layout. It has to match, this variable over here. All right, so come back to the Tailwind config, and we also need to spread out the font family. So I'm going to import the font family using the require statement. So const font family is equal to require, and this will come from Tailwind CSS and default theme. So here we are going to spread out the font family and access the sans property. Great. So we can come back to our header.tsx, and where we made use of the tertiary color. So I'm just going to copy this. And if we come over to our header.tsx, I'll replace this. So this is going to be, text. And now we can use text tertiary dark. And you see this yellowish color, this icon, or we can use text tertiary light here. We don't get the icon, that means there should be, a typo somewhere. And we forgot to actually add the hash here. So add this hash and there we see the preview. Great, but I will go back to the dark variant which we are using in this case, and we see everything works as fine. So up next, after the header, we are going to be working on our footer component. So I'm going to create another folder which I'll call footer, and then another file for our footer.tsx. Okay, so I'll get rid of the header and the Tailwind config. So I'll bootstrap a footer component and remove the React import. And rather than use a div, I'm going to make use of the footer tag. And let me style this footer, give it a class name. And the class name is going to be margin top 16. Okay, and here we are going to have a div with the class name of container and mx auto. And for padding, give it a padding of 4 on the x-axis. And then we're going to have a link which will import from next link. And this link will still take us to the home page. So the href is going to be slash. And the class name is going to be font black. And for the text, we're going to go with text tertiary dark here. And we'll just have the makeup brand name, hotels. And then we're going to have a h4. A h4 that would say contact like this. And for the class name of this h4, we're going to give it a class name of font, let's see, font semi-bold, and a text. Let's see, I'm actually looking for 40 pixels. Do we have? No. So I'm going to use 40px like this, and padding on the y-axis of 6 here. Okay, so after this h4, we're going to have a div, and this div, I'll give it a class name of flex, and give it flex wrap, and give it a gap of 16. And position the items in center and justify between as well. And inside this div, we are going to have another div which we are just going to give flex1 with different paragraphs for this made up address, which I'll give 123 road. And then we're going to have this div with a class name of flex and item center, give it a py of 4. And this div is going to have this icon. So this icon, bs fill send fill. Okay, and after the icon, we are going to have a paragraph. And this paragraph would have a margin left of 2. And I'll just say code with lari here. And quickly import this bs send fill, bs fill send fill from React icons /bs here. Okay, so after this, I'm actually going to copy and paste this 2 more times. We're going to get rid of this py4. And for the icon, we are going to use, in this case, another icon, which is bs tel phone outbound. And I'll just have this made up phone number here. And after this, we are going to have this, and we'll still keep the brand name code with lari, but we are going to use a different icon. So here we're going to use BI message detail, and we need to import this from React icons /BI, and I'll remove this BS send field. Okay, and get rid of this py, rather use a p padding top of 4. So after this div with this flex one, we're going to have another div, and this other div we are still going to give flex 1, and we are going to give from medium devices and above, we are going to position the text to the right, so align the text to the right, and we're going to have a paragraph with a padding bottom of 4, and here we say our story, and I'll just bring it down and say get in touch, and next we're going to have our privacy commitment. I'll bring this down, and next we are going to have our terms of service, and I'll bring it down one last time, and here we are going to have our customer assistant without any class name. So this last one is not going to have any class name here. Great. Okay, so after this div, we are going to have another div, which we are going to give a class name of flex1, and on medium devices and above, we're going to go with text right like this. And this div, we have different paragraphs. This paragraph, we're going to give a padding bottom of 4, and we'll just go with the text of dining experience. And next, we're going to have another text with wellness, bring it down for fitness, and next we're going to have another with sports, and we're going to have another one with events without any class name. Okay, so after this div, we are going to have another div. This div actually is going to be a self-closing div because we're not going to have any content inside. It's just for styling. So I'll give this a background tertiary light. Give this a height of 10, and on medium devices and above, I'll give this a height of 70 pixels, and give it a margin to the top of 16, a width full, and I'll give it a bottom of 0, left of 0. And if we come over to the layout, I'm just going to import the footer component here. Okay, so footer from our components, footer. Go on and save this file, and if we visit the browser, we see our footer over here. And let's see if our application is responsive. I'm just going to, test this out to see if it's responsive and use the responsive point that we have here. And we don't see our text. That's because come over to our app, and in our page.tsx, I'm going to get rid of everything we have here. Okay, so for now, I'll just return empty fragment with the text of home. So I'll just type home in here and remove the import from next image. And I'm also going to use an arrow function. So const home is going to be equal to this arrow function. So I'm going to save this, and if we come back, we have an error because we are not exporting this home component. Actually, we have to export it by default. So export default home like this. And if we come back to the browser, we see our application, and let's test out the responsiveness of the application, and we see that our application is responsive. So we can just test this out here. And I would also love to get rid of this background color that we have here. And to get rid of it, let's come over to our global.css, and I'm just going to remove these predefined stylings that we got by default. And yeah, we have our white background. Up next, we are going to be working on our theming feature. So I'm just going to close all, And let's work on our theming. In the source folder, I'll create a new folder I'll call context. And here I'm going to create a new file for our theme context. So a file, call it themecontext.ts, and let's import dispatch from React. We're also going to import set state action, and we're also going to import the create context. To create a context, we're going to have this constant over here, and we're going to call it theme context. And this is going to be equal to create context. So to create a context, we make use of create context from React. And for Typescript, let's define the type that we are going to need for our context. So the type for our theme context type is going to be equal to this object. So we're going to have directives, which is going to be of type boolean. And we are also going to have set directives. And set directives is going to be of type dispatch. So the type of action we're going to dispatch is a set state action, which is of type boolean. Okay, and I'm going to pass this type to create context. We're going to have errors because now we have to define some default values. So for directives by default is going to be false, and set directives, the initial value is going to be this function that returns nothing. Alright, so let's export our theme context. So we're going to export default this theme context here. So this is the first step. We create our context, and in the components folder I'm going to create another folder which I'll call theme provider. So we're going to wrap this theme provider with our entire application, and here we have our theme provider.tsx. So first, I'll be making use of the use client directive that we get from Next.js, and I'll import use effect, and I'll also import use state from React. And I would also import the theme context. I actually want this to be an uppercase T, so I'll rename it here and also rename it in our theme context file. So this const, I'll use an uppercase T here and also export default theme context like this. And then I'll come back to the theme provider. Okay, so here let's have our component JSX. So I'm going to have this const theme, not context, so theme provider, which is going to be equal to this arrow function here. Okay, so for props, this is going to receive children, and the prop is going to be of type object, where we have children, and children is going to be of type react.react node, like this. Okay, so first we're going to have this const where we set our state, so directives, and set directives, which is going to be equal to useState, like this. And useState is a generic type that is going to hold a boolean value, and for the initial value we're going to get this from local storage. So we can call this theme from local storage, and first we need to check that we have local storage. So we're going to check if type of local storage is not equal to undefined. Okay, so if this is the case, that local storage is set, then we are going to get an item from local storage, and local storage.get item, the item we're going to get would have a name of hotel theme. So hotel theme like this, and we're going to check if we successfully get an item. So if we have a value there, then we are going to JSON dot pass that value. Okay, because it will definitely be a string because we set string in local storage. So we're going to pass JSON.get item hotel theme, and I'm just going to have this exclamation sign here to tell Typescript, yes, we are sure we're going to have this. Otherwise, we are going to be using false. Okay, so if local storage is defined, we get the hotel theme, and then we go on to JSON.pass. And once we JSON.pass, if we get it, otherwise we use false. So I'm going to pass this theme from local storage, And for TypeScript types, this theme dot from local storage is going to be of type boolean, and I'm going to pass this value as our default value to useState here. Okay, so this is the first step in achieving our theming. And after this, we are also going to go on and have our JSX for our theme context. And in our theme context, we access .provider. Okay, and for values, remember our theme context will be holding a dark theme value, which is the value from our set state, and set dark theme, which will be referencing this value from our use state. Sorry. And in here, we're going to have a div. Okay, a div, and we have some conditions for the class name. So we're going to be using brackets and then backtick. So we're first of all going to check if dark theme. So if dark theme is true, then Tailwind CSS gives us this dark variant. We're going to append it to this dark variant. Otherwise, we are just going to use an empty string, and then we're going to give this a minimum height of screen. So in here, we're going to have another div, and this is the div where we check if dark theme is true. We are going to use apply some class names. So here we're going to check if we have dark theme. We are going to give have a text white, and if we have dark theme, so if we have this dark variant, we are going to give this a background of black, and for the text by default is going to be a black text. Okay, so for the white theme, case where we don't have the black theme, so it's going to be 1E, 1E, 1E. And then in here, we can just go on to return children that we receive from the props. Okay, so this theme provider, let's go on and export this as a default. So export default theme provider. And we're going to add another state. So we're going to have another state here. And we're going to call this state render component. And this is useful so that we know we have some condition here for the class name so that Next.js will be able to pick this up on the client. So we have render component, set render component is going to be use state of false. Okay, and I'll just close this off here. And we are going to have our use effect. Okay, so in our use effect, we are sure that our component has been mounted to the screen. We are going to go on to set render component and set it to true. Okay, so we're having this error because we forgot to have our return statement. So we're going to return this. And back in our use effect, we're going to set render component and set it to a value of true like this. So we can check over here. If our component is not yet rendered, we are going to go on and return an empty fragment. Great, so we have our theme provider. Now we are going to make use of this theme provider in our layout. So come over to the layout.tsx. So in our app, and here where we have layout.tsx, we are going to wrap our entire application with this theme provider. So I'll cut this, and here we are going to have our theme provider, and we are going to return our main tag. Okay, so if we come over to the browser, we would expect everything to work as intended, but actually it's not going to work. Okay, I'll just reload the page, and if we click on this button, you see nothing happens. So let's come over to our header because we haven't wired up the event yet. So in our component header.tsx, here we're going to be importing the dark theme and set dark theme from our context. And to make use of our context, we use the use context, and here we are going to make use of our theme context. Okay, so I'll just bring this down here, and we're going to destructure dark theme and also set dark theme here. Great, so dark theme, we can use this to configure the icon we're going to show. So this icon here, I'm going to cut this icon, and here I'll first of all check if dark theme is true. So if dark theme is true here, Yep, I have the question mark sign. So if that is true, I actually want to return a different icon. So we are going to go on and import this icon. And the icon is this MD outline light, like this. So light mode. So I'll copy this, and if that term is true, I'm going to paste this. Otherwise, I'll use this. Okay, so we're actually going to use this as a self-closing tag like this. Okay, so next we're going to give this class name of cursor pointer. So I'll just paste this class name over here. And next we need to wire up the click events. So on click, we're actually going to do two things. So I have this callback function. You can outsource it, but I'll just write it in line here. So on click, we're going to first set dark theme to false. And we also want to go on and remove from our local storage. So we're going to remove item from our local storage, hotel theme. Okay, and I'll just copy this click event here. On the dark mode, we are going to do two things, but this time around, we're going to set dark theme to true. And rather than remove item, we are going to be setting item. Okay, and with this key of hotel theme, and the value will be true, but not like this as a string. Okay, and to make our theming feature to work, we just need to go on to make this header component use client component, because now we are making use of context and not to have errors. And lastly, in our Tailwind config, we just need to do one last thing. So come over to Tailwind config.ts, and just right above the content here, we're going to check set dark mode. Yep, so the dark mode, we're going to set it to value of class. Okay, so now if we come over to the browser, so I'll just come over to the browser, and if we click, yep, you see our theming feature works as expected. Okay, so up next, if we click on this icon here, you see that we are directed to /auth. And for now, this leads us to a 404 page. So let's work on this page, and in our app, I'll create a new folder, which I'll call auth, and then I'll create a file for page.tsx. So in here, I'm quickly going to bootstrap this component, and I'll change from page to auth and remove the React import. And next, I'm going to give this some class names, and I'm going to give it a class name of container, and then imagine on the x-axis of auto, and I'll change this div to a section tag. Okay, and in here we are going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of padding 6, and also a class name of space y4. And on medium devices, this is going to have a space y6, and then on small devices is going to have a padding of 8 like this. And we're also going to give this a width of 80, and on medium devices I'll give this a width of 70%, and make sure that I also go with MX Auto so that the form is in the center. And next we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex, a margin bottom of 8, give it flex call, and on medium devices I'm going to give it a flex row, items center, and justify between. And this div, we are going to go on to have a h1. Now this h1, they're just going to say create an account. And let's start this h1. I'm going to give it a class name of text XL, and also font bold, leading tight, and also give it a tracking tight like this. And on medium devices, I'll give it a text of 2XL. Now, just after this h1, we are going to have a paragraph which is going to say or, and after this paragraph, we're going to have a span. And for the class names of the span, we are going to give it a class name of inline flex item center. And in this pan, we're going to have two icons. First is this for GitHub, so AI field GitHub. And we're going to give this a class name. And the class name of this is going to be margin to the right of, let's say, 3. And then I'll just give this a text of 4XL and a cursor of pointer, and then text black like this. And then on dark mode, we're going to give it a white text. So here we're going to go on and have this pipe, which is going to differentiate it or separate it from the Google icon. So here we're going to have this FC Google with the class names of margin to the left, so margin to the left of 3, and also give it a text of 4XL, give it a cursor pointer. And next we can import these icons. So first I'm going to import this AI field GitHub, which will come from React icons /AI. And next I'm going to import FC Google, which will come from React icons /FC. Alright, so next we are going to reload, and if we check the browser, and you see that we have this create an account and we have everything working as expected. Alright, great. So after this div, now we are going to be having our form. So our form, but without any action. Okay, so I'm going to take the action and provide it with a class name. And the class name is going to be, let me see. So the class name is going to be space y4. And on medium devices, I'm going to give this space y6 like this. And inside this form, we're going to have different inputs. So for the email, password, and also for the name. So this input is going to be of type email. And then we are also going to give this a name. And the name is going to be email. And we're going to give it an ID. The ID is also going to be email. And for placeholder, you can just go with name at company.com. And we are also going to make this required like this. Okay, I think that will be all for this input. Okay, so that will be all. And let's just style it. For the class name is actually going to reference a variable. So we're going to call this input styles. And we can define this input styles here, which is going to be this constant. So input styles is going to be the string. We are going to go with border, and also give it a border gray of 300. And on small devices, give it a text SM and a text black like this. And we're going to give it rounded LG. I'm just going to fix this. Yep, so rounded LG. And give it block, and also give it a width of full, a padding 2.5. And on the focus state, I'm just going to take off the outline by saying outline none. So there will be no outline on the focus state. So this input styles, you can see the complete class names, and that's the input styles we are passing to this input over here. Alright, so we're going to have more inputs. So actually, I'm just going to, copy this 2 more times. So we're going to use this for password. So that will be the type. And the name of this input field is going to be password. The ID as well is going to be password. And for placeholder, the placeholder is also going to be password. So let's have password here. And for validation, apart from making it required, we're going to give it a minimum length. So this password is going to have a minimum length of 6, like this. And this is going to be for the name. So it's going to be of type text. So this other input over here. And the name is going to be name for the username. The ID is also going to be John Doe. And for placeholder, so actually the ID is going to be name. Okay, and then placeholder, you can give it any placeholder. I'll just go with John Doe like this. And I will change the placement of this input. So I'll cut this for the name and just place it right above the email like this. And if we reload the browser, you see we have different inputs, and it also works fine with our theming. Okay, great. So after this input, we are going to have a button to submit the form. So this button is going to be of type submit like this, and it's going to have the text of sign up. Okay, and let's style this button. So I'm just going to bring this quote, a single quote back. And for the class name of this button is going to have a width of full like this. And this button is also going to have a background tertiary dark. And on the focus state, so we're going to give this button outline none, and also font medium, rounded LG, text SM, and also padding to the x-axis of 5, which I think is 20, and py 2.5, and also give it the text of center like this. So this is the class name that we have on this button. Okay, and just after this button, I think that should be after this form, we have another button, and this button is going to have a class name of text blue. So we're going to give it a class name of text blue 700 and on the line, and the text should just say login like this. So if we come back to the browser, you see that we have our form and everything works fine with our theme. You can also check the responsiveness on how this form adjusts to the different viewports. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine so far, and you see how the form adjusts. Great. So next, let's make sure that we are able to retrieve the user inputs from this form and at least log it to the console for now. So for us to do this on the different inputs, okay, I'm actually going to let's see, I'm gonna go and make this a use client component, because now we are going to be managing states. Okay, so here we are just going to define a state for the form data. So we're gonna have const form data and then set form data, and this is going to be use state like this. And we're going to define a default value. So here I'm going to have this const, which I'll call default form data, which is going to be equal to this object, and the email is going to be an empty string by default, and also the name is going to be an empty string, and then the password is also going to be an empty string by default, and I'll pass this over to this use state over here. Great. So next we can go to our different inputs and wire up the value. Okay, so we can start with our email, get rid of the ID since we're using name, so I'll get rid of the ID on all inputs and wire up the value. So the value for the email is going to go to our form data.email, and I'll just copy this and use this for our name. So I'll change this from email to form data.name, and also for the password. So the password is going to be form data.password. You can also have an onChange, and onChange we're going to call this function, which we have not defined yet, so handle input change. And I'll pass this function to other inputs that we have, sorry, this onChange. And we can go up and define this handle input change function. So somewhere around here, we're going to have this const, which we call handle input change, which is going to be this arrow function. This function is going to automatically get the event, which is going to be of type change event, and it's a generic type, which is going to be of type HTML input element. So here we're going to destructure some properties from the event target. So remember, we have the name, so we're going to destructure name, and we're also going to destructure value from event target. So with this, we can go on and update our form data. So we'll call set form data, and this is an object where we spread form data. So I'm just going to spread form data, and we're going to use square brackets so that we can dynamically update the name with the value of the object. Great. So this is our handle input change, and we can also define our onSubmit function. So our form here, we can define our onSubmit, and this is going to be equal to a function we don't have yet. We call this function handle submit. So I'm going to copy this, and just after the handle input change, I'll say handle submit, which is going to be an asynchronous function. We get the event, and this time around is going to be of type form event, which is a generic type, and we said it's going to be for HTML form element. And then we have our function declaration completed. The first thing we do, we're going to prevent defaults, so event.prevent default, and then we can have our try catch block. So this is going to be try catch, and we can also have our finally block just after the catch. Okay, so for the for the try block, we are going to go on and just log to the console for now. So we're going to console.log the different form data that we have. So console.log form data. Later on, we are going to be obviously submitting the form. And in case of any errors, we are just going to log the error to the console. And finally, we're going to reset our form. So we're going to set form data to our default form data. Okay, so we have this, and we're going to save, and let's try it out. Back to the browser, open the console. Let's see if we're going to see the form values. For name, I'll just go with the name of, for email, sorry, test@test.com. For name, I'll just go with name of test. And for password, I'll just go with 123456. Click on submit, and great, we are seeing our form details. So we are correctly retrieving our form details. So now we have this. Let's make sure that we have Sanity Studio in our project. And to integrate Sanity Studio in a project, first I'm going to quit the terminal, I'll clear, and then I'm going to open the Explorer here. And the idea is to move these different front-end files and folders into a separate folder. So I'm going to mark all. Actually, first I'm going to create a new folder, which I would call front-end. And then I'm going to mark and move the folders inside the front-end folder. And then I'll get rid of the .next folder. This folder is generated automatically for caching purposes by Nextjs. Then I'll create a new folder called CMS, and I'll navigate into the CMS folder, so cd CMS. And to integrate Sanity Studio in our project, it's important that we first log out. So npx sanity at latest logout. And I'm going to chain on that command using npm create sanity at latest, like this. All right, so this is one word. I'm just going to close the Explorer and fix the typo I have over here. So it's meant to be 1T. So npx sanity at latest logout. Do go on and execute this command. And let's keep an eye on the CMS folder. First, the CLI is going to install the packages, and then we are going to be signed out. So it's going to sign us out, and we'll say OK to proceed. And we need to authenticate ourselves. Let's give it a second. And to authenticate ourselves, you can use the keyboard arrow keys to navigate. In this case, I'll authenticate with Google. And this opened up on my other screen. So I'm just going to authenticate myself over there. And if you had any previously existing projects, you would see them here. I had one from previously. You can use the arrow keys to navigate. But in this case, I'll be creating a new project and give this a name of hotel management like this, and go on to execute this command. All right, so let's give it a second. And I would say yes to use the name production. So the names are usually production or development for common names. And I would say okay for the output path. And for schema, we're going to start clean. And then I would say yes to use Typescript. So this is going to generate the files, and then we can use npm to install the files that gets generated. All right, so once this is installed, we now have Sanity Studio here. We can test it by running npm run dev. so that we have a local preview on localhost 3333. So let's give it a second to build. Yep, so localhost 3333. I'm just going to visit this on the browser, and this is Sanity Studio. So let's go on and authenticate via Google, and we are going to give it a second for it to load, and this is our project. Now we don't have any schemas. We are going to be creating schemas later. Up next, we are going to integrate this Sanity Studio in our next project so that we use the same common domain rather than use different domains. So I'll cd out and then cd into the front end. And now I'm inside the front end folder here. So I am going to run the command to install these packages. So npm install sanity and also next sanity, like this. So to go on and install these packages, and we'll just wait for it to install. Let's give it a second. And once it's done installing, next we are going to come up into our CMS and copy our schema folder. So I'm going to copy this folder and paste it inside our front end folder. And come back to the CMS folder. We are going to copy the sanity config.ts file. So I'll copy this and paste it inside the front end here. Great. So up next, we are going to go on now, and if we come into sanity config in here, we are going to see we need to add a property, and that property we need to add is the base URL. So just after this data set here, I'm going to add this base path. And this base path, I would go to /studio. Okay, so here /studio. So this is going to be localhost 3000 /studio to load the Sanity Studio. We have an error here because we need to install this package. So npm install at sanity/vision. So do go on and install this package, and the error should be gone. Alright, we are not done yet. We need to add the path in our pages folder so that this is going to be loaded up when we go to localhost 3000 /studio. So in the source folder and then inside the app folder, I'll create a new folder. And this folder I would call studio, like this, not with the square bracket, so studio. And then inside the studio folder, I'm going to create a special folder using double brackets like this, and then I'll spread out index. Okay, so once you create this folder, do go on and create the page.tsx file. So I'll just expand this so you see it fully. Is studio and then the square brackets index and then page.ts. So we're going to use the use client directive to make this a client component. And in here, we are going to also go on to import something which will be coming from the next sanity package that we installed, and then /studio. And that is the package, so the Next Studio package. And with this package imported, we are also going to import config, and that is our sanity config. So this is going to be coming from, we're going to go one level up and still go up again and go up, and lastly into our sanity config. Okay, so now we're going to define our JSX. We're going to export this as a default, and this function we are going to call studio, and here we are going to return our next config like this, which is going to be a self-closing tag, and this is going to take in the config, and the config is going to be our configuration from our sanity config. Now this is all we have to do. Okay, so let's start our application running npm run dev, and then we can see if we have set it up correctly. So I'll just wait for this to build, and you can see our application is done, and we can visit localhost 3000. So we're no longer going to be going to localhost 3333 /studio. We would go to localhost 3000 /studio, and it's compiling. We can confirm this if we go over to the IDE. you can see it's compiling /studio and then the index and then the page. So we're going to wait for it to compile. We'll just wait. So here in the IDE, you can see it's compiling the page. So it's done compiling, and this page should be loaded up. So now we can see our Sanity Studio living in our Next.js project on localhost 3000, which is great, okay? And we just wait for it to load up. Lastly, we can click on continue so that we can add course. So this is going to take us to our project. And all we have to do here is to just add course origin, and we are redirected back to our application, and everything works fine. Great. So we see, but you see we have our layout. So we have our header component and we have our footer, and that's because the studio is sharing the same layout as our entire application. We can easily fix this if we come into our app and we create this folder, so with parentheses CMS and another folder called studio. Now this is route grouping in Next.js. It doesn't affect the URL. It's used for purposes like this where you want to have different layouts. So I will move the auth folder inside the web, move the studio folder inside the CMS folder, and also I'm going to move everything we have here. So the 5 icon and the home page, which is the page.tsx, I'll move it into the web like this. And we can go over to our CMS, and you see we automatically had a layout.tsx. So you can see it here in green that your page had a root layout. So one root layout was created for us by default, which is this root layout that was created by Next.js. So if we go back to application, you see that we don't have any root layout in our studio. And if we reload our Next.js application to be sure everything is still working fine over there, we just give it a second, and we see that everything still works as expected. So now we've done this, we come over here before we create our schemas. So we can actually delete this CMS folder. We no longer need it. And I am also going to now cd out of the front end and actually move all these files. So I'm going to move them. Let's see, actually it doesn't work like this. So I am going to again delete the cache, so the .next folder, and I'll just move this down. So I'll try to move it down here, and I'll move. So we can go on to have the setup we had initially, and we can even delete the front end folder. Great. So let's restart our application using npm run dev. All right, so we just wait for it. Okay, seems it's ready. So we can go back to and refresh our application, so we can reload the studio, and we see the studio loads up fine, no issues. And we can also reload our Next.js application. Actually, they are both our Next.js application, but we have our studio living in our front end. So our Next.js application loads up as well. Great. So before we create our schemas, I would like to, let's see. So before we create our schemas, which would live inside this index, if we come over to our config, so our sanity config here, I would like to move these into environment variables. And to move these to environment variables, I'm going to come over to our root folder here, and I'll create a new file, which I'll call env. And first, let's get started with the project ID. I'm going to create this key. So next underscore public underscore sanity underscore project underscore ID equal to, and I'll just duplicate this. And next, I'll change underscore project ID to be dataset. So next public sanity dataset. For the project ID, we'll copy or cut this value here and I'll paste it in here. And for the data set, which is production, I will also cut and paste it in here. So I'll copy this value. So in our Sanity config, we can reference this value. So project ID is going to be equal to process.env.this, and then I'll say as string, and same for the data set. So process.env, and then I'll copy this from .env, so dataset, and I'm going to paste it in here and say as string. Great. So now we have this. You see in the schema we have the schema types, which comes from our schema folder. And if we visit the index here, you see here we are going to be importing our schema types. But before we continue, let's verify our application works fine. You see it crashed, so I'll quit and restart npm run dev. That's because we made changes in our .env, and it's always a nice practice to restart your server whenever you make changes. So once it starts, let's come here and reload both the our web and also our CMS. And here you see that it is actually compiling our CMS Studio index page. So I'll just wait for this to compile. All right, so it's building up the page, and once it's done, we can go back to the browser. Okay, so it is done compiling, and here you see Studio is loading up, and also our front end. So our Studio is done and our front end is done, and everything works as fine. Great. So now we have this. I'll actually close the terminal here. We can go on to see the documentation. So here next Auth Sanity, which is the library we are going to be making use of. So we're going to install this later, and here you see we're going to be making use of the Sanity adapter, and we have to create our Sanity schemas. Okay, so this is one schema, so the user schema which is required, or if you just go up you can see another way, but actually I am going to define my own schema so that I can configure to our needs. And you see all these fields that are required. The password is only required if you use credentials provider, which is our case in this project. And we also need to create an account schema with all these fields, and we also need to create verification token because we are using the email provider, and then we have ways to configure it. So let's come back to the IDE and let's get started. First, we are going to create our user schema, so our user.ts file here, and this is going to be an object. So we're going to say const user is going to be equal to this object, and let's not forget to export this object as the default. So export default user. So a user, the way to go about it is by giving it a name, and this name is going to be a string user. This name is for queries, and this title user is for our Sanity Studio, and the type is going to be a document type. So the type of this file is a document, the schema, and it's going to take different fields. So these are the properties that we expect a user to have. And to define a field, I'm going to use this define field, which I'll import from Sanity so that we can get Typescript auto completion and also correction. So a user is going to have an isAdmin property. So that is the name of this field. So the name is going to be isAdmin, and the title for our Sanity Studio is also going to be isAdmin, and the type is going to be Boolean, and we can also give a description. Now this is optional. You can define your schemas fields without adding description, or you can go on to define the description. And for initial value, I would say false because initially a user is not an admin, and this field is actually going to be required. So validation rule, which is a function where we're going to return our validation. We're going to return rule dot required like this, which is a method, so you have to call required. So this is one field which our user is going to have. We can also make this read-only, so I'm going to actually comment this out. So if you don't want this property to be able to change in your Sanity Studio, you can make it read-only. You can also make it hidden, so hidden true, but I'll just comment it out to let you know these options exist. So let's define another field that the user would have. The name of this field is going to be name, and the title is going to be name. Okay, so user is going to have a name property, and the type of this is going to be string, which needs to be string like this. And the user is also going to have a description, and this is going to, you can give this description the name of the user. It is not required. So this description is just for your Sanity Studio, and I'll make this read only so that we cannot change the name of a user. And we are also going to define a field for image, and the type here is the title, is going to be image. And then we are going to have the type. So the type is actually going to be a URL for the user image. Okay, and then we are going to define another field for our user property, and the name of this field is going to be password. So user is going to have a password, and the type of this is going to be of type string. And we are also going to go on to make sure that this password is hidden so that we cannot see the password of a user that's registered in our application. And let's go on and define more fields. So we're going to define another field, and the name of this field is going to be about. So a user is going to have an about, and the title of this field is going to be about like this. And the type, because it's going to be a longer string, we can say it's of type text. Okay, like this. Okay, so you see here we can also add the description. It is not mandatory. And in other schema types, I may not even add this description field. You just see it in your Sanity Studio. Okay, so this is just a brief description about the user. That's the description I left here, and I would copy this validation rule so that we can apply it to other fields. So I'll copy this and apply it to a name so that a user will always have a name, and you can make other fields required if you wish. So let's import this schema in our schema types like this, and if we come over to the browser to have a preview of this, you see that we have our user here. Great, which is, for now there is no user, and you can try to create one, but this should be created whenever a new user registers in our application. So let's go on and create another schema type, and the schema type we are going to be creating this time around is for account. We saw this from the documentation. Is actually mandatory we create this. So we have const account, and we can already export this as the default. So export default account, and the name is going to be account like this, and the title is also going to be account. And then the type of this is going to be a document. So we're going to give this a type of document. And then we are going to go on to give this the different fields that the account is going to have. So I'm going to make use of the define field function from Sanity, and the name of one field we are going to have is the provider type. Okay, so an account is going to have the provider type because we are going to be using different providers: GitHub provider and Google provider, even credentials provider. Okay, so we are going to have another field which is going to be provider ID, and this is going to be provider account ID, and this over here is going to be the refresh token. And I'm going to just go on to duplicate this, And the next field a user is going to have is the access token, like this. And lastly, the next field the user is going to have is the access token expires. And this is going to be of type number. Okay, and we can go on to define one more field. And this field, let's just give this field a name. And the name of this field is going to be user, so that we can have a reference to the user schema. And the title is going to be user. The type is going to be of type reference, like this. Okay, and then it needs to point to the user. So reference to, and then we're going to have the type. The type is going to be user, like this. So this is the accounts, and we are going to import this inside of our schema types. So our accounts will come from our /account. Okay, and let's create another schema, and this schema type is going to be booking, because we are going to be booking hotels and we want to have a booking type. Okay, so the constant booking is going to be equal to object, and we can already export this as the default. So the name of this is going to be booking, and also the title of this is going to be equal to booking. And then we have the type, which is going to be of type document. And now let's go on to describe the different fields that a booking is going to have in our application. So we use the define field method, and this the name of one field the booking is going to have is user, and then the title also is going to be user. The type is going to be reference, and then we need to add to, so that this reference points to the user schema. Okay, so to is an array of objects where it takes the type, and the type is going to be a user. So a booking will also, the user would also have this validation where we say the rule, and here we say it is actually required, like this. So we're going to define another field. So define field like this, and the name of this field is going to be hotel room. So I'm actually going to cut this and then add the name hotel room, like this, and also the title. So the title is going to be equal to hotel room, and the type of this is going to be a reference type, and which is going to be pointing to the hotel room schema. And we haven't created this schema type yet. It's okay, we are going to be creating this type soon. So we have an error, and that's let's see, we'll come back to it. For validation, we're just gonna say this is required. Okay, so rule, and here we say rule dot required, like this. So let's inspect our error, and let's see. Yeah, so that's because it's meant to be an object. So I'm gonna cut this and put it in an object like this. Cool. So let's duplicate this type, and the next type we're gonna have is for our check-in date, and the title is going to be check-in date, because a booking, we want to keep track of when the user checks in and also when the user is going to check out. And the type of this is going to be a type of date. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this for our checkout date. So rather than check-in, this time around, a checkout date, and the title is also going to be checkout date, and every other property remains the same. So apart from checkout date, booking is also going to have the number of days. So the number of days we expect the user to book this room, and the title is also going to be number of days, and the type is going to be of type number, and the initial value is going to be 1. So once you create a booking, you're going to have number of days, which is minimum 1, and we can chain.min here to be 1, like this. And I'll duplicate this, and here we can go on to add the discount. So in case a user booked a room that had a discount. Okay, so this is going to be a title discount, type number, initial value 0, and minimum 0 like this. And I'll just bring this down again, and we're going to have another field to keep track of the number of adults. So the title is going to be adults, the name adults, initial value is 1, and the minimum value is 1 for creating a booking. Okay, and apart from adults, we also need to keep track of the children, and the title is going to be children, type number, initial value 0, the minimum also 0 like this. And let's duplicate this, and another field we want to keep track of is the total price. So the name is total price, the value is total price, and the type remains of type number, no initial value. Great, so I'll zoom out a bit so that we can see the different fields here. So for a booking, and if you need more clarification, please do make reference to the GitHub repo. Okay, so in case you made a mistake, please do reference the GitHub. And here in index, I'm going to import the booking. Okay, so let's go on and create more schemas. And another schema we're going to create is a hotel room. Now, this is actually, going to take a lot of schema. So I advise again that you go to the GitHub in case, to just make sure everything works fine. And the title of this hotel room is going to be hotel room. And the type is also going to be of type document. And then we can have the different fields. Okay, so to get TypeScript auto completion, I would make use of this defined field from Sanity. Okay, so let's a hotel room will definitely have a name. So the name is name, and the title is equal to title, and the type of this hotel, the name, sorry, is going to be of type string. And also for validation, you can have more, validation than we have seen so far. So we have a validation rule, and here we can go on to say that this is required, and we can also go on to say that this should have a maximum of, let's just say 50 characters like this. And why are we having an error? Actually, let's see why we haven't okay, yeah, so we forgot to call the required like this. So we have to call required, and then we can go on to add our own custom error, so like this. And here we can just go on to write any error message that we want to see in our Sanity Studio. So maximum 50 characters. Okay, so we have more fields for the hotel room. So a hotel room will also have a slug, and this doesn't actually, no, it doesn't have a title, so I'll take this off. And the type is going to be of type slug, and I will take off this other validation rule, and we can have options. So for a slug, and options is an object. Okay, so options is an object where we can specify this source. So this slug, we want the source to be from the name field which we defined above. Okay, so let's define another field for our hotel room. In a hotel room, we have a description, and the title is going to be equal to description, and the type of this is going to be text, because it's going to be a much more longer string. And here we have this validation where we can make use of 100 characters, 100, but rather than maximum, we can go with min and update the text to minimum 100 characters for the description. So let's copy this here and define another field for the price, and the title is going to be price. The type is going to be of type number, and this is gonna have a minimum of 100, so maybe 100 USD for our price. Everything remains the same. And next we have a discount so that we can leave discounts on our various hotel rooms. So the type is going to be number, and the minimum this time around, so we're going to have row.min. The minimum is 0, so 0 like this. Okay, and we can also add an initial value of 0. So by default, a hotel room doesn't have a discount, so the discount is 0. And let's continue. Let's define more fields. So we're going to have this field for images, and the title is going to be equal to images. Okay, so the type this time around is going to differ. It's going to be an array type. And next we are going to have an array of what? So it's an array again, where we have an object where we can customize the type, and say the type is going to be object like this. Okay, and we have fields. Actually, these fields needs to be defined inside this object, so erase it and come inside this object and define the fields. Great, so it's going to have fields, which is an array. We can pass the name, and here the name needs to be in an object like this. Yep, so we have the name, which is going to be URL, and we can also pass the type. The type is going to be of type URL as well. And then we can pass the title. The title is also going to be URL. Great, so I'm actually going to copy this object we have in here, and I'll duplicate it this time around for file. So the name is going to be file. The type also is going to be file. The title is going to be file like this. We can also add validation row to these images, which is an array. So we have our row function, and here we are going to return row.required. Okay, and we can also go on to add a min of 3 and also a costume error. So this is an array. That means it needs to be an array of minimum length of 3. Okay, so minimum of 3. So minimum of 3 images required like this. And then we can go on to define more fields for our hotel room. Okay, so let's add more. The name of this field is going to be equal to the cover image like this, and the title is also going to be equal to cover image, and the type is going to be of type object. And next we have the fields, because it's an object, so it's an array, where we have the name. The name is going to be URL, and the type is also going to be URL like this. And then we have the title, and the title is going to be URL. So I'm just going to duplicate this, where we are going to have the name. So the name here, and the name is going to be file, and the type is going to be file as well. And for the title, we'll also give it a title of file. Okay, so let's add more, let's add a validation before we continue. And let's just go on to say that this cover image is required. So we can have our rule, and we are going to return our row here. I'll just say it's required. And then let's not forget to call and also add our error. And we have our message and say cover image is required here. Next, we're going to define another field. Okay, and this is an object, so we have to add an object where we have a name, and the name of this field is going to be type, and the title is also going to be a room type. But now just fix this typo in here like this, and now we're going to have the type. The type is going to be of type string. Okay, but When it comes to options, we need to define these options because now we have list. We're going to define the list up here. Okay, so let's define the list by having this constant that we call room types, which is going to be equal to an array. Okay, for title, we're going to have our first room type, which is going to be basic, and then the value is going to be basic with a lowercase b. So basic, like this, and this has to be in an object. So I'll cut and wrap it around an object, and then I'll bring this down 2 more times, and the next type we're going to have is luxury for the title, and also for the value, but with a lowercase l. And the next is suit, and the value is also going to be suit, like this. So we can pass the room types as a value to this list over here. So we're going to have a list. And for validation, we can have a validation rule. So we have our function, and here we are going to return a rule that makes this required. We can also add an initial value. So the initial value is going to be basic. So when we create a room, it's going to be a basic room by default. So I'll duplicate this. And the next type is going to be special note. That's the next field, sorry. And the title is going to be special note. The type is going to be of type text. I'll get rid of the options. And for initial value, I'll just paste in this text over here, not room types. Just paste in this text and zoom out. So it's just a normal string, just giving the user some information. So this is the initial value, and it is also required. So that's not all for the hotel room. We still have more fields, and the next field is going to have the name of dimension. This field is not going to be required. The title is going to be dimension, and the type of this is going to be of type string. So it's not going to be required, and this configuration is actually okay for the dimension. And let's define more fields. The next field is going to be number of beds, and the title is going to be number of bed. The type is going to be of type number, and here next we are going to, let me just fix this, have our validation, where we have our validation rule, and we are going to return a rule that makes this required and have a minimum of 1. Okay, we can also give it an initial value in that case, and give it an initial value of 1 as well. And let's define more fields. The hotel room is going to go on to have an offered amenities, like this, and the title is going to be equal to offered amenities. And now let's have the type. The type is going to be equal to, where is it? It's going to be of type array. And next we're going to have an array of. So we're going to have the of value, which is also an array, and we can configure it with this object. So the type is going to be object, and then it's also going to have the different fields. Okay, so the field is an array, and we can also give it a name, and the name is going to be icon. So we intend to use font awesome icon so that we can integrate this seamlessly in our front end. We'll get to that when we start fetching data and when we start creating a room. So this is going to have another object, and the name this time around is going to be the amenity. Okay, no worries, we would see how this works. And this is going to have a title of amenity, and it's also going to have a type, and the type is going to be of type string. Here I'm not actually going to copy that. We are going to define another field for our hotel room. And the next field for our hotel room is to find out if the hotel room is booked. And the title is going to be is booked like this. The type is going to be of type boolean. And we're going to have an initial value of false because initially this room is not booked. So I'll bring this down, I think 2 more times, where we have the next one is featured. So the name of this field is going to be featured, and the title is also going to be is featured, and every other values can remain the same. So next we're going to have reviews, because a hotel room is going to have reviews, and the title is going to be reviews. The type is not going to be boolean. The type is going to be of type array, and we are going to configure. So we're going to have an array of words. So I'm going to fix this typo here, and it's going to be an array of type review. So of type review schema, which we have not defined yet. So let's import this hotel room schema in our index here. Actually, we need to export it first. So let's export default hotel room like this, and now we can import it in our index.ts. So let's take one last look of the hotel schema. In case you missed anything, please do refer to the GitHub, where you would see the code which we just wrote out together. Okay, so this is the hotel schema. Let's create more schemas. The next schema we're going to have is going to be our review schema. Okay, so it's going to be pretty much straightforward. So we have const review. The name here is going to be a name of review. Title is going to be review, and the type is going to be of type document like this. And then we have the different fields for our review. So this review needs to be linked to a hotel room and also to a user. So one field we are going to have is the name user, and also the title is going to be equal to user, and the type is going to be of type reference. We are not getting auto completion, so I'm gonna cut this object and make sure that I have it in the defined field method that comes from Sanity. Then I'll paste in this field, and we have this error already because a reference type needs to point to a document. So we're going to have this too, and this too is going to be an array, and this array of objects here, I will say the type is going to be type user. We can have a validation rule, and here we are just going to receive our validation rule and return, not here, so we're going to return the rule that makes sure that this field is required like this. So let's copy and paste it, because next looks similar, because next is also going to be a reference type that will be pointing to the hotel room, and the title is going to be hotel room. The type is reference. The type here is going to be hotel room like this. And then our review just has some more couple of fields. So let's bring this down 2 more times. And this is going to have a name of text, which is the actual review text. And the title is going to be review text. The type is going to be text. The type here is going to be reference. And the type here, sorry, I'm just going to revert this to text and get rid of this to here. Great, so that fixes it. And next is the user rating. So this is the user rating, which should be between 1 to 5. The title is going to be user rating. The type is going to be of type number, and I'll get rid of this too. And apart from required, I'm going to chain min. So it's going to have a minimum of 1 and also a maximum of 5. And we can just have our custom error. So just telling the user Rating must be between, not A, so rating must be between 1 and 5. So this is our review schema. Let's not forget to export this as a default. So export default review, and we can already import this inside of our schema types. So I'm just going to remove every other tabs that we have open and save this. We are not done creating our schema. Actually, we have one last schema to create, and this is our verification token. So this is the last schema we will be creating, and this is because we are making use of the email provider. So we have this const, which is going to be, we call verification token, and let's not forget to export this already. So the verification token schema is going to be pretty much straightforward. Okay, and this verification token is going to have a name of verification token like this, and next is also going to have a title, and the title is going to be equal to verification token. Okay, and the type is going to be of type document. Okay, like this. And now let's have the different fields. So field is an array. We're going to use our define fields method, and one field we are going to have is going to have the name of identifier. So a token is going to have the name of identifier, and the title is going to be equal to identifier like this, and the type is going to be of type string, and I'll just bring this down 2 more times. And next we are going to have a token, so I'll spell correctly, token, and the title is going to be equal to token, and the type remains string. And the next is expires, and the title is going to be expires, and the type is going to be date time like this. And this is for our verification token, so pretty straightforward. And I'll fix this typo over here. It should be verification token like this, and this is our verification token schema, so we can import it inside of our index.ts. So verification token, and that's it for creating our schemas. Pretty intense. You can verify in the GitHub, and we miss our verification token here. So let's see the type, if it's actually of type document. Yeah, it's of type document. So let's come back to the browser, and we see our verification token. So everything is fine, pretty intense. If you missed any, please do check the GitHub. Now we can proceed with our authentication using Nextauth. To get started with Nextauth, here we are in the documentation, and we see the command to install Nextauth Sanity. But let's scroll further down to the example usage. So here you see to use the GitHub provider, you need the GitHub client ID and the client secret. So what you do next, you come over to your GitHub profile and click on your profile avatar over here, and you click on settings. So once you're here, you can click on developer settings, and then click on OAuth apps. You create a new app. I had an app from previous, and you give this application a name, hotel management, and the homepage URL. We can take this from our application and paste it in here. And same for the authorization callback URL, so localhost 3000 and register application. So here we have our client ID. I'm going to copy our client ID and come over to the IDE, and in our env I'll create a new key which I'll call GitHub underscore client underscore ID, and also create a GitHub client secret. So GitHub underscore client and underscore secret, and we can get this from our repo. So here we are going to generate a new client secret, and you provide your password, and then you click on confirm. So now you have the client secret, you can copy, and before you go back to the IDE, click on update application, and next you can now paste this in the IDE over here. Okay, so we also need our Google Client ID and our Google Client secret. So here I'm gonna say Google Client ID and equal to, then we can also type our Google underscore client underscore secret. So let's go over for our Google Client ID. So come over to cloud.google.com and go over to the console. Okay, so let's wait for this to load up. And you would have to agree to the terms of service and click on agree and continue. Okay, so come over to this tab here where we have this drop down to select a project, and we're going to click on new project. So you can give this project a name. I'm going to give this project a name of hotel management like this, and click on create. Okay, to create this new application. So take note of this bell icon here. So once the application is created, we are going to be notified. Yep, it's done, and you can select the project. Now we're in the project dashboard. Let's create our API keys. So to do that, you can come over to APIs and services, and here click on OAuth consent screen. Yeah, so we click on OAuth consent screen, and it brings us to this dashboard. We'll just wait for it to load up. And here for the user type, please select external so that it's available for anyone with a Google account, and click on create. And we need to give this application a name. I would also give it the name of hotel management, and this name is the name that is going to be visible on the UI when Google is asking the user to authenticate. So this could be your brand name, and give the support email, and come down here. And for developer address, I will also go on to provide the same email address over here. So brightlrb2, which is the email address for this project. Sorry, the Google account I created for this project. So brightlrb2, and click on save and continue. So the next step is scopes. We can actually skip this. So just say save and continue. For test users, we would also say save and continue, and here you can see the summary of the information you provided. Okay, so this is the summary, and for us to proceed, you can now come over to credentials, and here in credentials tab, you just click on create credentials, and you choose OAuth client ID. And for application type, we'll choose web application. You can leave every other thing here. And then we come down here, we are going to click on add URI for authorized redirects URI. And this URI is going to be http://localhost:/, and then here we have 3000/API/auth/callback/Google like this. And you can, okay, I'll just delete this other one here. So that's the URI. And then once you have this URI, you can come down and click on create. So this has been created. We have our client ID. I'll copy this client ID and paste this in the IDE, and go over to copy our client secret. So this client secret, and I'll paste it in here as well. And I'll just say okay over here. So this is all we need, at least to get started with authentication, Google, and GitHub. Okay, so now we have all of these. We can come over to Next Sanity and copy this installation command. Open our terminal, and I'm going to quit our terminal and paste this in here. So npm install Next.js Sanity, and we also need to install another package, which is the Next.js package like this. Please do go on and install these packages, and I'll just wait for it to install. And once installation is completed, we are going to start our development server with npm run dev. Okay, so in our source folder, here in our source folder, we are going to create an API folder, which is a special folder in Next.js. And here we're going to create an auth, and inside the auth, we are going to create this special folder with next auth like this. And here we are going to create a route.tsx. Sorry, a route.ts. So here it is API auth, next auth, and route.ts. You can also see it over here. Okay, and to create this, we need to import the next auth, not from next auth. So next auth is just going to come from next auth like this. And here we are going to create our handler. So we say const handler is going to be equal to next auth. So I will remove these imports we have here and make this to be an uppercase N. And we call this, and you see it takes in some options we don't have yet. And let's go on and export this already. So we export this as an object like this. So we export handler as get. It all has to be uppercase. And we'll also export handler as post like this. And we need to provide the options for this. We are going to create a new folder in our source folder, which we'll call libs for library. And here we are going to create our auth.ts file. Okay, and this auth.ts file, we can go on and export this constant, which we'll call auth options. Auth options is going to be of type next auth options, which needs to be imported from next auth and equal to this object. So we can already import this auth options inside of this route handler here, and I'll just rearrange the order. So now we have this. Let's have our options defined in here. So the first options we are going to provide is the providers, which is an array. And for GitHub, we are going to have our GitHub provider like this, which we need to import. Okay, so this GitHub provider, we are going to import this GitHub provider coming from next auth. So next auth /providers and /GitHub. Okay, and we can already import the Google provider coming from providers /Google. And we're going to change the name here to Google provider. So this GitHub provider, as we saw in documentation, it takes in the client ID. And this is going to come from our process.env. And then let's go over to our env file and copy this key. So GitHub client ID. And we say as string to avoid any errors. And then for the client secret, it will also be coming from our process.env, and then we copy this GitHub client secret key, and we use it in here, and we say as string like this. Okay, so now we have this error. So I'm just going to fix this typo here. It should be string like this. And next we can have our Google provider. So I'll duplicate this, and I'm going to actually copy this Google provider and use here. So I'll copy the client ID from env and replace this, as well as the client secret. So replace this value over here. Okay, so after this, we also need to go on and provide the So we're going to provide the Sanity credentials, which needs to be imported from Next of Sanity like this. And this Sanity credentials is going to take the client. So we don't have the client yet. We are going to create the client in a second. And here the session is an object, and we say the strategy is JWT like this. Okay, so the next configuration is the adapter. And the adapter we're going to be using is going to be our Sanity adapter, which also needs to be imported from Next of Sanity. And we call this, and it also needs a client. We are going to provide a client in a second. And next, we want to get useful debugging consoles. So here we're going to set this only if node.env is equal to development. So that means debug is going to be true in that case. And for the secrets, we can define this in our process.env. So here in our env file, we're going to call this next auth_secret. And I'll just go with the word secret. You provide much more hard word to guess in your case. And this secret would be coming from our process.env and then with this next auth secret key. And we also need to provide more configuration. For now, the callback, I will just leave this empty object. We are going to revisit these callbacks. So let's create our credentials, our Sanity client to pass to our Sanity credentials. And to do this, still in our libs folder, I'm going to create a new file. And this new file I would call sanity.ts here. And let's go on and import the create client method, which comes from next sanity here. And we can have our sanity client variable, which is going to be equal to this create client. And this needs the project ID, which we are going to get from our process. And it also needs the data set. We'll come back to these. And it also needs this useCDN. Alright, so this useCDN, we are going to set it to be true only if we are in production. So if process.env.node_env is equal to production like this. Okay, and next we need to pass the token. And for the token, let's do that later. And next we need to pass the API version. And the API version is going to be 2021-10-21 like this. So for the project ID, we can copy this from env, so next auth sanity project ID. So project.env, and I'll paste this key. Same for our dataset, which will also be coming from our process.env.next public sanity dataset. And for the token, we can come to our application, and here I'll just click on this avatar and go over to manage project. Okay, so now we are here. We'll just wait for this to load up. You can come over to the API section. So click on the API section and click on token. And we're going to click on add API token. And we can give this API token a name. We see some example names that we have up here. And I'm just going to give this a name of read and write access like this. And I think we can space this. Okay, read and write access. And most importantly, you should make this editor like this. So click on this checkbox and you see you need to have read and write access to our database, our data set. So I'm going to copy this token and come back to the IDE here, come to the env, and I'll create a new env key for this token. And this I'm going to call sanity like this underscore studio underscore token. And then I'm going to paste in this our token and copy this and come over to our sanity.ts, and the token is going to be coming from our process.env and then sanity studio token like this. Let's export our sanity client. So we're going to export this as a default export. So we can pass our Sanity client to the Sanity credentials and Sanity adapter, and I'll let the IDE import this from our Sanity file. Okay, so this is what we have going in our Auth.JS file over here. So these are the settings. And now we are done with this. I'll just close all these tabs that we have here. And we can come over to our components, and in here I'm going to create an auth provider so that we can provide this to our components. So we have our auth provider.tsx, and I can already make this client component, making use of this use client directive. And next I'm going to import session provider from Nextauth React, and this is the JSX. So I'll call this Nextauth provider, and this is going to be equal to this arrow function, and we're going to receive props. So props is an object where we destructure children, and we say this is going to be of type props, and we can define the props up here. So type props is going to be equal to this object where we take children, and children is going to be of type react.react node like this. And come down here, we can have our return where we return the session provider, and in here we are just going to wrap it with those children that we get from our props like this. So we have this auth provider, we need to make use of it in our layouts. Okay, so come over to the app, and in here to the web, and in here to the layout.tsx, and I'm just going to cut and wrap everything with our next auth provider, which needs to be imported from our components, auth provider and auth provider. So this imports over here. So everything is fine for now. And now we have this, we can go on and come over to our auth and then our sign up page. So I'll come back to our app, and here our auth page.tsx, and this is the handle submit function. First, I'm going to quit our terminal. I'm going to restart our server. Okay, so before we actually continue this page, we are going to be sending some toast notification. So for that, I'll come over to our components and create a new folder, which I'll call toast.tsx toast, and create a new file which I'll call toast.tsx. So in here we are going to import the React hot toast package. So npm install react-hot-toast like this, and I'm going to make this a client component, making use of the use client directive, and then I'm going to import toaster, which comes from React hot toast. So this is pretty straightforward. We are just going to have this toast JSX, and here we are going to return toaster like this, and we're going to export default toast. Now to make use of this library, we are going to first restart our development server, and then come back to our layouts where we import this toast. So here, come over to the web, and in the layout.tsx, so just right above the main, I'm going to import toast. That will come from our components, toast/toast, and this file, this component here. Okay, so now in the page.tsx, I'm just going to make sure that we are still getting our console.logs. So here I'm just going to open up the terminal, and here I'll visit the auth page. So I'll click on this avatar, and this is going to take us to the authentication page, and I don't see the border around the input. And to fix that, I'm just going to have this hyphen here, and I'm just going to reload the page. Okay, so that we see our changes. And once it reloads, we get an error actually. So if we see this error, it's because we have you see we have this where is it? So you see localhost 3000/API/auth is not found. And if we come back to the IDE, that means our API folder is outside of our app folder. Okay, so you see our API folder, actually this folder needs to be inside of our app folder, and that's why we get this error message that this file for that page cannot be found. Okay, and to fix this error, we are just going to drag the API folder inside the app folder like this. We're going to move it, and this is the API folder actually inside the app folder. Okay, so inside the app folder like this. And if we come back to the browser and just reload this page, now we don't get any errors. So let's be sure that we are getting the values to the console. So I'll just give it a name of test and give it a password of 1 to 6. Click on sign up, and yep, we are still retrieving. So now let's work on this form submission. And the first thing I'm going to do, actually, rather than have this log to the console, let's come here and have this user. We are going to await sign up, and sign up needs to be imported. So import sign up from next auth sanity / like this client. So let's also import sign in like this, and also the use session hook, and this will be coming from next auth react. So we're going to import these from next auth / react like this. And then we can come down here and call this sign up method and pass our form data, which we just saw on the console not quite long. And here we're going to check if we have a user like this. Then we are going to send a toast notification to the user using toast.success, where we just go with the text of sign success, and then tell the user to please sign in. This is actually going to fail, but I want us to see this error because we have not yet implemented one route handler. So we're not going to see the success. Over here in the console.log error, we are going to see the error, and let's toast.error and say something went wrong. So it's actually going to fail, but I would like us to see it because we need to implement one last route. And if we come over to the browser, I'm just going to provide an email, so test@test.com, and the username is going to be test, and the password is going to be 1 to 6. So we click on sign up. Yep. So we see our error. And let's inspect this here. You see that we get this 404 not found. So /API/sanity/signup. We don't have this API route implemented, and that's why we get this error. So next auth sanity actually needs this API route. So inside of the API folder here, we are going to create a new folder, and this folder would call sanity. So this sanity needs to be directly inside the API folder like this. Okay, so inside here, we are going to create a sign up folder, and in here a sign up route. So for requests coming to /API/sanity/signup. Okay, so here we're going to import the sign up handler, and this sign up handler needs to be coming from next auth sanity. And next we're going to export our post handler. So we're going to say export const post, and this is going to be equal to sign up handler like this, and we're going to pass our sanity client. Okay, so go on and save this file, and actually this is all we need to do now for this to work. So I will reload our browser, and here for the email, let's go again. Let's give this an email of test@test.com, and for the name, I'll just go with the name of test, and provide a password of 1 to 6. So I'll click on sign up, and if sign up is successful, yep, we see success, please sign in. And if we come over to our Sanity Studio, we see the user here. So this test user we just created, and with these details. So wait for this to load. So we'll just give it a second, and it actually crashes. Okay, so nothing wrong here. We are just going to inspect the terminal. We see the terminal is fine. We're just going to reload this our studio. Okay, we made changes to it, and we haven't refreshed the studio in a while now. So once the studio reloads, you see that everything actually works fine. Okay, and this is the user we just created. So with this name, with this image, and we don't actually get the field email defined in our schema. So let's visit our schema. Perhaps we missed out the user email. So here inside of our schemas and go over to user.ts. Let's see, we actually missed the user email and know if it's also verified. So the verified field. So just after, I'm going to create the email field, and I'll define this field just after our password. So here, define field. And the name of this field is going to be email. So the name is going to be email. And the type is also going to be email. And then the title is going to be email, and the type actually is going to be string, so not email. So the type is going to be string. And I'll just duplicate this so that we know if the email is verified. So here we're going to have email verified. The type is going to be date time, and is actually not going to have a title because we are going to set this property as hidden. So hidden true like this. So let's come back to the browser, and I'll just reload our Sanity Studio to pick up the latest schema changes. And now everything works as fine. So you see we cannot type inside to change the email, the name, and I'll just make this admin to be true and publish. It was actually published when we created a user. So let's try, let's go back to the IDE, and in the IDE, we are going to have our login provider. So somewhere here, we have this sign in imported already and this use session. Okay, so let's get the data from our use session. So we're going to destructure data and rename it to session, coming from the use session hook. And in here, I would like us to console.log the session. Okay, so I want to do this so that we can see how the session object changes as we log the user in. So here we're going to have this login handler, which is going to be an async function like this. And we're going to have our try catch block. So in case of errors, we are going to log the error to the console. So we're going to console.log error. And next we're going to have this toast.error. And then we say something went wrong like this. And in the try block, we are just going to await the sign in like this without passing any provider here. Okay, and once we sign in, upon successful sign in, we want to go on and push the user to the home page. So here I'll just leave a comment and say push the user to the home page. I want to do this now so that we can see this console.log, and the sign in, the login handler, I'm going to pass it to the GitHub icon, and I'll just copy this on click here and pass this also to the Google, and also pass this to our login button, which is this button over here. So let's save this and let's go on to try this out. And we would expect to see our session and how our session updates. So here, I'll just close this. And you see we see a bunch of null. I'll just reload the application. And now we have our application reloaded. Let's try to sign in the user. So I'll click on login. And I'm going to log in with credentials. We already have the GitHub and Google wired up. But first, let's try to sign in with this user that we just created. And once we click on sign in with credentials, let's keep an eye on this console. And you see how we get the user object. So this is our session object. So we have our user email and our user name. So let's try to authenticate via Google. I'll just clear this and now click on the Google icon. And we're going to click on sign in with Google here. And I'm going to choose my email address. Okay, so let's keep an eye on the console. And over here, you see we still get our user from our session object. And if we come over to the our studio, I'll just reload because we still see the test user. And actually, we still see the test user because we don't have any functionality to sign out yet. So we have to just do this manually. But if you come over to the account, so if you just come over to the account, you see we have a new property OAuth, and you see the provider ID is Google, and we see all these properties, but the user is still the test user because we didn't sign out to that user. Okay, so we still use the same credentials as before. But we see everything here. So what I'm going to do actually, I'm going to manually sign out by deleting this property we have here. And come over to the user. I'm actually going to delete this user as well. So just come here and delete this user. Okay, so come out to application. I would come over to the applications tab so that I just clear all the storage that we got from Nextjs. So I'll clear the local storage and also clear the session storage in case we have any things stored there, and come over to cookies, and I would also clear the cookies. Okay, so now let's try this out. I'll reload our application and then I'll click on GitHub. Let's try signing in with GitHub, and here I'll just click on authorize myself. And if this is successful, we should be redirected back to our application. So let's wait for this. And we are redirected back to our application, and we see that we get our user. And this time around, you see the name updates to my user name, and I'll just make this user admin to be null. We see the image, we see the email, and I'll publish. So if you come over to the accounts again, you see we have OAuth, and we still have our user. So everything is working fine. So we can click on the back to our application, and I'm just going to sign out again manually. I'll clear all the storage that we have and reload our application, come back here, and I'll delete this user so that we can try our Google authentication. So I'll delete anyway, and it's not successful because first this OAuth, we need to delete it. So you see here, this GitHub OAuth, we are just going to delete, and now delete the user as well. Alright, so next we can now try to sign in with Google. I'll click on the sign in with Google. And we have already given this application permission, and we should be signing automatically. So here we see our user object, and now you see my name, and we see the user property. So everything is working fine, and you see it was actually published. And I'll just set this admin property to false. Okay, and everything works fine even if we come over to the account tab over here. So now we are making sure that we are getting the session. We can now make use of this to navigate the user to the home page. So in our use effect, let's not forget to add our dependency array. We need to push the user to the home page. And to do this first, I'm going to just quickly have router, which is going to be equal to the use router hook that the Next.js team gives us. So we import use router from Next navigation. Okay, and here we can push the user to the home page. So router.push to /, and I'll copy this and come over to our use effect. And first I'll go and check if we have session. If that is true, then push the user to the home page and add our dependency array where we need to pass router and session like this. So now we should be redirected to the home page because we have a session. Great, and we are redirected to the home page. So we have this page done. We see I'm just going to remove any console.logs that we have. So all these I'll leave in case of any errors. And now let's take a look at this callback object that we have here. Okay, so this callback object, I'll come over to the header. So here in the header component, I'm just going to get access to the session as we did in the sign up page. So somewhere here, I'm going to have this const where I destructure data, which I'll rename to session. And this is going to be equal to the use session hook, which comes from Next Auth React. And I'll just rearrange this. And here I'm going to console.log session. And if we come back to the browser, you see the property that we have in our session. So we have this user with an email, image, and name. We want to add an extra property to this session. So if we come over to Auth.JS, we have this callback object, have this session, which can be an asynchronous function. And here I'm just going to destructure session and token like this. So inside this function, I'll go on to get the user email from our token. So this is going to be equal to token.email like this. And I'm going to have this user coming from our Sanity client. So I'm going to await Sanity client.fetch. Let's try to fetch a user via this email. So here I'm going to provide a query. We're going to go more into this when we go over to data fetching. But the query actually works like this with the star and then the brackets. And we say the underscore type is equal to user. And we want to get a user by email. So where the email is equal to like this. And there we have the $sign email. So this $sign is to inject a parameter. So we'll get to this and we want to destructure the ID. So we added this 0 here because this returns an array and we want to just get the first matching element. And we can say this fetch is going to return an object. So an object with the underscore ID property, which is going to be of type string. So remember here, we are just getting the underscore ID. Now we have this user. What we are going to do next, we are going to return this object where we spread all the session and come down here where we update our user. So in our user property, we're going to have this object where we spread the session dot user, and most importantly, now we want to add this ID property, and the value is going to come from our user dot underscore ID. We are not making use of this email, so this fetch takes in a second argument, and the second argument is the query parameter. So come out here and you say we have params, which is of type query parameter, and we'll pass email to be user email. So this email needs to be this email with this $sign here. So this email. Okay, so now if we get the user and we update, I'm just going to log this user to the console and check our terminal. Everything still works fine, and we get our user. So if we open this up, now you see we have the user email, the ID, and other properties. So from previously we didn't have the ID, but now we have the ID of the user, and here we have it on the console, the user. So I think we should update that because that is not actually the user, that is the user ID. So I'm going to change this to user ID, and I would use it here. So rather than user ID, I'll actually call it user ID object and use this here. Okay, so that's great. Now we're sure we have the ID. We can make use of this in our header to correctly navigate the user to the user profile page. Okay, so this link that goes to /auth, I'm going to cut this, and I'll have a check to check if we have session.user. If that is true, then I'll paste this link. Otherwise, I would paste this link. Again, I'll still repaste the link, but the navigation is going to be different. So this link will go to the user profile, and this link will go to the authentication page if we don't have an authenticated user. So the href is going to be dynamic. I'm going to delete this, and so that we can use this object here and backtick. So we're going to go to /users, and then I'm going to use the $sign bracket session.user.id. Now we get this error that we don't see the user property, so user ID doesn't exist. We know it actually exists because we just saw this in the console. So to fix this error, we are going to have another types. So in our root folder, I'm going to create another file, and this file I would call next-auth.types.ts, like this. So in here, I'm going to import a type that will come from the Next.auth library, which is the default session type. So here we're going to declare a module. In this module, we're going to call the Next.auth module, and here we have our brackets. So we're going to have an interface for the session object, and in here user, and user is going to be coming from the default session. We're going to destructure user like this. So like this, we're going to destructure user, and we want to add an extra property. So we say end here, and we have this object where we add the ID, and the ID is going to be of type string. So now you see this gets rid of the error that we had in our header, and now the property ID property has been added to our session. And here I'm going to have another change, so to show the user profile image. So we're going to check if session.user.image. If that is true, we're going to return a div, not a fragment. We're actually going to return a div. And here we'll say otherwise, we'll just return this avatar. So in the case where the user doesn't have an image. So we're going to give this a width of 10, a height of 10, rounded full, and overflow hidden. And inside this div, we are going to have an image come from next image. And inside this image, we are going to have the source property, which is going to come from our session .user.image. And then we're going to have our auth property, which is going to come from our session .user.name. Okay, I'll now just add this exclamation sign here. Alright, so we're going to give this a width of 40 and a height of 40 like this. Okay, so this is the settings we need. If we save this and we come back to our application, you see our application reloads and we have an error. So we have an error for the host name, so for the image host name. So actually I'm going to copy this error and come over to our nextconfig.ts file. So here I'm just going to come over to our nextconfig.js, and inside this object here I'm going to have images, and images is an object where I have domains, and domains is an array of string where I provide the string. So if we open the terminal, you see NextAuth is trying to restart our server. I'm actually going to quit it and restart it ourselves using npm run dev. And if we come back to the browser, I'll just reload this. Okay, I'll reload this and wait for our application to build. So it loads up and we should see the avatar update. Great. So now we see the user avatar update to the user image, which in this case is just this A we have here. So for GitHub, if you have the errors, do go on and add the GitHub image in the domain. So now we have this avatar. I want to add an animation, and I'm going to do this inside of our global.css file. So first I'm going to give this a class name, and in the app, not API, web and global.css, I want to add a custom class name for our image and also a scale animation. So .img, I'm going to use the @apply directive and give this class name of object cover with full h full like this, and I'll have this styling for scale animation, making use of the @apply directive by Tailwind CSS. And on hover like this, I'm going to scale, and I'm going to scale this by 1 to 5, and then I'm going to transition all, and I'm going to give this a duration of 700 like this. So I'm going to copy this scale animation class name. We can now use it in our header, and also the img class name. Okay, so now those classes we wrote out here in the global.css is going to be applied. And if we come out to application, you see we get this hover animation on the image. So this is the authentication in our application. Next, let's continue with our hero section. So back to our app and in our page, so web page.tsx, here we are going to have our hero section. Okay, so I'll just have this placeholder here where I would have hero section. And then we can go over to create the components. So in the components folder, I'll create a new folder called hero section. And in here, I'll create a new file, hero section.tsx. So let's bootstrap this hero section and get rid of the React.js import. So import React from React, we'll get rid of it. And we can already import this hero section over here in our home page. So here, I'm going to import the hero section, and we are going to be working in this file. Alright, so I'll change this div to section and give it class names already. So give it a display of flex. I would also give this padding on the x-axis of 4, item center, and give it a gap of 12, and a container, and then I'll position the items in the center using MX Auto. And inside this section, we are going to have this div with a py of 10 and a height of full. And in here, we are going to have what I would call the heading. So we're going to have more like the heading inside this div. And also inside this div, we are going to have another section. And this section, I'm going to have this placeholder that I would just call the room description. Okay, so here we'll just have the heading, and inside this div we'll have the room description, and outside we'll have the images. Okay, so let's get started with the heading. So here we're going to have this h1, and I'll give this a class name of font heading. We don't have this custom font yet. We are going to create it in a second, and I'll give it a margin bottom of 6. And this text of explore, just say explore our exquisite hotel. And after this h1, I would have this paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have this text color of hashtag 4A, not 41 actually, so 4A, 4A, 4A. And on that theme, I would give this text of this hashtag FFF up to 6 places, and then add this EA like this. And I'm also going to give this a margin bottom of 12, and here I'll give this a max width of LG. And inside this paragraph, we are going to have this text of experience and exquisite like this. So experience and exquisite hotel immersed in rich history. Immersed in rich history, and also timeless elegance like this. So I'll just have this text inside here, and then I'll have this button that says get started. This button is gonna have the class name of button primary, another custom class that we haven't defined yet. We're going to define these font heading and button primary. Okay, so if we have a look on the browser, this is what we have going on. Okay, so what we can do next, we can come over to this to our global.css, and in here where we have this class name, I'm actually going to paste these other class names. So we have new class names for the button primary, the button tertiary, the font heading, and font normal. So we're using this at apply directive, and we apply these classes. You can obviously find this class in the GitHub repo, which I will attach to the description. Okay, so that's where you get these classes. I don't just want to see you to see me type all these classes from scratch and take our time. So that's why I just provided these classes here, which you'll find again in the GitHub attached to this video. So go on and save this file, and if we have a preview of what we have now, this is what we have updated with our heading and also our primary button. So now we can write for our room description. I'm going to get rid of this heading tag here, and I'll also get rid of this room description. Okay, and I'll give this, have a div here which I'll display flex, justify between, and I would also give this a margin top of 12. So inside this div, we are going to have another div like this, and this div, I'll give it a class name of flex, and I would also give this a gap of 3, give this a flex call like this. Position the items in the center and justify center. Alright, so inside this div, we are going to have a paragraph, and the paragraph that would say basic room here. And this class name for this paragraph is going to be text SM, XS, and on large devices and above, this is going to have a text LG, and I'll position the text in the center. So below this paragraph, we're going to have what I will call a counter. So more like showing how many basic rooms that we have in our application. And this is going to have a class name from medium devices. I'm going to position this. I'm going to give this a font bold and a font medium by default. Give it a text LG. And on larger, extra large devices, I'll give it a text of 5XL. So in here, we can have a count. As I said, we're just going with plus 20. I'm just going to bring this down twice, like this. So after basic room, next we're going to have luxury room. And after the luxury room, we are going to have suites, which are the three main kinds of room that we are supporting in our application. And this is what we have going for preview. So next, for the images, we are going to have this div. And let's style this div by giving it these class names. And on medium devices, we are going to display this as a grid. And this is going to be hidden on smaller devices by default. And this is going to have a cap of 8. And we're going to give this a grid cause of 1. So inside here, we're going to have this first div, which would give rounded to XL and give overflow of hidden. We're going to give this a height of 48. And inside here, we are going to render an image. So we import image from next image, and we'll give this image a source. So this image source is going to be a string. And we also give it an alt, which will be a string, and we're going to give this a width of 300 and a height of 300, like this. So for class name, I'm just going to use our img class name and give it our scale animation. Remember, all these are coming from our global.css. And after this, we are going to have another div that will hold two images. And this would have a class name of grid. And now we're going to give this grid calls 2. Remember, the first one was grid call 1. And we are going to give this a height of 48. So we're going to give this inner div rounded to XL, overflow hidden, like this. And here I'm going to have an image. I think we can actually copy this image that we have from up here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this over here. We have two images because we have grid calls 2. So I'm going to copy this div and duplicate. So if we go to the browser, let's have a quick preview. This is what we have for now. Okay, so this is what we have. And for the images, I have actually provided us with images to use in our project. So if you come over to the public, which is where we save static assets, I'll create an images folder, and in here I'll paste these images which I got from Unsplash. So these are the 3 images which we'll be using in this project. So let's point to those images. So here, to point to it, we don't go with /public, we actually go to /images. Automatically, Next.js is going to look in the public folder, and the name of the file is hero1.jpg. And for the alt, I would also go with an alt of hero1. So I'll copy this and use this here. So the next image has a name of hero2, and the alt is hero2, and same for the third image. So I'm going to paste it here and go with hero3 for the name, and same for the alt. So once we have this, let's save this and have a preview. So this is what we have now for our application. Great, so we have this and it works as fine with our theming feature. Great, so let's animate this counter that we have here. So I'll zoom out a bit actually. And this other section for the images is the section on the right where we display these images. Okay, so and we have these images here. Okay, and we have this first image and we have this div for the 2 images, and in this other place the same thing applies. So I would like us to animate the text, and for that I'll create another component which I would call count. So I'll zoom in a bit and call this count up number. Okay, so I'll copy this and create a file countupnumber.tsx. So let's have the JSX for this component. I would first remove the React.js import, and this is going to be FC for functional component. And we are going to be receiving props. So, but first I would like us to go on and manage state. that is the count state, and set count, which is going to be equal to useState that we import from React. And we're going to start at 0. And this FC is going to be receiving props. So here we are going to define a type for our props, and this is going to be equal to this object, where we have the end value, which is of type number, and we also have the duration. This duration is going to be in milliseconds. Okay, so this is going to be of type number. Okay, so here we are going to be receiving the props, or we can destructure directly, that is the duration as well as the end value. All right, so here just below this our set state, let's have our use effect that we import from React. And our use effect, we have this callback function, and we should not forget our array of dependency. Okay, so let's go and have this function, this update count function, which is going to help us to achieve this animation. So this update count is going to be called with the timestamp, which is going to be of type number. Okay, so to achieve this animation, we are going to have the start time, which is of type number, like this. So we are going to update this start time based on the timestamp that we have here. So first we're going to check if there is no start time, then the start time is going to be equal to the timestamp that we pass across to this function. And we are going to keep track of the progress, and we're going to say this is equal to the timestamp dot the start time. So this is going to give track of the progress we have, and we say if progress is now less than the duration that comes in via props, we are going to update our count. And we're going to update our count by getting the minimum value. So making use of math.min, which takes in the values, and the value we are going to pass in here is going to be the end value. And we're going to have this mathematical operation here, where we say the progress divided by the duration, and we multiply this by the end value. Okay, so this is we going on to update our set count, our count property. And let's keep track of the animation. And the reason we are keeping track of this animation frame ID here is so that we can unsubscribe and do some cleanup. Okay, so we have this animation frame ID, and we are going to say this is going to be equal to request animation frame provided by JavaScript, and we pass this function. So this update count function here, and that's the callback we pass. Else we are just going to go on and say set our count to the end value, okay, that we get from props. So let's pass our dependency arrays. So in this array of dependency, we are making use of the end value and also the duration. Okay, so let's update our animation frame ID just after this update count. So our animation frame ID is going to be equal to request animation frame ID, and the callback is going to be our update count. Okay, like this. And let's not forget our cleanup. So we are going to return here, and this return is going to take this callback function, and this callback function we can cancel the animation frame and pass the animation frame ID, okay, the handler to it. So I'll just zoom out so you see the complete implementation. And here we are not actually going to have a div, we're going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph needs to be the count. So actually I'm going to copy this from the hero section. So this paragraph we have here, just copy one of these paragraphs and I'll use it in here. I'll replace what we have here, and we need to round it up. So the count, I'm just going to have these brackets, and we are going to use the math dot round like this, and we are going to pass the count to it. Okay, so this is the implementation for this count up number functionality, and we can already use this in our hero section. Remember, we are managing states here, so making use of this is going to give us errors but no worries. I would just like us to see the error and we are going to fix the error. So I'm going to import this component, and in here we are going to pass the duration. Remember, it's in milliseconds. I'll pass 3000, which means 3 seconds, and the end value I'll just pass 200. You can play around with these figures. Okay, so I'll pass it here like this, and if we save and we go back, we should see our error. Yeah, so we see our error because we are using useState in this count-up number component. But to surpass or to suppress the error, we can make this client component, making use of the use client directive. We would come back to this. Okay, so if we reload our application, now you see the counter animation. You can, play with the different values. So you can play with the duration, maybe give it 5000 for 5 seconds, and also play with the, with the different end values to just fit your application needs. So we have this, but I want us to see something actually. Let's copy this text, and if we right click and we view the page source, so I'm just going to wrap this, and we find this text, we don't see it because this is a client component where we made use of the use client directive. Even if we copy this other text and we come back to the page source, we don't see this text in here. Okay, and that is an issue. That's an issue for SEO, and we sometimes need this because this is our hero section. You might need to, render some part of your application on the server and some part on the client. Now, to fix this, first we can comment this out because this is what broke the code, and get rid of this use client directive here, and you see our application works as expected. Okay, but now we don't have our animation, and if we copy this and we view the page source, I'll wrap this again and find here, you see we see our explore text because now this is a server component and it is rendered on the server. But once we attach our use client directive, it becomes a client component and it's no longer rendered on the server. So I actually want to render part of my application on the server, and I'll get rid of the use client directive, and this brings us back to our error, and I'll come back and zoom out here. Okay, so now how do we achieve this? So what's going to happen is I'm going to create 2 new components here. I'm going to create a client component.tsx, and I'm also going to create a server component.tsx. So the client component can take in server components as props, and this is what I want to do here. So I want to pass props to this client component, and these props are going to be the server component. So the part of the application I want to render on the server. So here in the server component, we are going to bootstrap this component, and I'll get rid of the React import. And in the hero section, I'm going to copy everything we have here. So in here, I'm just going to copy this entire section, and we are going to paste it into our client component in here like this. I'll get rid of the React import and make this a use client component like this. We have the errors, we'll fix it. So I want to render this section where we have the H1 paragraph and button. I actually want to render it on the server side. If you want to handle click events on this button, you have to handle it on the client because there's no clicking on the server. So here I want to render this section on the server side, and I'll cut it, and here in the server component I'm actually going to change the structure here. So I'll remove everything and I'll export this constant, and this constant I'm going to call heading 1, and it is going to be equal to this JSX here. So it has to be this self-closing tag like this. So heading 1 is going to be equal to this JSX. And this header 1 is going to be passed down to this component as prop. So you can say this is of type FC for functional component, which is a generic type. Let's create a prop. So we're going to say type prop is going to be equal to this object where we have heading 1, and heading 1 is going to be of type react.react node. All right, so we're going to pass props in here, and here we can go on to receive props, and here the structure, the heading 1 from the props. So let's bring in the heading one. And this heading one, we are going to have it in the place where we had that text. So in here, we are going to have the heading one like this. So this is a server component that we are expecting via props. And I'll just import this count up number for the counter animation. And I also want to render this section where we have these images. So, one of the advantage of having a server component is fast load time. So I just want these images to be coming from the server. So I'll call it section 2 and I'll paste this. And we have errors, so I will try to import the image component. Okay, so maybe I'll just import it manually. I would import image from next image like this. Okay, and the error should go away. So this section 2, which contains our images, we are going to also receive it as props in this client component. Okay, so in here, let's go on and customize our props so that it expects this section 2, which is also going to be of type react.react node. Alright, so here we are going to pass the section 2 over here where we had the section 2 previously, like this. So this section 2 doesn't have to come from our server component. Let's bring it in via props. So here we are going to bring it in from the props. So this is the setup we have now. This is our client component, and in our hero section, we are going to import the client component like this. So go on and import the client component, and I'll remove these other imports we have here. Now this client component needs the props, so it needs the section 2, which is going to be equal to section 2, which will be coming from the server component. And it also needs the heading 1, which is going to be equal to this heading 1 from the server component. So if we reload our application, you see that our application works as fine, and we get the best of both worlds. So we have our client component, which renders this counter over here, so this section, and we have this heading section coming from the server component. And we can prove it if I copy this and I right click and view the page source this time around and I find it, you see that it is there. So we have this text. It wasn't there before when we made use of the use client directive, but it is there now. And then if we copy this other text and we check, we are going to see it's there. So we have the section of our application rendered on the server side, and we just have this counter section rendered on the client. Okay, so you can play around with these figures, this counter animation we have here. You can just play around with it, give them different values. Just give this value of 50, 120, 60. You can change the duration anyhow as you wish. All right, so next we can go on to have our other components. So we can have our search component next. So for our search feature is just going to be below this about hero section. And let's come back to the application. I'm going to close all these other sections and let's come over to our page, so which is our home page. I'm just going to collapse all of these. And in our page.csx, here we are going to have our page search section. Okay. And we obviously have other sections. Next, we're going to have our featured room section. And next, we are going to have our gallery. And lastly, we are going to have our newsletter section. So let's get started with our page search section. So this section over here. And I'm going to come over to the components and create a new component, which I'll call page search. And inside this folder, I'll create another file, which I'll call page search.tsx, like this. So let's bootstrap this page search component. I'll get rid of the React import. And this page search component is going to take a search component. So in the components folder, I'll create another component for search and create a search.tsx. And the reason why is because this search is going to be reusable across pages. So that's why I'm putting it in its own component rather than the page search. So we're going to import this search component inside the page search component so that it can be customizable. So we import the page search component inside the home page like this, and we can come to the browser to have a preview. So this is our search component. Let's come back to the browser and let's test the responsiveness of our application. We didn't actually test this after working on the hero section. So we see how responsive our application is, and everything works fine with our dark and white theme feature. Okay, so you see we can scale and see how our application adjusts to the different viewports. All right, so we can go back and work on our search component. And this search component, I'm going to change this to use a section. And the class name is going to have a background of tertiary light, which is our own tertiary light color. This is going to have a px of 4 and a py of 6. And it's going to have a rounded lg. And inside here, we are going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name of container and mx auto. We're going to display it as flex, give it a gap of 4, and give it flex wrap, and also justify between items center like this. And inside this div, we are going to have another div. This div is going to hold our drop down. So we're going to give it a width full, and on medium devices, we're going to give it 1/3 of the width. And on large devices, we are going to give the width auto like this, and give it a margin bottom of 4. And also on medium devices, give it a margin bottom of 0. So here we're going to have a label, okay, but there's not going to be any HTML4. This is going to have a class name of block. I'm going to display this as block and give this a text SM, a font medium, margin bottom of 2, and not too black. We are going to give this a text of black. And in here, we are going to go with the room type for the label. All right, so after this label, we are going to have this div. We'll give the class name of relative. And then we're going to have a select without any name or without any ID. Okay, but we're going to style it, obviously. Give this a class name of width full. Give this a padding X of 4, a padding Y of 2. Give this capitalize. And give this rounded, and give it leading tight and also not data, although on the dark mode like this. I'm gonna give this background of black, and give this a font on the focus state. Give this an outline of none. So that is class names for our select. So a select always have options, but first we are going to handle give this the onChange handler. So in this select, I'm going to pass this onChange. And this onChange is going to be equal to a function we haven't defined yet. So we're going to reference this handle room name, room type change function, which we don't have yet. Okay. And here for the value, we are going to give this a value of room type filter. All this will be coming from props. And this select is going to have these options, okay? And this option is going to have the text all, and I will just bring this down. And the next option is going to be for our different room. So this is going to be basic for our basic room, and this is going to be luxury. I'll just copy this luxury and use this over here. And the last one is going to have the tag of suite, which is the last type of our room like this. Okay, so this is what we have going on. And after this first section, if we save, yeah, we get these errors. So to avoid these errors, I'm just going to comment these out until we have them from props. And this is what we have going on. So after this, we are going to have another section for our search input. So we can style this. We're going to give it a width of full, and on medium devices we're going to give it 1/3 of the width, and on large devices I'm just going to give this a max like this, give this a width auto, and a margin bottom of 4, and on medium devices a margin bottom of 0. So here we're going to have the label without any HTML4, and the class name for this is going to be display of block. Okay, we're going to display this label as a block, text SM, font medium, a margin bottom of 2, a text black, and here we'll give this label search. So outside this label we're going to have our input, and the input type is not going to be text, it is going to be search like this. And here we are going to give this an ID of search, and we are also going to come here and give this a placeholder of search ... just like this. And here we can go on to handle the class name. And before we continue with the class name, let's give this a value, which also come from prop. So we're going to comment this out, and the value is going to be search query, and on change event, which is going to point to a function we don't also have yet. We're going to just call this handle search query like this, change. So handle search query change, and I'll just comment them out since we don't have them to avoid errors. Now we can style our input, give it a width full, a px of 4, a py of 3, give it rounded, leading, tight like this. And on the dark mode, I'm going to give this a background color of black. And I'm going on the focus state, I'm going to remove the outline by saying outline none like this, and give this placeholder a text of black. And also on the dark theme we can style the placeholder and give this a text of white. Okay, so this is the second section, and next is going to be our button. So we're going to have this button, and this class name is going to be our button primary like this, and the type is going to be equal to button. Okay, and on click we are going to have a function which we don't have yet. So handle filter click, and I'll comment it out and give this button the text of search like this. So we can save this, and this primary button, remember, is coming from our global.css. That's why we have this button primary. All right, so I'm just going to close this off, global.css, and if we come back to the browser, this is what we have going. So we have this drop down, we have our search, and we over here we have our button, and there's a typo there in our button which we can just quickly fix like this. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this back in because now we are going to customize this search component by receiving props. So here we are going to import FC from React like this, and let's make this a client component, so making use of the use client directive. And this FC is a generic type which we'll define up here. So this type called props is going to be equal to this object, and we are going to receive the room type filter. This is going to be a string, and then we are going to go on and receive our search query like this, and this search query is also going to be of type string like this. Okay, we're also going to receive the function that would update these properties. So the set room filter type filter, and this is going to be a function that gets a value which is of type string and returns void like this. And up next we are going to have the other function which we called set search query like this, and now we can pass our prop to FC and we can just destructure these values from the prop. So set room type filter, and set search query like this. So we have these types, and we are going to define some other functions here. So this handle room type change, which will make use of these properties coming in from props. So handle room type change is going to take the event. Remember, this is a select dropdown. So if we see here, it is a select, and select is going to have the event. The type of this event is going to be of type change event, but this change event is a generic type, and here we're going to say this is a type of HTML select element like this. And what happens on change, we are going to call set room type filter, and we are going to pass the event target value like this. Okay, so next prop, that's this next function, is this handle search query change, which is being called on this input element. Okay, so here I'm gonna have this function that we call handle search query change, which is going to take the event, which is also a change event, but this time around is a change event on the HTML input element. And in here we are going to update our query. So we're going to set search query to the event target value like this. And lastly, for this button, so handle filter click, we're going to have this const here where we call handle filter click, and this is just going to be this arrow function. And in here we are going to go on and call and navigate the user to the rooms page like this, so with the query. So in order for us to do this, we need to import the router. So here, just up here, I'm going to say const router is going to be equal to useRouter, and useRouter needs to be imported from next navigation, and you call this useRouter like this. So here, when the user clicks on the search, we're going to call this router, and we're going to push the user to the rooms page. So the path is going to be dynamic, and we use backtick to go to /rooms, and we are going to construct a query where the room type is going to be equal to the room type filter, and we're going to add another property to this query where the search query is going to be equal to this dynamic search query here like this. And in page search, we're going to handle these props. So we're going to say the search and also the search query. We're also going to pass the set room type filter and all these props here. So we're going to go on and set our state. So we're going to set the room type filter and a function. So set room type filter is going to be equal to useState, which calls from React, and by default is going to be an empty string. So let's not forget to make this a client component, making use of the use client directive like this. And we can set another state value here. We're going to set another state value for the search query. And here we have set search query is going to be equal to useState and an empty string by default. So the room type filter is going to be equal to this room type filter from state, also this search query, and also the set room filter. We're going to pass it here, and then the set search query function is going to be passed here. So if we save this and let's try this out already, I'll just reload the application. You see how it works on the light and dark theme. We can also test the responsiveness of this application, and everything is working fine in that regards. So let's try out the query, and I'll just add any dummy search here and click on search. So let's take a look at the URL. So you see we are redirected to /rooms, and we have the query over here. Great. We're going to make use of that information when we work on the rooms page. So this is what we have going. I'll just get rid of these components, and next for the featured room, we would come back to this because it involves some data fetching. We can already work on the gallery components. So here in the components folder, I will create a new folder for the gallery. like this. And in here, I'll create a new file, gallery.tsx. So in here, I'm going to paste these components that I already provided for us. So I'm just going to paste this, get rid of the React import, and just, I'm just going to remove everything we have here. So the reason why, again, is because this is just a static component, no data fetching or anything special going here. And I don't just want you to watch me type out all these class names and waste your time. So see, we're using the img and we are just using our hero images that we imported in our public folder. So that's all that is going on in this gallery page. So if you come over to public images, you will see the images where they are being referenced. So that's all is going on here. We can go on to make use of this gallery component already, and I'm going to import it in our page.tsx. So here I will import the gallery component, and if we go back to the browser, we see our gallery component, and we can test the responsiveness of this component as well, and we see that this component is equally responsive. Okay, so it's responsive like this. So we see the gallery component is responsive and it works fine with our dark and white theme. Okay, so this is the application. Next, let's go over to the newsletter component. Okay, so over here, we're going to paste in this component. So come over to the components folder and I'll create a new folder for newsletter. And I'll create a new file for newsletter.tsx and I'll paste it in. Again, please, you can find this code in the GitHub. This is just static data and I don't want to waste your time for you to see me typing all these JSX with all these class names. But you can just copy and paste this code from the GitHub. There's nothing special going on inside of this component. It's just styling purposes. Okay, so this is what is going on in here. So you can go on and save this component, and please once again get the code from GitHub, and I'm going to import this newsletter component from the components we just created. So this is the newsletter component with this input, and we can go on to test that it is responsive as well. So we see that the newsletter component is equally responsive. All right, so we have this going on in our application. Now we can go into data fetching and work on our featured room section. Okay, so let's come over to our components, and in here I'll create a new folder called featured room, and I'll create a new file that I call featuredroom.tsx and have this React component here. I would also get rid of the React import and import this component inside of our page.tsx like this. We can come over to the browser, and here in the browser, I'll just scroll down and you see our featured room. So for us to continue, we need some rooms that we are going to play around with. And let's come over to our Sanity Studio, and I'll just reload this Sanity Studio. Alright, so now we are here. We can see this user which we created earlier, and we are going to go over to the hotel room section. So in here, we are going to create a hotel room, and we need to fill in all these details. So I'm going to fill in the name, and the name I'm going to call Deluxe Suite, which is a name I just made up. And for the slug, we can generate a slug based off the name, and the description, I will paste in this description here. And the description needs to be minimum 100 words. So in case you're having an error, you can fix it. And same for the price, minimum 100 characters. You see here, if we choose 19, we have an error, and the error says minimum 100. So the minimum cost for our room is 100. We set this together. And the discount, I'll just go with a discount of 8, and for images I'll come to unsplash.com, and in unsplash.com I'm going to search for rooms here. So I'll search for room, and here I'm going to copy the image address. So any of these rooms I will copy and use in our project. So for every other room, I'm just going to fast forward through. So here I'll copy the image address and add item. I will paste in the URL and exit. So next I'm going to fast forward. And now for the cover image, I'll come back to Unsplash and choose an image here. So maybe this image, I'll copy the image address and I'll paste it in here. The room type, so by default we chose basic, which is okay. I'll change it to suit, and in the dimension I'll give this a dimension of, let's say, 600 square foot. You can give this any dimension of your choice. For number of beds I will just go with 2, and for offered amenities let's add an icon. So this has to be font awesome icon like this, so FA and then bed. And for the amenity you can give it any name, so I'll just give this a name of king side bed to match, and I would add 2 more amenities. Okay, so this is going to have an icon of FA Wi-Fi, so font awesome. And the amenity, we can just use a text like free Wi-Fi or anything like that. And I'm going to add 1 more. So I'll add an icon, and this icon is going to be FA Coffee, and the amenity is going to be coffee maker like this. So by default it is not booked. I will make this featured like this and go on to publish this hotel room. So if we click on this right hand corner here where we have these 3 dots, just here we can inspect this, and we are going to see all the properties the hotel room has. So it has this cover image. This cover image has the URL, it has the description, it has these images. So I added 5 images, and I can just collapse them, and each image has its key and URL. Okay, and you can see here is featured and the offered amenities that comes with this room. We can see the price. The slug has the underscore type and the current, and then the special notes. I'm going to fast forward and I'll create 4 more hotel rooms at the background. I have created these hotel rooms, and now that we have these hotel rooms, it's time for us to go into the world of data fetching. So I created 4 more, and we can see the hotel rooms here. So let's come back to code, and now we are in the IDE. I am going to create 2 new files. Okay, so I'm going to create these files in our libs folder, and the first file I'm going to create is a sanity queries file. So I'm going to call this file sanityqueries.ts, and our queries would live inside of this file. We will come back to this file. We are going to create another file, and this file we would call apis.ts, and this is the file that we'll be discussing to our Sanity client. So let's export a function that we are going to use to fetch our featured room. So we'll call this function get featured room like this. And here we are going to have a const which we'll call result, and this result is going to await our Sanity client, and in Sanity client we have this .fetch method. You see it takes in the query. For now I will just pass in this empty string, and I'm going to also pass an empty object for params because we don't have any params. So we can create this query. So let's come over to our sanityqueries.ts file, and in this file I'm going to export a constant which I would call get featured room query. Now this is going to be equal to grok, So grok from Sanity Client, it has no special use case rather than maybe for auto completion or suggestions like that. So we have the star and we have our grok query here, and we want to fetch a room where the type is equal to hotel room. Now if we come back to our Sanity Studio and we inspect one of these rooms here, you see that the underscore type is hotel room. That's why we can query by this type of hotel room, and we see is featured is false. So if I check the first room we created together and I inspect, you see here that is featured is true. Okay, so this query is going to return an array, and that's why we're going to take the first element. So we're going to chain is featured property and say where is featured is equal to true, and I'll have this array, this structure here, something like that, where I take in the first element, and here curly brackets, I'm going to just take the properties that we need, and we need the underscore ID. We also need the description. We also need the discounts of the room. We need the images, and we need this is featured property. We also need the name. We need the price as well, and we need a slug. So this query, we are going to import it in our APIs file. So here, just after this Sanity import, I'm going to import everything. So using star like this as queries, and this is going to be coming from the Sanity queries file. So this file here. And now rather than an empty string, we are going to pass our queries, and then we can access the get featured room query like this. Now this fetch can take in an extra object for configuration, and one configuration we can pass is cache, and we see the options. One option is no cache, and this just says we want to go on and disable any caching mechanism and always fetch data on every request. Now apart from this cache, we can also pass another configuration which is next, and next is an object where we pass revalidate and we pass a number. Now this number is in seconds, so for 1800 we mean 30 minutes. Okay, so 1800 seconds, and this revalidate is going to go on and fetch data on this interval. So in this case, every 30 minutes this function is going to get called automatically and refetch. So this might be the use case in your application where you know your data doesn't change as often, but in this case, because I'm in development and I would like to see my changes happen, I would just go back to cache, no cache. So that's this function gets called on every request. And let's not forget to also return the result that we get from our Sanity client like this. Okay, so now we have this query. You will see fetch. Fetch is of type any. So fetch is a generic type, and we can pass in the type. So in our app here, I'm going to create a new folder which I would call models. So here I'm going to create this folder which I'll call models like this, and I'm going to create a room model so that we can map how a room looks like in our application. All right, so let's export this type. I would call it room equal to this object, and the room is going to have an underscore ID which is of type string, and it's also going to have a cover image. A cover image is going to be its own type. So here I'm going to have this type of cover image, which is going to be equal to this object. Okay, and here I'll just have the URL, which is going to be of type string, and pass this over to cover image. And next, room is going to have a description, which is a string, and the room is also going to have dimension, and dimension is going to be of type string. We also have this discount, which is of type number, not string, and we also have this images. Images is its own unique type, so here I would have this type for images like this, which is going to be equal to this object where each image will have the underscore key property, which is a string, and also have the URL, which is a string like this. And we can pass this image to this image, so an array of this image property like this. And next, apart from images, we can also have this is booked property, which is of type boolean, and we also have is featured, which is also of type boolean, and we also have the name of the room. The name of the room is a string, and we have the number of beds that we have in the room, which is of type number. And we also have the offered amenities. So offered amenities, it is its own unique type. So we're going to define a type for our amenity here. So our amenity is going to be equal to this object. And here we have the underscore key property, and the underscore key is going to be of type string. And here we also have the amenity. The amenity is going to be of type string. And we also have the icon, which is also of type string. So this amenity, we are going to pass it here as an array of amenity like this. And we also have the price of the room. The price is of type number, and we have the slug. The slug is its own unique type. And here we can define the type. So all these types, we saw it in our Sanity Studio when we inspected a room. So this slug is of type, the type is of type string, and we also have the comment property, which is the actual slug of type string. So I'm going to pass the slug to the slug over here like this. And then we also have the special note. The special note is also a string. And we have the type, so the type of this property, which is a string like this. We have this room type, we can now import it inside here and pass it over to fetch. So if we go over to get featured room query, if we come over here, you see these properties are part of the properties that we are expecting a room to have. And fetch is going to be of type room, and also this function resolves to a room. Okay, so now we have this function. We need to make use of this function in our page.tsx. So in our home page, we are going to go on to make use of this and fetch a room. So just here, I'm going to have this called featured room, this variable, and this featured room variable like this is going to be equal to the result of awaiting our get featured room call from our libs. We have an error because we can go on to mark this component as an async component. So home here is going to be equal to this async component. And already we can console.log this featured room so that we are sure of if our query actually works as expected. So let's open the terminal right here in the IDE because this is a server component. And I'm just going to save. And here we see our featured room. So we see our featured room with these properties here. So with the price and all these properties that we set in our Sanity Studio. So this is our featured room. I will collapse the terminal and actually exit from this terminal. So this featured room, we are going to pass it as prop to our featured room component. And this is going to lead to an error because in the featured room component, we are not yet accepting the prop. Now is the time to change it. We are going to mark this component as a functional component, and here we're going to receive props. So this prop type, let's define it here. So we say type props is going to be equal to this object where we're going to get the featured room, and we have seen this featured room is going to be of type room. So let's import this room here, and I'll just separate it from the React FC input. So we have this, and next this div, I'm going to rename it to a section. So just here, I'm going to rename this to a section, and I'll copy and paste it over to the closing div. So let's style this component. I'm going to give it a class name of flex, so I'll display it as a flex. And on medium devices, I would say flex role, and by default, I would go with flex column. Give this a padding on the x-axis of 4, and I'll also give this a padding on the y-axis of 10, and give this item center, and give this a gap of 12. I would also give this container styling, and then give it a margin on the x-axis of auto. Now inside this featured room, we are going to have another div. So another div with the class name on medium devices, we display it as a grid. and give this a gap of 8, give this grid calls 1, and in here we are going to have another div. So this is the div that holds one image. Okay, it has a column of 1, and I'll give this rounded to Excel overflow hidden, give this a height of 48 like this, and I'll also give this a margin bottom of 4. And on medium devices, I would take off the margin bottom. So in here, we're going to have an image. So we would import this image from next image like this. And in here, this image property, we're going to give it a source. And the source, we can already now get our props so that we are going to destructure the featured room from our props. So here, I'm going to destructure the featured room. Alright, and now this image source is going to be pointing to the cover image of the featured room. So here we're going to go with featured room, and here dot cover image dot URL. Okay, and then we have the alt, and the alt is going to go to the name. So alt is going to be equal to featured room dot name like this. Okay, so we can also pass the width, and the width is going to be 300, same as the height. So the height also is going to be equal to 300 pixel. And we can give this our image class name and also our scale animation, which we defined in our global.css. So let's save this and let's see a first preview of what we have going on. So I'll come over to the browser and we have an error. Okay, now this error is because we are not getting the cover image from the API. So if we go over to our query, get featured room query, here we are not actually receiving the cover image. So we'll add this property and that should fix our error. If we come back to the browser, so I'll just come back to the browser here and let's see. We have a different error, and that's because images.unsplash is not configured. So let's copy this host name. And here we're going to come over to our sanity config. We'll come to our, where is it? So our next config. And in here, we are going to add this URL like this. We would save this and we are going to quit our terminal and restart. So I didn't actually save, so I will save, I'll quit the terminal again and restart npm run dev. So this should fix our error. Let's just wait for it to load and let's preview. I'll just refresh our application. And wait for it to load. Okay, so this should fix our error. So if we scroll down to take a look at our featured room, so yeah, so we now see the cover image. Great, so I'm gonna close this. And let's have another div where we'll display 2 images. Okay, so this other div is going to be having a grid code2 property. So here in this div, I'm going to give this div a class name of grid and give this grid code2 and give this a gap of 8, and I'll also give this a height of 48. So inside this div, we are going to map through featured images. So featured images, we're going to first splice. So splice, we want to just get 2, so we're going to start from 1, 2 as our count, and now we can map through the images and we'll get each image, not room. So I'll change this to image. And I'm going to return a div like this. We have an error because in a map we need to provide a key. So I'm going to provide a key, and this key is going to be equal to the image URL. So this image we have here dot key, sorry, not the URL. And here I'm going to give this a class name, and I'm going to give this rounded to XL. I would also give it a class name of overflow hidden. So here we're going to have image component, and the source property is going to be our image dot URL. So our image dot URL, and the alt is going to be image.key. So I'll just use the key as the alt. And let's also give this a width of 300 and a height of 300 pixel. Okay, so I'll copy this class name and attach it to this image here. So let's have a preview and let's wait for it to load. We have our two images. Okay, so now let's have this other section where we'll display the text. Okay, so the name and some other information about our featured room. So here I'm gonna have this div, and this div is going to have these class names. So first I'm going to display on medium devices, give this div a padding Y of 10, and on medium devices also give it a width of 50%, and give this a text of left. So we're gonna have this heading, and here we'll just go with the featured room like this, and the class name is going to be our font like this, so our font heading. Okay, and give it a margin bottom of 12. So after this heading, we are going to have a paragraph. So this paragraph is going to contain the description, and we can style it already. And here I'm going to give this a font normal, so our font normal, and give this a max width of MD. And here I will just have a featured room description. Okay, so after this, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have the class name of flex call, medium device 6, position it as a flex row, and also medium devices give item end, justify between, and a margin top of 5. And in here, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have the class name of flex and margin bottom of 3. And on medium devices, no margin bottom. And in here, we're going to have this div. And this div is going to have the class name of flex, give it a gap of 3. And give this a flex call. And also give this items center and justify the content center. And give this a margin right of 4. Okay, so in here we are going to have two paragraphs, and the first paragraph is going to have these class names. So text SS, can I find it here? So text, not SM, I'm looking for XS, so extra small. Yep, so I'm looking for this. And here on large devices and above, I'll give this text Excel. Position the text center, and I'll say start from. And in here I'm going to display the price, so the price of the room in this paragraph. So I'm going to give this a class name of MD font bold, give this flex, give this font medium, and give this a text of LG. And on extra large devices, I'll give this a text of 5XL. And in here, I'll have this $sign where we'll display the price. So here we're going to display our featured room dot price. So I'm going to copy this, so not this div. I'm just going to copy this div here. I'll duplicate it, because next I want to show the discount of the hotel room. So here I'm going to have the text of discount, and in here featured room dot discount. So let's save this, and next we're going to have the link. So just outside this div, we're going to have a link that will take us to the featured room page, so to the rooms page. And here we just have the text more details, and this link is going to be dynamic. So the href, sorry, I'll get rid of the class name, and we start with the href. So the href is going to go to backtick /rooms, and here / we can inject the room slug, so the featured room dot slug like this, and here we have the current property. So now we can style this, and this is going to have a class name of border, and this is going to have a height of fit, and it's also going to have the class name of text center, and we're going to give this a border tertiary of dark, and also give it a text tertiary of dark. Okay, again, give this a padding on the x-axis of 3 and a padding on the y-axis of 2, and on large devices give this a padding y of 5, and also on large devices give this a padding x of 7, like this. Okay, so we are also going to give this rounded to XL, and I'll give it a font bold, so for the font weight. And on large devices, I'll give this a text of extra large. So I'm going to save this and let's have a preview. So yeah, so first we see at link is out of place, and actually the link needs to be inside of this. So I'll zoom out, and the link needs to be inside of this div. So this div just below the description. So let's move it in. I'm going to copy everything we have here and cut it actually. So highlight and cut, and I'll collapse this div so that I can have our link just inside this div. Okay, so let's save this, and our styling is still somewhat off. Let's see what we have going. Let's make this a client component. I think it has to do with the way we fetch data, because we're fetching data from the server component and passing it here. Let's save this and let's reload. And if we come here, you see our component now renders as it should. So here we have our featured room, we have these images, and we are displaying the description. So we are done with our featured room, and this is our first taste of data fetching. And I'll just zoom back in, and this is the component. And if we just have a feel for everything we've done, the code is in the GitHub. If we go to the more details link, we go to the 404 page, you see, so everything is working fine. We don't have that page yet, we would be working on it. So up next, I would like to add a loading state, because if we are fetching data, it's likely to have some time where that data is being fetched. So Nextjs gives us a loading component we can use. So in the web folder here, I'm going to create a new file, which I'll call loading.tsx. So in here, I'm going to show a spinner. So let's bootstrap this React component. I would say const loading spinner like this, and loading spinner is going to be equal to this arrow function. And here I would return a div, and the class name is going to be flex item center justify center, and give this a height of screen. Okay, so in here we're going to have the actual loading animation. So we're going to have this div, and I'll give this div a class name of animation spin, give this a rounded of full, give this a height of 16, give it a width of 16, and also give it a border top width of 2 and a border bottom width of 2, like this. And I'll also give this a border gray 900, and this is our styling. We can also go on to just make this a self-closing tag like this, and we should not forget to export this loaded spinner. So I'm going to export it as the default export. So we can already try it out. If we reload our application, we don't see it yet, but I'm sure we're going to see cases where we're going to show the loading animation. And when fetching data, you can also have errors. So I'm going to create another file here, which I'll call error.tsx. And these are actually special files that Next.js will call. So this is an error boundary. So this error.tsx, and it has to be a client component. Okay, so I'm going to export this as the default. So export default function, I'll call it error. like this. And this error component is going to receive some props. So we are going to destructure error, and we are also going to destructure reset. Now for Typescript to be happy, let's set the types. So this error property here is going to be of type error, and it can also have an optional digest property which is of type string. So string like this. And then for reset, reset is going to be of type function. So let's spell reset correctly. It's going to be of type function that returns void. Okay, so here let's have our JSX. So we're going to return, and here I'm going to have a div. This div I'll give the class name of container like this, and then margin to the x-axis of auto. So inside this div, I'll have another div which I'll give the class name of font heading, and I'll give this a text, let's say red 800. Now you can style this anyhow, and I'll also give this a margin bottom of 10. So in here, I'll just say something went wrong like this. Okay, so if we have an error, this is going to show. And actually, I'll change this div to a h2, to a secondary heading. And after this, we are going to have a button. And this button is going to have a class name of button primary like this. And for the text, I'll just tell the user to try again like this. And on click of this button, we're going to call a function, the reset function. And this reset function is just going to help the user to recover from the error, and just going to go on to re-render a particular segment of our application. So where we have the error, and if this reloads, we don't see the error, but we can actually create an error. So we come over to our featured room. I think I'll actually create this error in our home page. So here in our page.tsx, I'm going to just throw an error. So I'll throw a new error, and this error, I'm just going to say unable to fetch. Okay, so that we see this error boundary file come into action. So now, if we reload our application, we see something went wrong. Okay, and then we see the button try again. Okay, so here, this is the text, something went wrong, and the button here. And if we click on this error here, you see unable to fetch. So this unable to fetch is coming from our page. So here, this unable to fetch, we defined it like this. So I'll take it off, and I'll save and reload our application. And now we are sure that whenever we have errors, we are going to be catching the errors gracefully. So up next, let's go on and try our query. So I'm going to try this query and click on search, which is obviously going to fail. But you see, we are redirected to the rooms page. So the rooms page is the page we are going to be working on next. So let's stop going to a 404 and let's go on and work on this rooms page. Okay, so I'll come over to the IDE, and here I will just close all of the tabs that I've got open. And next I'm going to create this page. So here in the web folder, I'll create a new folder for rooms, and then I'll create the page.tsx file. Now I'll bootstrap the React component, get rid of the page, and rather name this rooms, and then get rid of the React import, and I can already make this a client component, making use of the use client directive. Now we've got this, let's manage some states, and I'm going to manage two states. So the first is the room type filter, and here set room type filter is going to be equal to useState with an empty string. And next I'm going to set another state, and this state is going to be the search query, because I want to keep track of this search query to apply my filter. So const search query, and here I have set search query is going to be equal to useState with a default value of an empty string. And also I'm going to initialize this constant, and this constant I'm going to call search params. So this is going to give me access to the search params that the user is going to use, and I'm making use of use states like this. So next I would have the use effect, and this use effect I would pass in the callback function and the empty dependency array like this. And first I want to go on and have this constant where I can have the different values of the search parameter. So I'll call this search query is going to be equal to search param like this, and we have dot get. All right, so sorry, this isn't use state, this is use search param. Okay, so use search params should be imported from next navigation. And now if we come back here, you see the dot get, and we have auto completion. So we want to get a value, and the value name is search query. Okay, so this name over here, the search query, if we come over to the browser, and let's try to fetch data. So basic, and I'll just give this test and search. So up here in the URL bar, you see we have this rooms, which is the rooms page, and we have this query where we have the search query and the value is test, and we also have the room type and the value is basic. So I want to get access to the test and basic, and this gives me access to those values. And apart from the search query, I want to also have access to the room type, and this is going to come from search params.get, and I'm going to get with the key of room type like this. Okay, so let's log these values to the console. So I'll console.log the search query and also console.log the room type like this. Okay, let's see. So search query, not search params. So I would save this and come over to the browser. And I will just reload the page, and this is our rooms page. So I would open the console. And in here, you see we are correctly getting the values. So basic and also test. So we are correctly getting these values. Okay, so let's come back to the browser, to the IDE, sorry. And I'll get rid of these console.logs and have this if check. So I'm going to check if we have room type, then let's update the value here. So I'm going to set room type filter to room type like this. Okay, and we can also do the same for our search query. So here I'm going to check if we have search query, then let's go on and set search query to the set search query value. Okay. All right, so let's update the dependency array. Okay, so now in our use effect, if we have a value for our type room filter and search query, it will be updated accordingly. Okay, so we can go into the world of data fetching, and inside here, actually I'm going to move our models folder out of the app and inside the source folder. It's just a practice that I prefer. And to fetch data for our rooms, I will come into the API folder, not here actually, so in our libs api.ts. Now we're going to have a function that will help us to get a room. So let's export an async function. And this function I'm going to call getRoom. Like this. And we can have our result. So const result is going to be equal to await our sanity client dot fetch, and we'll call this method. It needs a query. Now we can define the query if we go into the sanity queries.ts file. So I'm going to define a constant here, which I would call get rooms query like this, and this is going to be equal to grok, and we are going to have our query. So let's go get the hotel room. So we're going to get room where the type, so underscore type is equal to hotel room like this. So no extra check. And let's get the parameters. So we're going to get underscore ID. We're also going to get the cover image. We're also going to get the description, Let's also get the dimension of the room. We're also going to get if the room is booked, and also if it's a featured room, so it's featured. So all these properties, we're also going to get the room name, the room price, the slug. Let's also get the type. So these are the parameters we'll be getting. Now we can call queries dot get room query like this in the APIs folder, and this should be all. Okay, so let's return our results. Now we have this get room function. We can make use of this in our page, so in our rooms page. So I'm just going to come into the rooms page. So here I'm going to quit the server and run npm install swr, and this is a hook that helps us handle things like errors, loading states, optimizations, and stuff like that. So let's restart our development server. Alright, so let's have a look on how this swr hook works. So here I'm going to have the const, and we're going to destructure some properties, and we call the useSwr hook. And this useSW, you see it's imported from SWR, and we call this hook like this, and it needs a key. So this is a unique key that it can use for caching data. Okay, so it's a unique key, and it's actually up to you what name you would give it here. So I'm gonna give this a name of get, and then have this / hotel rooms like this. And next it needs a fetcher. So you see it needs a fetcher, and the fetcher is a function. Okay, so it's a function that is going to return the data. So here we're going to have such function. So it's an async function. So let's have this async function, and we can call it fetch data, any name of your choice, like this. And this is going to return the call for our Sanity Studio. So the function that we just wrote out, our get rooms function, like this, which will be coming from our libs and API folder. Okay, so this get rooms function, and see over here it returns the result. So in here, let's not forget to call the get rooms function. So it's going to return our data, and now we can take this fetch data function and pass it as the fetcher to this SWR hook. So this is going to handle the loading states, and we can get access to it here. So we can get access to data, error, and every other property. So I'm going to destructure data, error, and it's loading. And we still have more, but these are the most commonly used parameters. So here, let's first of all check if we have an error. We are going to throw a new error like this, which is going to be caught by our error boundary. And this new error, we are just going to make use of the text, so say cannot fetch data. And we are going to have another check. So in case it is done loading and we don't have data. So we're going to check if type of data is equal to undefined, and like this we are not fetching. So we'll have this is loading, like this is false. So if it's loading is false and we don't have any data, we want to also go on and throw this error, cannot fetch data. So now we should have data, and let's log data to the console. So console.log data. I'm going to save this, and let's see what we have going. So if we reload our browser and open the terminal, we actually get an error. So use effects, change size. So I think we can actually do without the dependency array. And here the search params, I'm actually going to take this off, okay, because we're not going to be needing it. And we can refresh our browser to see if everything works fine now. So this was actually a warning, not an error, but I think we can just do without the dependency array. Okay, so we get undefined, and yeah, so we get our data. Okay, so we get our data, which is our rooms. And if we expand this, you see we have the different rooms with the property that we are querying from our Sanity Studio. So we have all these types over here for our rooms. And it's great. So now we have our room. We can now make use of this data. Okay, so here first I'm going to get rid of the console.log and have this function which is going to help us to apply our filters. So this function I'm going to call filters room, and it's going to take the rooms, and this room is going to be a room array, so an array of room, and we're going to have our function body. All right, so if we come back to our APIs and if we hover on rooms, you see it returns any. Let's define the type for fetch. So this fetch, let's say, is going to return our room type. So an array of rooms like this, and if we hover, you see it returns our room array. Now we know that data is going to be of type room array like this, rather than just of type any, and we see it can also be undefined. Okay, so we're going to handle the undefined case later, but now we want to filter through the rooms that we are going to receive. So let's have our rooms, and then we say filter, and filter is a JavaScript method where we can apply it to array. It's an array method which we need to return true or false upon a certain condition, and then the rooms that reaches this condition is going to be returned. Just going to leave these comments over here, and then the second comment for our search query. And these filter rooms we're going to get in the end the rooms we are going to map through rather than map through the room that we get, because the room that we get from sanity.io is the unfiltered room. So we're going to have a couple of checks. First, we're going to check if the room type filter. So if we actually have a room type filter, and then we're going to convert that room type filter to lowercase like this, and we're going to check if it's not equal to the text of all. So if this room type filter is not equal to all, if that is true, then we're going to go on and check again if the rooms.type, so now the type that we have, to lowercase, because now we know the user wants to filter, but the user doesn't want to actually filter all. So if it's not equal to the room type filter to lowercase again, to avoid any casing confusion, we are just going to go on and return false. Okay, so room type filter if it's true, then we are checking if the room type filter to lowercase, if it's not equal to all. Now, if that is true, we want to also go and check if the room type dot lowercase is not equal to the room type filter to lowercase. Okay, so if this doesn't match, we are going to go on and return false like this. So this is the filter for the room type. We need to also apply the filter for the search query. So again, we're going to check if search query is true. Then we want to check if the room name, so if the room name doesn't include, so if the room.name to lowercase like this dot includes, so we're going to have this include, and if it doesn't include the search query, so this search query that the user provides from the URL, and we shouldn't forget to also convert this to lowercase. So if this is the case, we are also going to return false. And after all of these, we shouldn't forget to return true. Okay, so now we have this, we have our function, our filter room function. We are going to use it and pass our rooms. So up here, we are going to have this const filtered rooms, because that's what we're going to get in the end. We're going to get our filtered rooms. So we'll call our filtered rooms and we'll pass data. So data can be undefined, so we'll pass or empty array like this. So we are going to be mapping through our filtered room. Let's log it to the console to be sure that our filter works as expected. And here I need to get a valid room name. So I'm going to come over to our Sanity Studio rather than test. I want to get a valid room name. So this room deluxe suite, I'm just going to copy deluxe to use it as a search query. And let's also verify the room type, because here we have basic. So you see, let's scroll down, you see the type is suite. Okay, so let's also filter by this room type like this. And if we run this query, take a look at the console for the data we get back. So you see over here, we get back this data. So our filter is working with the name of the log suite and all other properties. Now we are sure our filter works as expected. We need to render this filter on the UI. Okay, so I'll get rid of this console.log and map through our filtered rooms. So first, I'm going to give this some styling, and here I'm going to give this the container styling and give it an MX auto, give it a padding to the top of 10. And first, I'm just going to return our search component, which will be coming from our components folder. So this search over here, and you already have the parameters that it needs. So it needs this prop room type filter, and room type filter is going to be equal to the room type filter. And we're also going to pass the search query. So the search query is going to be equal to the search query here. And it also needs the room type filter. So set room type filter is going to be equal to set room type filter. And lastly, it needs the set search query. So we're going to set it to set search query. So here we can now go on to map through our filtered rooms. So this is what we have for our search component. Okay, so I'm going to have this div, and this div, let's style it. I'm going to give this a class name of flex, a margin top of 20, and I'll also give it a justify between. I'm going to give this flex wrap like this. So in here we'll have the curly brackets, and then our filter rooms dot map, and dot map is going to map through each room. So here we're going to have our room, and I'll just return an empty fragment here, at least for now. We're going to return a CAD component, but we'll come to that. We are having these errors map. Okay. All right. So that's because this is, I think because it's filtered room, it needs to be filtered rooms. Sorry about that. So we need to match our filtered rooms that we just saw moments ago. And now everything is working fine. So rather than return empty fragments, I'm going to create a new component for our room CAD. So in the components folder, let's create a new folder. I'll call this folder rooms CAD and create the JSX. So roomcad.tsx file. So I would make this a React component, get rid of the React import, and also go on to say this is an type FC, and FC that will take in some props. We don't have these prop types yet, so let's quickly define it here. So type props is going to be equal to object, and this is going to take the room, which is going to be of type room that comes from our model folder like this. And here we're going to receive the props, and we can go on to destructure the room from the props. So destructure from the props like this. So here we get the room. Okay, so in room we have different properties. We are going to come back to those properties to the structure later. And let's style this room CAD. So I'm going to give it the class name of rounded XL. Also give it a width of, let's say, 72, which is 18 rem. Give this a margin bottom of 10. Give this an MX auto. I'm going to give this on medium devices a margin X of 0. And an overflow of hidden. Give this a text of black like this. And in here we are going to go on to have another div, and this is for more like our image container. So I'm going to give this a height of 60, overflow of hidden like this. And in here we are going to render our image component from next image. So I'll just move this to the top like this, just closer to the FC input. And this image is going to take in some properties, so it's going to take in the image source, and this source is going to come from our room, so which is our cover image. So remember, our cover image has the URL property, so it's going to be our cover image.url, and the alt, we can now go on to destructure the name also from our room. So just after the cover image, I'll bring in the name. So let's also give this more properties. For the width, I'll just give this a width of 250, and the same for the height. So also give this a height of 250 pixels. Let's not forget to style this image. I'll just go with the IMG, which is our own custom class name, and the scale animation, so that we just have the scale when we hover on it. Alright, so after this image, we are going to have another div. Now this div is going to hold the name of the room and also the price. So this div over here, and inside this div we are going to have another div. So I'll give this div a class name of flex, justify between, And for the text, I'll give it a text of 2XL and give this a font of semi-bold like this. And in here, we're going to have paragraphs. So this paragraph is more like for the name, and the next paragraph is going to be for the price. We don't have this price yet. We are going to bring it in. We're going to destructure it from the room. So let's do that quickly. Let's just come over here and let's bring in the price. So after this div, which will show the name and the price, we can go on to show the room type. So let's have this paragraph. I'm going to give it some padding to the top just to shift it slightly away from the name and the price. And I'm just going to give this a very small text. So text extra small. And in here, we're going to have the type and then the room. So inside these brackets, let's have the type, and we need to bring in this type from the room like this. So I'm going to bring in the type. All right, and after the type, we have the description. Okay, so here I'm just going to have another paragraph, which I'll give a padding top of 3 and give this a padding bottom of 6. And here, I just want to show the description of the room, and I'll also destructure the description from the room like this. And if we come down after the description, we are going to have a button. So this button is actually going to be a link. So a link that will take us to the page where we can see more about the room. So the room details page. And for that, we need to bring in this log. So don't forget this log has the current property. And we want to also bring in the is booked. So here we're going to have this href, and this href is going to be dynamic. So it's going to go to /rooms and then the /slog.current. So the slug of the room, which is the room details page. And inside this link, we are going to have a check. So if it's booked, we want to display another text. So we're going to display the text of booked in all uppercase. And if it's not booked, we are just going to display the text of book now like this. Okay. So let's style this text. I'm going to give this text, this link, a class name of bg primary, and then I'll give it an inline block like this. Position the text in the center and give this a width full. So we still have more class names. I'll give it a padding to the Y of 4. Give it some border radius, so rounded XL. Give this a text of white, so we have a white text in our green background. And then I'm going to give this a text XL. Also give it a font bold. And on hover, I just want to translate this to the Y axis. So negative Y2, I think is going to be perfect in this case. All right, so we also need to give this shadow. So I'll give it a shadow LG on hover. And I'm going to transition all and give it some animation duration. So give this a duration of 500 like this. And this is what we have going. So now we are going to use this component in here. So rather than return empty fragments, I'm going to return the room card that we just defined. And we are going to pass in a key because we're in a map. And the key is going to be the room ID. So room._ID. And the room is going to be equal to this room like this. Let's see what we have going. I'm going to save. And if we come back to the IDE, we see this room, which is looking good. So we get this hover animation, and we have this book now. We have the type, we have the description. I think the description is quite large. We can, try to reduce it. If we come here to the room card component, I will just try to slice it and get the first 50 characters. So here I'm going to say the description.slice. So slice, and I'll slice from 1 to 50 and just add ... Yeah, and let's preview what it looks like. I think that's quite small, so I'll just ram it up to 100 characters, and I think this makes more sense. So we have our ... and then we have the first 100. So let's go back to the home page so that we don't have any queries. We see our spanner, which is looking good, and let's come over to the rooms page. So I'll come here, and we see all other rooms here. So the images are loading up like this. I think the name is quite distorted for some, but it's looking good. And let's fix this. So let's fix the name and the price, which is looking distorted. So for fixing this, I'll just come back to the IDE, and here this div where we have the name and the price. So here in our room card, not here, where is it? So here. So I just missed it. Yeah. So here I'm going to change it. Rather than go with 2XL, I'll just go with XL. Okay, so text XL like this. Let's save this and let's see what it looks like. I think this looks way better than what we had previously. Okay, so I think this is looking good. We see the different links, and here we see this. So if we try to filter, you see we get suit already. So we can also filter luxury. We don't have any luxury room. Okay, so let's go back to basic, and I will just take this executive room. So I'll take this executive room, I'll come over to our studio, and I'll make this a luxury room so that we just have one room of that type. So let's look for where we have the room type. I'm just going to scroll and check for where we have the room type. Where is it? So this, I'm going to choose luxury and publish. And we can already come back to our application and give it a reload. So you see it's already left without even reloading. So if we come over to luxury, you see the luxury room here, which is the executive room that we just added. If we go to basic, you see we now have 3 basic rooms. So everything is working fine. Let's try to search. So let's try to search by executive. You see we don't get any search result, but if we go to all, you see we have our executive room, and even if we go to suites, we don't have any. If we come to luxury, you see the executive room here. So everything seems to be working fine, and if we cancel our search, we see all other room results. We can go to the home page, and now up next, let's try to search here. So if we try to search basic, and we just click search, you see the basic is populated here, but we don't have any search. So you see search query is empty, and we have the different rooms. Okay, so this is what we have going. If we click on one of these rooms, here we are redirected to a 404 page. So let's fix this room details page, and here where we have rooms, I'm going to create this slug like this. And in here, I'm going to create this page.tsx. So request coming to /rooms/slug is going to come into this page. So here we can have our JSX, and I'll get rid of the React import. And rather than page, I'll call this room details. And this room details is going to be receiving some props here. And the props is going to be of type params. Now, params is another object where we receive the slug property, and the slug is going to be of type string. And so that we see our console, the slug in the console, I'm going to make this a client component, making use of the use client directive. And here, let's destructure the slug from the props. And to do that, here we are going to first of all get params, and from params we are going to get slug, and we can console.log slug here. I'm going to save this, and we have these errors. Are we exporting? Yep, we are. So now we see our hotel rooms component, and if we open the terminal, we should see the family suite. So I just reload, which is the slug. So /rooms and the slug. And here we see the slug. Great. Now we're getting the slug. Let's fetch data. So to fetch data, we'll come to our libs api.ts, and in here we are going to fetch our data. So I'm going to export this async function like this, and this function I'm going to call get room. And it's going to be called with a slug because now we need to fetch a room that belongs to a specific slug. And we get our results. And our results, we're going to await our Sanity client. And here we call .fetch. And .fetch is going to return us a room like this, and we can get it from our queries, and we don't have such query yet. So let's come to Sanity queries, and let's export this const get rooms like this, which is going to be equal to this grok query. So we want to get a room where the underscore type is equal to hotelRoom, and where the slug.current, remember the slug has the current property, is equal to the slug. So we use $slug here. This will return an array, so we take the first element, and here we can request the parameters that we need. Now this slug is going to be passed as params. So this slug here, if we come to our api.ts, and here we call the getRoom, and here you see when we pass params. So these params, we are going to pass this slug here. And now this slug is going to be used in here like this. Okay, so let's continue here. And in here, we're going to receive the underscore ID, the cover image. We're also going to receive the description. We're going to receive the dimension, the discount, also the images, is booked, is featured. We're also going to receive the name of the room, the number of beds, we're also going to receive the offered amenities, the price, the slug, the special notes, and we're going to receive the type. So I'm going to save this and come back to APIs. I'm going to copy this cache, no cache, and actually use it here like this, and also use it here like this. We have our results. We should not forget to return our result. So I'm going to save this, and let's be sure everything has been done properly. So here in our page.tsx, first I'm going to go on and have this that we'll call our SW arrow hook. So I use SW arrow hook like this, and it needs the key. For the key, I'll just pass /API/room, and then it needs the fetcher, which I'll just define up here as fetch room. So I'll copy this fetch room and define it in here. So fetch room is going to be equal to this function. I can make it async, and here we're going to call get room that we just defined in our libs. And to this get room, I'll pass in our slug. And now we can get data. I'll just rename data to room. We can also get error, and we can also get is loading. And then I'll come over to our page, so our room page.tsx, and I'm going to copy this check that we have over here, and I will paste it in here like this. Sorry about that. And rather than data, I call this room, and here we are just going to check if there is no room. We are going to return our loading spinner component. Okay, and here we can just console.log room like this. So if we save this, and here we should see our room if we did everything fine, and here we see our room. So we see this family suite room we are currently looking at. Now we are sure we are having our room. I'm going to get rid of this console.log, and in here we are going to have our hotel gallery component. So let's define this component first. In the components, we're going to call this hotel photo gallery like this, and I'm going to copy this, and have the Typescript file here, and quickly have this here. So I'll get rid of the React import and import our hotel photo gallery from here. And we can already pass the photos prop, which is going to be equal to our room.images here. I'm going to save this, and now we are going to be working in here. So we can already say this is going to be of type FC, and here is going to receive props, and the props is going to be this object where we would have photos, and photos is going to be of type an array of images. Now we don't have these images yet. If we come, or we do, into our models room.tsx, you see over here we have this image type. So let's export this type so we can make use of it. So I'm going to save, and here I would export. So this will be coming from our models like this. So in here we are going to have this class name, a class name of container, and we're also going to give this mx auto. And in here we're going to have another div, and the class name of this div is going to be grid. On MD we're going to give it grid, where is it, grid calls 2. Give it position relative, give it a gap of 5, and give it a px of 3 like this. And inside this div we are going to have another div, a div that will give the height of 540 pixels, give this relative rounded to XL, overflow hidden like this. And in here we are going to have this div, another div, and I will just give this div a class name of hidden, md flex, give this justify center item center width full and the height full like this. So in here we are going to have this image. Now the idea of this div is to have this section. Okay, so we're going to have two sections here. This is where we display other photo images, and this is where we display more like the first image. Okay, so inside this div we are going to have this image. So we import image from next image. This will give an error, so I'll change this to as image type over here and use this here. Now this image we are going to give it the source, and the source is going to be equal to photos. We aren't getting it here yet, so I'm going to destructure photos like this, and now we can make use of photos and take the first photo URL. And for the alt is going to be dynamic. So here we're going to have the room photo, and we're going to save some value in state. So here we're going to have this current photo index, and here set current photo index, which is going to be equal to useState, and have the default value of 0. So it's important we do it like this, and I will not forget to make this a client component already using the use client directive. So we're doing like this because we are going to be having a model, and we want to keep track of the current photo we have. So I'm just passing current photo index +1, and we need a class name. I'll give it our img class name with our scale animation class name, and I'll also give this a cursor pointer here. And for the width, this will have a width of 150 pixels and a height of 150 pixels. Alright, it will also have an onClick handler, and on click once we click on this image, so this image we have here, we want to show a model. So we're going to have this open model function that is going to take in the index. So here open model, which is going to take in the index, and here we can call .bind, like this, and we'll pass this, and then we'll pass 0. So as the index, so the first image, that's why we're passing 0 here. All right, so we don't have this function. Let's define this function. So here const open modal is going to take in the index, which is going to be of type number, like this. And now we have this index, we are going to use it in here to set the current photo index to this index. And here we are going to have this const that will say show modal, and here set show modal, like this, which is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be false. And here when we open the modal, we're going to set show modal to true. All right, so after this image, just here we are going to have another div. Now you see this div is going to be hidden by default, and this is the div that shows on large devices, and this other div is for mobile devices. So I'm actually going to duplicate this because they are very much alike, and this other div is going to show the photo with the current photo index and .url, like this. This remains the same. Since we're on mobile, we're not going to have the cursor pointer and the scale animation, and this is going to call open modal. So if we save this and we have a first preview, we see this image, and if we go on mobile, we are going to see the other image. So we don't see because we still have this hidden. So we want it to be hidden from medium devices, and on mobile is going to show now. So this div over here. All right, so now we are done with this. If we click on this, we don't see our modal. We are going to be fixing that next, but we can now come on to collapse this div. So this div that we just worked on. And to show the user count, we're going to have this other div, and this is only going to be visible on mobile devices. So here we're going to say empty hidden and display this as flex, justify between, like this, items center. And in here we are going to have this other div. We're going to give it a class name of flex space x2, like this. And in here we're going to have fa arrow left that we import from react icons /fa, and we can already import fa arrow right. Sorry, like this. And here we are going to make use of the fa arrow right, like this. So for the click event here, I'm going to give this a class name of cursor pointer. And now for the click event, we're going to have two functions. So handle previous for the backward image, so for the one that goes left, and this is going to be handle next. I'll come back to this shortly, because these are just going to help us to slide through the different images. But here I'm going to have this span tag, and here we want to display the current image count. So here we're going to display our current photo index +1, and we're just going to have this where we display the photos dot length, like this. Okay, just like this. And here we can go on to define the handle previous and the handle next, so that we can swipe through the different images. So here I'm going to have this const handle previous, which is going to be equal to this arrow function here. And in here we're going to set current photo index, where we get the previous index, and we're going to check our previous index. That's equal to 0. So we're going to say our photos dot length -1, Otherwise, we'll -1 from the previous index. So this is going to update our previous index, okay? And then we can have our handle next function to go to the next image. So this is going to be equal to this arrow function, and here we're going to set our current photo index where we have the previous index. We're going to return our previous index if this is equal to our photos.length -1. We use 0, okay? So we're going to set it to 0. Otherwise, we'll have our previous index +1. So this is going to help us to navigate to the next photo. And you see here, this is going to be visible only on mobile devices. So if we come here, we don't see it yet. And if we open and we go to mobile, you see here, we now see this. And if we click, you see we are going to the different photo images. So this is working great and as expected. So we need to show this other section on desktop. I think we should work on it next. So displaying this other section, and we are going to map through the different images that we have. So the rest of the photo images to display here, and we want to also keep track of the counts. So before we start mapping, we're going to have this const here, and this const we're going to call it display photos, and this is going to be equal to photos dot slice, not splice, dot slice, and from 1 we need to know the maximum visible photos that we want to show. So const, we can have this maximum visible photos, and this is going to be, let's say, 2, like this. And here we're going to start splicing from 1 to the maximum visible photos -1, just like this. Okay, so actually I'm just going to make this 3. And here we're going to have our remaining photos count here, which is going to be equal to our total photos, and our total photos is just going to be our photos length here. So here is going to be equal to our total photos, and we're going to minus our maximum visible photos here. So now we are going to show, now we're going to show our display photos. So we're going to map through our display photos, and this would show the remaining photos count. So if we come down here, we're going to have another div, and let's style it already. We're going to give it the class name of hidden because we don't want it to show on mobile devices. And on medium devices, we will display it as a grid. We also have grid calls too here. Give it a height full and give this a gap of 5. So inside this div, now we are going to go and map to our display photos dot map, where we get each photo. And let's just have this callback because we also need the index. And we are going to return this div like this. Because we are mapping, we need to give this div a key, and the key is going to be the index. And let's style it. I'll give it the class name of cursor pointer, give it a height of 64, give this rounded to XL, and give this a overflow of hidden. So now inside this div, we can have our image component from next image to show the remaining images. So this is going to have a width of 150, a height of 150, a source of photo.url like this. It's going to also have an alt, and the alt is going to be dynamic. So we're going to have our room photos, room photo, and then we have our $sign backtick where we display the index +2 like this. And let's give it a class name. So we're going to give it a class name, which is going to be img and scale animation. Alright, so this is for the image, and for the remaining photo counts, just here, so just after this here, but still inside this div we have. So here we're going to have our remaining photos count. We want to check if this remaining photo count is greater than 0. So if that is true, we are going to show this div, and this div is going to have the class name of cursor pointer, relative, height of 64, rounded to XL, and overflow of hidden like this. And it's also going to have an onClick to open the modal. So here on click, we're going to call open modal, and we use .bind, and we'll just pass this, and then we're going to pass the maximum visible photos here. Okay, so now inside this div, we can go on to show our image from next image, and let's give this a width of 150. Let's also give it a height of 150. Let's give it the source, and the source is going to be equal to our photos, and here we have our maximum visible photos -1, and we can access the .url property. And for the alt, we're going to give it this alt where we say room photo, and here we have our maximum visible photos like this, and let's give this a class name of img. Now this is the image, but we don't just want to show the image, so let's see if we have something like that. Let's go for a room where we have more images. So let's see if we have more images here, and let's check another room. Let's check the executive. We don't. Let's check the family suite. We maybe don't. Let's check our featured room. So it looks distorted here. I will just reload. Okay, so let's check this. And we wait for it to load. Let me just reload this. Okay, so these are the images, and let's see. So let me change this to 2, and we see this. Okay, so now we want to see this image, but we don't want to actually see just the image like this. We want to show the count. So to show the count, just after this image, we're going to have this div where we'll say plus remaining photos count. So we just have the plus here. And inside this div, we're going to have this class name of absolute. Give it a cursor pointer. Give it a text of white. Give it inset 0. Give it flex. Justify center. Give it this background where we give it this RGBA, and then 0, 0, 0, 0.5. Give it item center, and give it a text of 2XL. So now if we save this and we come back here, you see we see +3. Okay, so we see we have +3 images, and we can say here, so maximum visible images, if we say 4, let's see what we have. Now we see +1, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so this is working as expected. Alright, so after this, we want to show the modal, because clicking on this now doesn't show any modal, and also clicking on this doesn't show any modal. Alright, so to fix this, let's come just after this div. I'm going to collapse, and here we are going to have this div. So is modal open, or is what do we call it, show modal. So show modal, if show modal is true, then we want to have this div. So this is going to have a class name of fixed, a top of 0, a width full, height full, flex, justify center, item center, a BG black like this, a BG opacity of 90, and a Z index of 55. Okay, and inside this div we would have this other div, and now this is the div that would have the image. So let's give it a height of 75 viewport height and a width of, let's say, 320 pixels. And on medium devices like this, I'm going to give this a width of 700 pixels and give it position relative. So now inside this div we are going to have our image, and the source is going to be coming from our photos, and here our current photo index.url like this, and the alt is going to be equal to room photo, and here we have the current photo index plus 1 like this, and it's going to have a width of 150 and a height of 150 like this, and we'll just give it img class name because this is the model. We'll not just add the scale animation. So this is what we have next, and after this we want to show 2 arrows and count. So I think we had that before, so where did we have it? Let's see. So we want to show this. So we want to show these 2 arrows and the count. So I'm actually going to copy this div. So I'll copy this div over here, and I will use it here. So it's not gonna be hidden like this. So I'll just give it flex because we want to show the model on both desktop and mobile. And we're gonna give item center and just give it a padding y of 3. And here we're gonna give it flex space x2. You can also position the items in the center and give this a text white like this. And we have this arrow. Now we have this other arrow, and we have the span. Okay, so this span we can style it and give it a text white. Okay, and give it a text SM like this. So we need to have a way to close the modal, and just outside this div, so outside this div here we're going to have another div. Sorry, not on that div, we are going to have a button, and the div should be here. And this button is just going to show the MD cancel from material design. Okay, React icons MD. And for class name, I'm going to give this a class name of font medium, give it a text 2XL, and give it a text tertiary dark like this. And on click of this button, we're just going to call close modal. What did we call it? So let's see, modal. Did we call it show modal? We don't have the close modal functionality, so let's define it. So const close modal is just going to be this function like this. So we set show modal to false, and now we can call close modal here like this. And let's start this button. I'll give it a class name of absolute, give it a top of 2, a right of 2, not ring, give this a right of 2, give it a text white, and give it a text LG like this. And if we come back here, now I'm just gonna reload our application, And if we click any of these images, we should see our modal displaying. So I'll click on this. We see our modal is a little bit distorted, but let's say the functionality works. Yeah, so it's a little bit distorted, and let's fix that. So here, where do we have it? So this is our show modal fix, top 0, and we should give it left 0 like this. So let's see if that fixes it. We'll try again, and yeah, so this fixes it, and we see our modal, but now the image isn't correctly positioned because this should be 75 VH. Okay, and now we see our modal works fine. So we can close our modal, and if we go to mobile device and we click on this, we see our modal. Great, and it's working fine. And we can come over to other rooms. So you see our rooms over here, and if we click on another room, so if we just click on this room, we come to the room details page, and we see this with the room images. Now we are done with this. Let's continue, and next we are going to add more life to this section where we can now show some description or some details about this hotel room. Alright, so and for this section, let's come back to code, and I'll get rid of everything we've got here, and we can come over to our app, web, rooms, the slug, and then the slug page. So this page over here, and after this we are going to have this div, and this is going to have the class name of container and mx auto, and also a margin to the top of 20 like this. So inside here we are going to have this div, and this div on medium devices we are going to display it as a grid, and on medium devices we are going to give this grid code 12, give this a gap of 10, and give it a padding on the x-axis of 3. So now inside this div, remember we gave this div grid code 12. So now inside here we are going to have this div. Okay, and this is going to have a class name of, on medium devices we are going to go co-span 8, and then on medium devices I would also give it the full width. Okay, now this is going to have the hotel information, and after this we are going to have another div, and this other div here, let's style it. So this div is going to be our book room CTA, so our book room call to action component, and we can already style it. So medium devices I'm going to give this call span 4. So this is going to span 8, and then this is going to span 4, giving a total of 12. Okay, and we're going to give it rounded XL, shadow LG, and on dark we'll just give it the lowest shadow, so shadow like this. And on dark, let's give the shadow a color of white, so shadow white like this. We'll position it TK, and then 10 pixels, not 10 pixels, I think that's 40 pixels, so top 10 like this. Yep, so that's 40 pixels from the top. Give it a height of fit to fit the content and an overflow of auto. Alright, so now we are going to be working in this hotel information section. We don't see anything yet, but this is where we are going to be working in. So in here, let's have this div, so without any class name. And now we're going to display the room name and the dimension. So this H2 is going to have this class name of font bold, text left, and text LG, and on medium devices text 2XL like this. And inside here we are going to have a room.name, and just in parentheses we are going to have our room.description. If we save and we come back to our application, not description, sorry, dimension, so room.dimension. So if we save and we come back to application, now we see the room name and we see the dimension. Okay, so here we're going to display the amenities next. So after this H2 we are going to have this div, and we're going to give it a class name of flex and a margin Y of 11 like this. And in here, we're going to have a room dot offered amenities, and we're going to map through each, and then we get each amenity, and we're going to return this div here. Okay, because we're in a map, we need to provide a key, and the key is going to be equal to the amenity dot underscore key. And for styling on medium devices, I would give this width of 44. A width of 44 like this. I'm just trying to create more like a box where we can display a font awesome icon and also the amenity name. And then I'll give this a width of fit, give it a text center, give it a padding on the x-axis of 2, give it on medium devices a padding on the x-axis of 0, give this a height of 20, and on medium devices a height of 40, give this some margin on the right axis of 3, and give it this BG, so this slight gray color like this, with this hex code hashtag EFF0F2. And on dark mode, we are going to give this a BG gray of 800. We are going to give this rounded LG like this, display this as a grid, and place content center like this. So first we are going to have this icon. It's not going to show up because we don't have the font awesome CDN, but the class name is going to be dynamic like this. And here we're going to display FA solid, so font awesome solid. And here we have our amenity dot icon. Okay, and we're also going to give this on medium devices a text to Excel. And that's all for the icon. And here we're going to have this paragraph where we are going to display the amenity name. So I think we call it amenity, so it's also going to be this amenity we receive here, and then we're going to access the amenity property. And we should also style this paragraph. So this is going to have a class name of text extra small, and on medium devices text base, and give it a padding to the top of 3. So if we check, go back to application, we're not going to see this font awesome icon. So let's see if we come back here. You see, we don't see the font awesome icon. And in order for us to see it, we will just come here, and we need to add this CDN link. So if we come to web and we come to our layout.tsx. So in here, we're just going to have a head tag, and in the head tag, we're going to add a link to point to CSS. Okay, so the href, I'm just going to replace this href here with this link that goes to font awesome like this. And we can also already have the cross origin and send this to anonymous like this. So if we save this and we come back here, now we display the icons. We don't see this icon for the private garden, so perhaps we must have missed this icon somewhere, but at least we see our icons show up. So why do we have, because you see this actually looks distorted. So let's see what we are missing. So we give the width fit, text center px of 2, and on medium devices px of 0, give it a height of 20, and height mr3, we give it this background. Yeah, so this should be grid like this. Now if we save this and we come back, yeah, so this looks better. We don't see the icon here, so maybe we chose the wrong icon. So that's why I said it's always important to choose the correct icon so that you have the icons display. Okay, so let's continue, and after this section here, we are going to have another section for the description. Okay, so after this div, just here, we are going to have another div. And I'm going to give this a class name of margin bottom 11. And in here, we can have the h2. And this h2, we're going to give it a class name of font bold. We're also going to give it text 3XL. and a margin bottom of 2 like this. And here we can display the text description like this. So after this h2, we are going to have this p tag where we then going to display the room dot description. So let's save and let's see if we see our description show up. So this is our description like this, and this is the text. Okay, so after this, so I'm just going to collapse this, or maybe we just continue. Alright, so after this div, we're going to have this other div, and we'll just give it a class name of margin bottom 11. So just like this div here, actually I'm going to collapse this div and also collapse this for the description. And now we have this where we show the different amenities. So here inside this div, we're going to have this h2, and inside this h2, we say the offered amenities like this. And in here, I'm going to give this a class name of font bold and give this a text 3XL like this, and give this a margin bottom of 2. Alright, so inside this h2, we are going to have this div, and I'm going to give this a class name of grid and give this grid calls 2 like this. And here, I'm going to say our room dot amenities, offered amenities, and dot map just as we did previously. And here we have each amenity, and we are going to return this div here like this, and we should give this a key, and the key is going to be equal to the amenity dot underscore key. So inside this div, we can display the icon and the amenity as we had before. So I'm going to give this a class name of, on medium devices, I'll give this a class name of text base. Sorry, I'll just give it a class name of flex as we had previously, items, center, and on medium devices, I'll give this a margin y of 0 and give it a margin y of 1. So in here, we are going to display the icon as well as the text. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here like this. So this should be 1M. So that means we had a typo over there. So I'm going to save this and fix the typo that we just saw here. Okay, so it should be 1M like this. And if we save, let's see if we see this section. Okay, we see this section and our styling looks to be off again. So where did I miss the styling? So here we display grid calls 2. And then inside this div, we give the class name of flex, item, center. So everything seems to be fine. I'll get rid of this text size here and give this medium devices text base, text rather than padding top, I'm gonna give it a margin left of 2. So if I save this and we have another preview, I think this looks better. Now we're having this error with the garden because we don't have any icon. So let's try to see another room. I'll just see the executive room, and here we don't have this other icon. So I chose icons that were not in Font Awesome. That's why we don't see the icons displayed. So it's important you choose Font Awesome icons so that it displays. Okay, so this room has all the icons. Great, so we can continue working, and after the offered amenities, we can just go into display another section for safety and hygiene. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this div, and here I'll have another div, and I'll give this a class name of margin bottom 11, and here I would have a h2 where I say safety and hygiene like this, and quickly style this font bold and give this a text 3XL and give this a margin bottom of 2. So after this, we are going to have this div, and I'll give you the class name of grid and grid calls 2 like this. And in here, I'm going to have this other div, and the class name is going to be flex item center my of 1, and then on medium devices my 0, like this. And here we are going to have this md outline cleaning services, like this. And just after this we are going to have this paragraph. So here we're going to have this paragraph, okay, just like this. And inside this paragraph we just say daily cleaning. Okay, so let's style this paragraph. I'm gonna give this a class name of ml2. On medium devices, give text base, and give this text extra small, like this. Text extra small. Okay, so if we save this and we have a quick preview, we should see this section here. So for our safety and hygiene, and I'm just going to duplicate this. So just this, I'm going to bring it down a couple of times. And next we're going to have, after daily cleaning, we can change this to fire extinguisher. So we're going to use this LIA and FIRE. I'm going to take this off so that I can get auto completion. So LIA, FIRE, we don't get. So let's import it manually and use the opportunity to rearrange our order of imports here. So I'm going to import this coming from React icons /LIA, like this. And this is going to be LIA fire extinguisher solid. And we can also import from React icons /AI. And this is going to be the AI outline medicine box. And we can already import the from GI. So here we're going to have this GI smoke bomb. Great. So let's come back here, and now we're going to have our auto completion. So this is going to be LIA fire. I still don't get the auto completion, so I have to copy it manually. Okay, and paste it in here. Alright, so this is for this, and here I'm going to have the text of fire extinguishers. Okay, so that's for that, and this is going to be the AI outline medicine box, and here we're going to have the text disinfections and sterilizations. Sterilizations, like this. L-I-Z-A, yeah. R-I, sterilizations. Okay, so after this we're going to have this where we just display the GI smoke bomb, and this is going to go with the text of smoke detectors. Okay, so let's save and let's see if everything came out clean. Did we save it? Yes, we did. And here we don't see, so let's reload our application to be sure that everything works fine. It's taking some time to build. Okay, yeah, so this is it for this section. And after this section, next we are going to have a review section. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this, and now after this we are going to have a review section. So we're not going to have this review, but we can already map out the components. We're going to have this div, which I'll give the class name of shadow, give it on dark mode here, give this a shadow white, and give this rendered LG, and give it a padding of 6. And in here we're going to have this div, and I'll give this class name of item center, and give it a margin bottom of 4, And in here, we're going to have this text, which we're going to just style and say on medium devices, give it a large text and font semi-bold like this. And here we have customer reviews. Okay, so after this div, after this, we are going to have another div, and this is a div that is going to display the review component. So I'll give this a class name of grid. A grid calls, let's say 1, and on medium devices, give this grid calls 2, and give this a gap of 4. So in here, we are going to have our reviews. So I'm going to cut this and paste this in here like this. So if we save and we come back, we should see the text. Yeah, so we see this customer reviews and we see this shadow over here. So I'm just going to go to our dark theme and we see our customer review section here, which is now going to contain the different reviews, but we don't have this yet. So now we can focus on the booking section of our application. We are going to first start with the component, and then we are going to proceed to integrate Stripe payment. So we can already create this component. If we come to our components folder, so here, let's have this book room CTA component and have the JSX file and have this. So I'm going to remove the React input and already make this a client component, and then import this inside here. So here, book room CTA should be imported. So here. Alright, so let's come back to this. If we check the browser, now we see our book room CTA like this, and we see the little shadow we have, and you see it's already sticky. Okay, so you see, because of the position sticky, that we set on this book room. Alright, so now we have this. We style it more. So we're going to give this a class name of px7 and py of 6. And then we're going to have this heading. So this heading isn't going to have any class name. And then we're going to have this span. Now this span is going to have some class names. And we need to have access to the discount to be able to style this properly. So we need to calculate the discount. And to calculate the discount, we need to also, have the price. So we're going to say this is an FC for functional component. And we can have the props, which is going to be equal to an object. And we are just going to ask for the price, at least for now, which is of type number. And we are also going to ask for the discount, which is of type number. So I'm going to pass this props over to this here, and here I'm going to get the props. Okay, so we're going to destructure these values from our props like this, and we are going to get our price and also get our discount from here. So to calculate our discount price, so let's have our discount price is going to be equal to our price, and here we're going to subtract our price divided by 100, and we're going to multiply this by the discount. So this is going to give us our discount price. And now inside the span, we can show the discount price somewhere here. But for styling purposes, we are going to say if we have discount, so here, if discount is true, if it's a truth value, then we're going to have this text gray 400. Otherwise, we are just going to have an empty string like this. And we always want to have this font bold and then text extra large. Alright, so now inside this span, we can go on to display the price. So I'm going to have the sign here, and we would have the price here. And after this, we want to also show the discounts. So here, we're going to check if discount is true. Then we're going to show this span. And otherwise, we would show nothing. We'll just show an empty string. So now this span is going to show our discount price that we have calculated. So here we are going to show our discount price. And we're going to style this. So this is going to have this font bold. And it's going to have this text XL, not left, text LG. Sorry, not LG, extra large, like this. And we're going to have this text. So after this span here, we're going to have this pipe and then have discounts and display our discounts like this and show the percentage. Okay, and then we can have some full stop, and then we have now. And in this now, I'm just going to have another span. Okay, and now inside the span, that's where we are going to have this discount price. Okay, I think it's going to make more sense when we interpret it. So text tertiary DAC. So this is more like showing the user the price in this span. And then if discount is true, we want to then tell the user, the discount price. So the discount and then the price now. We have errors because we need to provide the necessary props. And for now, it needs the discount, and the discount is going to be equal to room.discount. And it also needs the price, which is going to be equal to room.price like this. So let's save, come back to the browser, and we see this. So $100, and then we see the discount, which was 8%, and now is $92. So I want to give a gap between these dollars and this percentage, this pipe here. So where do we have the pipe? In our bookroom CTA, just here. So I'm going to give this space like this and save this. And if we come back, now we have the space. So this $100 and now discount 8% is now 92%. So if we check some other rooms, I'll just check this family suite 300. It doesn't have a discount, and we can confirm if we what did we call it. I think we have an error here, so let's reload this. This is family suite, so let's wait for our studio to reload. Okay, so let's see. So our family suite, if we check, we don't have any discount, and that's why we don't see the discount text. So it's already working, and if we check this, do we have a discount? Yeah, we have a 20% discount, and that's why the price is now $400. So great, it's working as expected. So after this H3, we are going to have this div, which is actually going to be self-closing. And now we can style this. I'll give it a width full, give this a border bottom, so border bottom 2, give this a border bottom secondary, and give this a margin Y of 2, and let's see what it looks like. So this over here, and after this we are going to have our special notes. So I have this div, and here we'll just display our special notes, which we need to bring in. So rather than use a div, I think I'll use a h4, and I'll give this a ny of 8. So let's bring in this special notes. So bring it in here and bring it in here, which is going to be of type string, and we can now request it from here. So the special note, which is going to be equal to the room dot special note like this. And let's have a preview. So we see the special note here, and let's be sure this application is responsive. And yes, our application is fully responsive. Okay. So after the special note, we are going to have a div where we'll display some date pickers. So here we're going to give this a class name of flex, like this. And in here we're going to have another div, and this div is for the check-in date. So to have a label, and the HTML4 is going to be check-in date, and this div is going to have the styling. So the class name of this div is going to be width 50%, and it's going to have a padding to the right of 2. And this label is going to display the text check-in date like this. And let's style this. We are going to give this a class name of block, give this a text XSM, give this a font medium, give this a text gray 900 here. And on dark mode, I'm going to give this a text gray of 400 like this. And here we display the check-in date. So now we need our date picker. And I'll open the terminal, and I'll quit the terminal now. And npm install react date picker like this. So we will just wait for it to install, or we could use it already. So I will come here, and in here I would import date picker. That would come from react date picker library we just installed. Since we need to install the types, so npm install save dev this types. So I would copy and paste this in here like this. Okay, so while that's installing, we can already import. Okay, it's done. So let's restart our application using npm run dev. So we can already import the CSS file. In here, I'm just going to import the React date picker, and there we have the dist folder, and there we have the React date picker .css file here. So now this date picker, we are going to use it here. So after this label, we are going to have this. So in here, we are going to display the date picker component, and it needs a prop. And now it needs so many props. So first selected, we are going to come back to this. It also needs the onChange. We are going to come back to this, and we can pass the date format. So the date format I'll go with is day, and here month, and then the year. And we can also pass the disabled prop, because I actually want it to be disabled, and so I'll get rid of the disabled prop. Okay, and we can also pass the minimum date. Okay, we want the minimum date to be the current date, so I'll set this to new date like this. And here we can already give it an ID, and the ID is going to be this check-in date from the label. So that's going to be our ID. And let's style it. I'll give it a width full, and give this a border, and give this a text black, give this a border gray 300 like this, give this rounded LG, give this P 2.5, and focus like this, give this ring primary 600, ring primary like this. And on focus, I'll give this border primary. Border primary like this. I don't know if we can have a variant. No, we can't. So border primary like this. And we're going to have an error because we need to pass the onChange, and we need to pass the selected prop. So selected is going to be the check-in date. Okay, And on change, we need a function to update the setting check-in date. So we can call, we're going to get the date from this function, and then we can call the function, so set check-in date like this, and we're going to pass the date. Gosh, okay. So now we need to receive all of these from props as well. So the check-in date, I am going to receive it here. And this is going to be of type date or null, like this. Okay, and then we have this set check-in date, which is going to be of type dispatch, because it's going to be coming from state. And here we're going to have the set state action, and we're going to have a type of date or null in our state. That's the type of action we're going to dispatch. And here we can now bring in check-in date and then set check-in date like this. And let's save this. And now we need to pass the props to this book now sit here. So we need to handle them in state. So I will just come just after these props, and here I would have the check-in date, and then I would have the set check-in date like this. This is going to be equal to useState, and useState is imported from React. I'll just rearrange this, and useState is going to have a default value of null, and for TypeScript this is going to be of type date or null like this. Okay, so we can already have the state for the checkout date, so check out date, like this. And here we have set checkout date, and every other value remains the same. Okay, so let's pass the props. Here we're going to pass the check-in date to be equal to check-in date, and here the set check-in date to be equal to set check-in date like this. So we can save, and let's have a preview. We don't see anything. Is our application up and running? Yes, it is. So I'm just going to reload the browser, and we wait for it to reload. Let's be sure. Yep. So our application is up and running, and now it loads up and nothing shows. Okay, yeah. So this is our application, and we have our check-in date. Okay, and in the user clicks here, we have this. Okay, so now we have this component here, like this. Okay, so next we can have our checkout date. So just after this check-in date, we are going to have our checkout date. So I think I can just duplicate this here and bring this down. So this is our checkout date, and rather than give it a padding right of 2, this is going to have a padding left of 2, and the HTML4 is going to be checkout date, and the styling here remains the same, and we're going to update this text to checkout date. And here we have the date picker, so selected is going to be checkout date, which we are going to bring in from props, and on change is going to be set checkout date, and this is the date format. It's going to be disabled, and it's going to be disabled if there is no check-in date. So if the user hasn't provided any check-in date, the checkout date is going to be disabled. And now for the minimum date, we are going to have a function that is going to calculate the minimum checkout date. So we're going to come back to this, and for the ID, I'm just going to copy this ID here and use it in here like this. And for this other section, I think everything remains the same. Okay, so let's have this checkout date and set checkout date. So here, I think I'm going to duplicate this because it's very much alike. So just change the name to checkout date, and here set checkout date, and then we can break it in from the props, so checkout date and also set checkout date. So we have an error to calculate the minimum date. We'll come back to it. Let's just pass the prop. So checkout date is going to be equal to checkout date, and then set checkout date is going to be equal to set checkout date. So let's save this. And here in the bookroom CTA, let's have this function to calculate the minimum date. So we can call this calc minimum checkout date like this, and let's define this function. And here let's receive the function, and here let's define it. So this calculate minimum checkout date is going to be this function that is going to return the date, or is going to return null like this. Okay, so here we are going to have the function to calculate minimum checkout date is going to be equal to calculate minimum checkout date. So let's define it somewhere here. So I think I'm just going to define it here. So we're going to have this const calculate minimum checkout date, which is going to be equal to this function. And here we're going to check if we have a check-in date, then we are going to calculate the checkout date. Otherwise, we would return null like this. Okay. So here we are going to first of all get access to the next day. So the next day is going to be equal to new date, and then we pass in the check-in date. Okay, and then we want to set the day. So we want to set the date of the next day. So we call the next day like this, and then we want to set date, and this date is going to be the next day, and then dot get date like this, and we want to add 1. So we go on and return the next day like this. So if there's no check-in date, we will just go on to return null. Okay, so they will calculate the minimum checkout date, and we are going to use it here. So let's see what we have now. We have our checkout date, and you see it's disabled. Okay, so it's disabled until we select check-in date. So I will select, let's say, tomorrow, and you see I chose 11, and if we say the checkout date, it starts at 12. Okay, so it starts at 12, and this starts at 11. Now we enabled it, the user can still now go on and select, let's say 20, which is not doesn't make sense. So you can't check in on the 20 and then check out some days behind. We are going to handle the logic to restrict such operation, but for now everything is looking good. Let's continue. So after this div, we are going to have another div. So after this here, so here we are going to have this div, and we're going to give it a class name of flex, and then margin top of 4. And here let's have this other div. I'll give it a class name of width 1/2, and give this a pattern to the right of 2 like this. And in here we'll have this label and HTML for adults, and let's give it this class name of block text SM, font medium, text gray 900 like this, and a dark theme text gray 400. Okay, so inside this label we are just going to have the text of adults. Okay, because the user would also have the chance to choose the number of adults. And after this we're going to have this input, and this input is going to be of type number, and it's going to have the ID of adults to match with the label. And for value, This is going to have the value of adults, which we don't have yet. We'll come back to that. And on change, now we're going to have this function which takes the events and set adults, which we don't have yet. And we're going to set adults to the events.target.value. Okay, and we are going to give this a minimum of 1. So let's say we want to have minimum of 1 by default, and let's say we want to have a maximum of 5. So give this a width full, give this a border, give this a border gray 300 like this, give this rounded LG, give this P 2.5, and on focus state give this ring. I think we don't even need this on the focus state and all of that, so I'll just get rid of it. Okay, so we need the adults and set adults. So here I'm just going to have const adults and also set adults. It's going to be equal to useState and have a default value of 1. We're also going to have for children, so has a default value of 0. Children, and here we can have set children like this. And we can ask for this from the props. So adults and also children like this. Okay, and we can have this, so I'll bring this down twice. So this is going to be for set adults, and here we're going to dispatch type number, and for this we're going to have set children, and here we're going to dispatch of type number like this. And to get rid of the errors, we just bring in these from our props. So set adults, set children, and adults, and also children, because we're going to be needing children soon. So here we have set adults to event target value. We're having this error because this is going to be a string and we need number. You can just add a plus here and it gets rid of the error. So I would save this, and here we can pass the prop. So here we can pass adults equal to adults. We can pass children, which is going to be equal to children. We can also pass set adults, which is going to be equal to set adults. We can also pass set children, which is going to be equal to set children like this. So we have an error here. Do not pass children as props, instead Nextjs. Okay, so it doesn't know. Okay, so let's see. We're just gonna rename it to rather than children. I'll just say number of children like this, and here I would say set number of children. Okay, so children is going to be number of children, and here set number of children. I would use this here, and I would use this here like this, and update our book room CTA. So rather than children, I'll call it number of children and use it here. And then rather than set children, I would say set number of children like this, and bring this in here. Okay, so this fixes it, and we should see our input. So if we check, now we see adults and we don't see for children yet, so let's add it. So I will actually duplicate this. So I will just duplicate this, and this is going to have padding to the left of 2, a label for children, and the class name is actually going to remain the same. And here we have the text of children, the type is going to be number, the ID is going to be children like this. It's going to have the value of children, so number of children. And on change, we're going to set number of children like this to event target value. The minimum is going to be 0, and let's say the maximum is going to be 3 for our application, and everything should be fine now. So if we reload, we see children here. Okay, so that's working fine. Next, let's have this section that helps us to display the price to the user. So we're going to have a function to calculate the number of days. So somewhere here, let's have this function. We're going to call calc number of days like this, and this is going to be equal to this function. So we want to return if there is no check-in date or there is no checkout date. Okay, so if there is none, we are going to return 0 like this. So first, to calculate the number of days, we're going to have the time difference, and the time difference is going to be checkout date. It's going to be equal to checkout date dot get time, and we're going to subtract this from check-in date like this dot get time here. And now we have the time difference. We can now convert the time difference to days, and here you can call this number of days, and this is going to be equal to math.ceil, and we're going to pass our time difference divided by 24 multiplied by 60 and multiplied by 60 and multiplied by 1000. So this is going to give us the number of days, and now we can return the number of days. So return number of days like this. So here I'm going to copy this, and we can come below here, and after this div, so after this that displays the adults and children, I'm going to collapse this. So after this, we are going to have this section where we call this calculate number of days. It returns a number, and we check if the number is 0, then we want to go on and display this p tag. Okay, so we're going to display this paragraph tag, and otherwise we are just going to display an empty fragment like this. So let's start this. I'm going to give this paragraph a class name of margin top of 3, and in here I'll just have total price, and the total price in dollars is going to be this calculate number of days like this, and multiply it by our discount price. So if we save this and we come over to the browser, we don't see anything because we haven't chosen the number of days. So here I'll choose 10 and say I want to check out on the 13th, and now we see our total price like this. Okay, so we have 400 and we stay 3 days, so that gives 1200. Alright, so now let's have our book now button. So just after this, we can have our button, and this button is going to be having these class names. So our button primary, and it's going to have a width full, a margin top of 6, and it's going to be disabled, have this color on the disabled state, so BG gray 500, and if it's disabled, we're going to have this cursor not allowed like this. So this button, if this hotel room is booked, so we also need to receive this props. So if it's booked, we are going to display the text of booked like this. Otherwise, we are going to show the text of book now like this. So we have this error because we don't have this is booked property, and it's going to be disabled if this room is booked like this. And on click, we're going to call a function, the handle book now click like this. Alright, so now we need to pass this is booked and also the handle book now click function. So here we are going to receive is booked, which is going to be of type boolean, and we can bring it here to our props, and we also need to bring in the handle book now click, and this is going to be equal to a function that returns void. So we can take this function and pass it in here. So I'm going to save this, and if we come here, we need to pass the two props. So is booked is going to be equal to rooms or room dot is booked like this, and the handle book now click is going to be equal to handle book now click. We don't have this yet, and this is for our booking. So just somewhere here, I'm just going to have this function, and it's not going to be doing anything, at least for now. Okay, so let's come back to the application, and we see the text book now because this room isn't booked. So you see we have this sticky, and we can come to other rooms to test out the functionality. Let's see if our filter works. So a basic room, maybe this one, and it doesn't have a discount. So if we want to stay for 2 days, the room should be 600. So because the unit price is 300, so everything is okay. Now we can work on, before we work on the booking feature, let's just test that when we call these functions, to create a booking, that we are getting the correct values. So once we click on this function, we are displaying the values that we need to create a booking. So we don't have the API yet. So for our Sanity Studio, we are going to be creating all of that. So what we can do first is to just do some validation. So if there is no check-in date, or if there is no checkout date, then we're going to return a toast.error, and then we can just say please provide check-in / checkout dates, like this. Okay, and let's also check. So now we're going to check if the check-in date is greater than the checkout date. So if that's the case, we're going to return toast.error, and we're going to tell the user please choose a valid check-in period, like this. Okay, so after this check, so this other check here, we are going to calculate number of days again. So const number of days, and number of days is going to be equal to a function that would calculate the number of days. So you can have this calc number, I could just say calc num days, like this. And we already have the function, so I'm just going to copy this function. We can pass it via props, but let's just define here, and I'll just get calculate num days, and here rather than return 0, I'll just return, and here we get the time difference like this, we get the number of days, and we return. So here we just calculate number of days, and next we can get the hotel room slug, and the hotel room slug is going to be the room.slug.current. Okay, and next we can now integrate Stripe. Okay, so before we integrate Stripe, I won't talk about middlewares, but before we get to middlewares, I also want to make sure that we have the API from Sanity Studio ready to help us to create a booking. So in our libs and in our APIs folder, now we are going to export this. So export this constant, and then we can call it create booking. Like this, which is going to be equal to this async function. Like this. Okay, so here we are going to receive properties that we're going to use to create a booking. And this properties is going to be of type. So we don't have this type yet, but we can call this create booking DTO, which stands for data transfer object. And where do we have our models? Rooms. So do we put it in here? I'm just going to put it in here because it's related to a room, even though it's now related to creating a room. Okay, and I'm going to export this type, create booking DTO, which is going to be equal to this function. To create a booking, we need the user, which is of type string, so the user ID. We need the hotel room, which is also of type string. We need the check-in date, and the check-in date is going to be of type string. We also need the checkout date, and this is going to be of type string. We need the number of days. The number of days is going to be of type number. We need the adults, which is going to be of type number. We need the children, which is going to be of type number, like this. We need the total price. Total price is going to be of type number. And then we need the discount, which is going to be of type number. So we need to spell discount. So to confirm, if you come over to the schemas, booking.ts, you would see the fields we need. So we need the user ID. We need the hotel room ID. So where is it? I will show we passed the hotel room ID here. So you see, we need the hotel room. We need the check-in date. We need the checkout date. We need the number of days. We need the discount. We need the adults, children, and the total price. And that's all the fields that are defined in here. Okay. So now we are going to import this create booking DTO coming from our models. And in here, we can now access these properties. So we can access adults, the check-in date, we can access checkout date, we can access children, discounts, hotel room, number of days, total price, and user. So these are the values we need to create a booking. And then we can have our mutation. And our mutation is going to be an object. When we have mutations like this, mutations is going to be an array. Okay, so an array, and here we have an object. So we're going to have a create mutation. And to be sure, not to be sure, I just want to show you where I'm getting it from. So let's visit the documentation. So I just googled sanity mutation. And if you click on mutations, just wait for it to load. And here, if you click on create, you see here, you have mutations, you have create, and then you pass the values. Okay, so this is what we're doing here. So we're using a create mutation. And then you see the URL. So HTTPS, the product ID, API, sanity.io, you give the version, data, mutate, and your data set name. Okay, so this is the create mutation that we are currently doing here in our application. So we have this create, and create is an object. So it's an object, so we pass the underscore type. So the type of mutation, or the type of, where is it again? If we come over to our schema, booking. The type of schema is booking. So this booking schema, and that's what we have here. So apart from the type, we're going to have the user. So remember, it needs the user. And here, the underscore type is going to be of type reference. So please make sure there's no typo here, else it's not going to work as expected. And we just have the underscore ref, and the underscore ref is going to be this user. So it's going to be this user ID here. Okay, so after this user, so after this, we are going to have another property, which is the hotel room. So hotel room like this, and it's going to be an object. So an object where we have the same underscore type, and the type is going to be reference like this, and we have the underscore ref, which is going to now point to hotel room. Okay, so after this hotel room, now we can have the other values, so the check-in date, the checkout date, and the number of days, also adults, and then children, and then we also have the total price, and then we also have the discounts like this. And after our mutation, so after this our mutation constant, we can now have or send the API request. So we're going to be using Nextjs. I don't know if we have Nextjs installed, so let's npm install Nextjs like this, and we're going to get our data, which is going to be equal to await Nextjs. So I'm just going to restart our server. So here we're going to await Nextjs, which we need to import. So just here, I'm going to import Nextjs from Nextjs like this. And here we're going to await Nextjs.post, and the URL is going to be, so we have backtick, HTTPS, and then we need to go to our project ID, which is going to come from our process.env, and then we'll just come to our env, and we're going to copy our next public sanity project ID. I'll paste it here, and then we also go to .api.sanity.io, and we then specify the API version, so v, and then 2021, then 21 like this, and then we go to /data /mutate, and then we go to the data set, so process.env, and then we come and copy this, so next public sanity data set like this. Okay, so after this we are going to pass another argument, and the data is going to be our mutation, and then we need to pass headers. Okay, so here we're going to have headers, and headers is an object like this, where we have authorization, and the authorization is going to be our bearer token. So bearer, and then the token is going to come from our process.env, and then we have our Sanity Studio token. And that's why it was important to give read and write access, because now we want to write to our Sanity Studio. And here we get our data. We can now return our data here. So we have our endpoint, we have our page setup. Now we're going to discuss middlewares. Okay, because we only want authenticated users to be able to book a room. Okay, and by the way, let's authenticate ourselves. So I'll click here, and it doesn't load up, so I'll just reload our application. We restarted our server, so let's be sure it's up and running. So it's actually compiling, and it was compiling our auth page before we refreshed our page. So let's wait for it to compile, and as we're saying, we're going to integrate Stripe. So we're going to be integrating Stripe next, but I just want us to discuss about middleware a bit, because we only want users that are authenticated to be able to call the route. Okay, so here let's authenticate. So I'm just going to authenticate myself using the Google provider, and I should be authenticated. Okay, so we are authenticated, and we can come back to a room. So any room we do, and if we are not authenticated, we don't want the user to go on and book a hotel room. So we don't want this book now to actually make a call. Okay, so let's discuss middlewares now. And the way middlewares work, if we come here, so we come to the root of our source folder here, and we create a file called middleware.ts like this, and we just need to export defaults like this, and then we're going to export this from Nextauth, at least Nextauth middleware /middleware. Now with just this line of code, we are going to be blocking all our pages from request. So we don't have a way to manually log out, so we can't see this working in action because we are currently authenticated. But if we are not authenticated, we would not have been able to visit this page. We don't have the ability to log out yet, so we can't, test our functionality, but we get this page cannot be found. Okay. So we want to block two pages. I want to block two routes actually. So I want to block the user profile route, and I also want to block the API route. So I'm going to export const config, which is going to be equal to this object, and this object takes in the matcher. And this matcher can be a string, it can be a regex expression, or it can be an array of path. So I want to block request going to /users and then /the user route like this. So any request going to /users and then any other route is going to be protected if the user is not authenticated. And same I want to do for our API folder. So request going to /API and then the path like this is not going to be allowed to pass unless the user is authenticated. So now we have this in place. We can now work on to make sure that we integrate our Stripe payment. To integrate Stripe in our project, first we need to install the Stripe package. So I'm going to quit the development server, and we are going to start from the backend route. So npm install Stripe like this, and this is going to go on to install the Stripe library. And if we come up to our folder, and in our app, libs, and here, not here, sorry. So in our app, and where we have our, where is it, our API folder, and here we're going to create a new route for Stripe. So let's have our Stripe route. So we have Stripe, and here we have the Stripe.ts. So this is our Stripe route, and let me just restart our server here. Okay, so what's the first thing we need to do? Let's have this Stripe constant. So Stripe is going to be equal to a new instance of Stripe. Yep, so we're going to import this Stripe from this Stripe here. And this Stripe, this new instance is going to need an API key. All right, so we don't have that yet. We are going to get it in a second, but we can already reference it. So process.env, and we can call it stripe underscore secret and underscore key like this. Okay, we're still having error, but we can say a string here. And the other is an object, so a config, and here we are going to pass the API version, and it already has an API version, so this API version. So let's get our secret key, so our Stripe secret key. If you come to your browser, and here, this is the Stripe dashboard. You already should create an account for Stripe, and then you come over to your dashboard. You see that you have to be in test mode, and even to activate, to go live, you need to activate your account. So in test mode, you come here. So you see we have our publishable key, and we have our secret key. But for now, we need our secret key. So I'm going to copy this secret key, and if we come to application here in our env, first I'm just going to paste in the secret key here, and for the value for the key I'm going to copy this and use here. So our Stripe secret key is going to be equal to this key we just copied. Okay, so let's save this, and next we are going to have our function. So let's export a const function, async function, like this. We are going to call it post. This is going to be called the request, which is going to be of type request, and here we have our response, which is going to be of type response, like this. So this is our function body, and we are going to have some data that we're expecting from the front end. Okay, so here let's have const where we're going to get access to those data, which is going to be equal to await request.json, like this. And we can already define the types for data, so we're going to have our request data here, and our request data is going to be this object. So we have the check-in date, and check-in date is going to be of type string, and we're also going to have the checkout date, which is going to be of type string, and then we're going to have the adults, which is going to be of type number, children, which is also going to be of type number. We're going to have the number of days, which is also going to be of type number. And lastly, we need the hotel room slug. This is going to be of type string. String, like this. So we have our request data. We are going to use it here and say this is going to be of type request data, like this. And here we can get the check-in date. We can also get the adults, checkout date, children, hotel room slug, and also the number of days. So we're going to get all of these from the request. So from the request, like this, and we need to call this like this. Alright, so up next we can have some validation. So we can check if these properties are not there. Then we're going to return a new next response, and we're going to say please all fields are required, like this. And then we can set a status of 400. So what are we going to check here? We're going to check if there's no check-in date or there's no checkout date. If there is no checkout date, if there is no adults or hotel room slug, or there is no number of days, then we're going to return this error. So we are meant to use all like this, not this. So if there's no this or no this, or we don't have adults, or there are no hotel rooms, like this, and or number of days. So if these properties are not set, then we are going to return this error. Now we are not checking for children because children can be 0 if the user don't pass. That's the default that we are using in our page. So here children is 0. Where is it? So number of children is 0. So if we check for children and we get 0 value, which we actually allow in our database, then we're going to have an error. So that's why I'm not checking for children here. Okay, so after this, we can go on and get the request origin. So const origin is going to be equal to our request.headers. And here we can get, and we're going to get with the key of origin, like this. So this is going to give us the request origin. And after that, let's have access to the session. So session is going to be equal to await, and then we await our get server session, and this needs the auth options. So we're going to pass our auth options here, coming from our libs folder. So where is it? So our auth options. And here we're going to have our session. We can have a check. If there is no session, Then we are going to return a new next response like this, and we're going to say authentication required. Okay, so now, because of our middleware, so this middleware we have here, that only authenticated users will be able to visit this route. So this check is not needed, but I actually want to go on and get access to the user ID. Okay, so const user ID, and we're going to get it from our session dot user dot ID like this. So this gives us the user ID, and we can also format the checkout date, the date. So formatted checkout date, and this is going to be equal to our checkout date. So not checking here, our checkout date, and then we can split by T, this capital T, and get the first index. Now, if you're not sure of these values, please just log these to the console and you'll see the format of the checkout date. And I'm just going to change this to formatted check-in date, and then this is going to be our check-in date dot split. All right, so here, after all of these, let's have our try catch block. And in our catch block, in case of any errors, let's first log to the console. So we're just going to have this payment failed and have the error. Okay, so let's return a new next response, and the body is going to be empty, and we can set the status of 500 like this, or we can just send the error like this. We have this error, so this is going to be of type any, and the error is gone. Now in our try block, let's try to first of all get a room, because we want to get all the details about the room from our Sanity Studio. The only thing we want to get is the number of days. Okay, so we need the hotelRoom slug to get the room, and then the number of days. We're going to use this number of days to then calculate the price ourselves. Okay, and not allow the user send any data to the front end. So how do we go about it? We are first going to get our room in our try block. So here we're going to get our room, and this is going to be equal to, we await get room. Remember the get room from our libs. If we visit this get room, you see here that this gets a room. So it gets this query, this get room query, and it returns the results. Okay, so we are making use of this get room. It needs a slug, and we're going to pass the hotel room slug. So this hotel room slug. Okay, so after getting the room, let's get the discount price, because we are leaving discount on some of the hotel rooms, and this is going to be equal to the room dot price minus the room dot price divided by 100, and we're going to multiply this value by the room discount. So this is going to give us the discount price now. Okay, so after this, let's get the total price. The total price is going to be the discount price, which is the discount price per unit. We're going to multiply it by the number of days. So once we multiply the unit price by the number of days, we are going to get the total price. And now we are going to come over here and create a Stripe payment. Okay, so we are sure we have all that we need now to create a Stripe payment. So we're going to have this Stripe session, and this is going to be equal to await Stripe. That is this Stripe instance that we formed here. So this. So we're going to await Stripe, and then we can call checkout. And here we have sessions, and then we have the create method. And this is going to take a mode, and the mode is payment. It also takes the line items, and the line items is this array. Okay, so an array of objects, and first we're going to pass the quantity. The quantity is 1, so the quantity is a mandatory field. And here let's have the price data. The price data is going to be this object where we can specify the currency, and the currency we support is USD. We are going to have the product data. The product data is this object where the name of the product is the hotel room name. So I think it's the room.name. Okay, and we need to provide images. And images like this. Images is an array. So you know that our room images has the URL property. So we're going to have our room and then have images. We're going to map through each image like this, and then this is going to give us each image, and then we're going to return the image URL. So map returns an array, and automatically images is going to be an array. Alright, so after the line items, next we are going to send the payment method types. So underscore payment underscore method underscore types, and we support card payment. And after this, we need the sources URL, and the sources URL is going to be dynamic. Remember, we have the origin, which is, where is it? This origin over here. So we're going to go to our origin, and here /users, and we want to go to the user ID. So user ID like this. Remember, this user ID is coming from our session here. Okay, so now we have all of these. We still have all these fields to create a booking. We are not going to be creating a booking here. All right, because we want to only create a booking when this payment is successful. So that's why we are not calling this route. Stripe gives us access to webhooks, which is more like subscription events that we can subscribe to. And these events are going to be called for us automatically by Stripe when they occur. So we're going to be looking at webhooks functionality next, and how we can create an order only when the payment is successful. But for now, let's just test that our payment is working. Okay, so after this, we need to return a response. So we're going to return a next response .json, and here we have the Stripe session. And we are going to have this where we set the status to 200, and then we can have a status text like this, and the status text is just going to be payment, say payment session created. Okay, so we can, for us to test this out, we need to wire up Stripe on our front end. So we just did the back end, now we need to have Stripe in our front end. And let's come over to our libs. So we're going to have a file here for stripe.ts. And to continue, let's quit our development server, and we need to import the Stripe for the front end. So as stripe /stripe-js. So we need to install this library. Alright, so we're going to import some properties from it. So import all of these from stripe.js like this, and let me restart our development server. Alright, so what are we going to take? We're going to take the Stripe class, and then we're also going to take the load Stripe like this, and we're going to have this variable which we call Stripe promise, which is going to be of type promise, and this promise can resolve to two values. So sorry, it's hard to be here. This promise can resolve to Stripe, or it can resolve to null like this. So here we are going to have this function that is going to help us to get Stripe. So we're going to export this const, which we call get Stripe, and get Stripe is going to be equal to this function, and we are going to return this get Stripe function. Alright, so what we want to do here, first we want to check if there is no Stripe promise. Then we are going to say our Stripe promise is going to be equal to load Stripe. So this package that we import like this, we are not going to return here. Sorry, we are already exporting, and we need to return inside. So we're going to return inside and not here. So we call load Stripe, and load Stripe is going to need a publishable key. So we don't have this yet, but we can say this is going to come from our process.env.next_public underscore Stripe publishable key. Stripe publishable key like this, and we can say a string. Alright, so I'm going to copy this and load it in our env and get it from our Stripe. So this is the publishable key. Just copy this and I'll paste this in here and save. So whenever we make changes to our env, it's always nice to restart our server. So I'm going to quit this and restart our development server. Okay, so now we are done with this. We would come back to our page. So this room details page, and in here we have this function. So to handle book now click, this handle book now click function. Okay, so what we can do here, we have the number of days here where we are going to be integrating Stripe. I'm going to take this off, and we have our try catch block. So first we're going to use Axios to send our data. So this is going to be equal to, we're going to await Axios.get, and we need to import Axios from Axios like this. And here we are going to call Axios.get, and the API is going, the endpoint is going to be /API/Stripe. So this endpoint, if you open this up, sorry, not this. If we come to our API Stripe, this. So this route over here, and it has to be a get request. Sorry, post request, not get. So this has to be post, like this. All right, so after this, because the post request, we need to pass data. And what data? We need to pass the check-in date. We also need to pass the checkout date. We also need to pass adults. We need to pass children. And children is going to be our number of children like this. We need to pass the number of days. And we need to pass the hotel room slug like this. We're having this error because we need to make this async. All right, so from this, we are going to get our data, and we can name this, rename this to be Stripe session. Okay, so after this, we're going to check if we have Stripe. That means we need to import our load Stripe function like this. And somewhere here, we can just say const Stripe is going to be equal to await get Stripe. And this is this get Stripe here. So we're going to import this to help us load Stripe here. And let's see, so this is it. Okay, so once we await this get Stripe, we now have Stripe like this. And why are we having an error? Why do we have this error? Okay. We can have const results. We have an error here, which is saying an expression of type void cannot be tested for truthfulness. It's a TypeScript issue. And if we come back here to this get Stripe function, that's because here we forgot to return. We forgot to return our Stripe promise. And that's why I love TypeScript, because it helps us to catch errors like this. So we forgot to return our Stripe promise, and that's why we're having error here. See, the error is gone because it knows it's going to return Stripe or null. So const result is going to be equal to we await Stripe. We await Stripe like this, and then we call redirect to checkout. Redirect to checkout here, and this is going to take the session ID, and the session ID is going to be what we get back as data. So Stripe session dot ID. Okay, and this Stripe session we're getting back here. If we come to our route, see here we are sending this back as a response. So this Stripe session, and there it has the ID property. All right, so here we have our results. We can have to check. So if inside here, so if results dot error, we're just going to have a toast. So we're going to toast dot error and say payment failed. And here if we have an error, let's log it to the console. So we can console.log error, and here we have our error like this. And then we can also toast.error and say an error occurred here. Alright, so this is the time that we go on to test it out. This is our page, and we are calling this post request. We pass the data, so check-in date, check-out date, adults, children, number of days, which are all these data. Check-in date, check-out date, adults is children, number of days. And here, even though we're not making use of these properties yet, because we're not creating a booking, we are just creating a payment. And here we're not making use of the total price, and that's because just here, so in our price data, so after product data, we are going to add the unit amount. So we forgot to add the unit amount. So the unit amount, we're going to pass int like this, and we're going to have our total price and multiply by 100 because it has to be in cents. And we can call to string like this and like this. Alright, so let's try this out. I'll save, open the terminal to be sure everything is still up and running. I'll just quit and reload so that we are just double sure. I'll close this panel, and if we come back to the browser, here where we have our application, let's just reload. So let's see if our application is building. So it's compiling the slug, so that page. And remember, we have middleware in place. So if a user is not authenticated, or if you're not authenticated, maybe you're clicking on the book now button and nothing is working, you just have to authenticate yourself. So if you're not authenticated, you'll not be able to visit the API route. We don't have a way to manually log in, log out yet. So, once we implement the logout functionality, you would see how this works. So our page is compiling, and I think it is ready now. Alright, so this is our page. Let's choose a check-in date. I'm going to choose 12, and the checkout date, I'll just choose the next day. You see the price is 92 because of the 8% discount. And let's click on book now. So let's see if this goes on to load Stripe. Okay. Okay, seems it's loading up Stripe. So great. Everything is working fine for now. We have 92. We have the product image. You can give this a name, your email. I'll just go with test@test.com. For card information, 42424242 is the default that Stripe gives us. And for the month, I'll just say 11/23. On any CVV, I'll just say test name and click on pay. So wait for this to load up. It's successful, and it should redirect us to the user, so a 404 page. And we created this page here. So if you come over to the routes, here you have the success URL. So it's origin, which is for now our localhost /users, and the user ID. And that's why we get redirected to this page. So for now it's a 404 page, but we'll be fixing that. So if we come back to our localhost, and let's also come to our Stripe, and here if we click on payments so that we see our payments, we should see this payment. So this is it. So we just did this payment now, and payment is complete. So a user is successfully booking a hotel room. So fine. Now we need to create a booking. So a user is paying, but we are not actually creating a booking, and that's where webhooks come into play. So if we come back to home, and here in home, where is it? You come over to webhooks. Here you would see how webhooks work. So you can click on this link. I'll just open this in a new tab. And over here, you're going to see an API documentation on how to go about using webhooks. So let's scroll down and let's visit this. It's going to give us a way to go about this. And in here, you see the first thing we need to do is to identify the events to monitor. I already identified the event that we are going to monitor for this webhook. And the webhook is the checkout session completed. So the checkout session completed is the webhook that I have identified or that we need to call whenever a checkout session is completed. Okay, so we need to identify the Stripe events. So you can open these events in a new tab to see a list of the different events that Stripe offers. Okay, and here I'm going to search for Stripe, for checkout dot session dot completed, like this, and this is it. So this event here, where is it? Where is it? Dot completed. I thought it took us there. Let's see. So checkout dot session dot completed. Okay, checkout dot session dot, yeah. So this webhook here, it occurs when a checkout session has been completed. So this is the event we are going to be listening to, like that. And now we need to create a webhook endpoint function. So this webhook endpoint function, Stripe is going to call for us. Okay, so let's do this next and come back to see the next implementation. And this gives us a sample code. If we go over to the Node.js, you see how it works in Node.js. So this slash webhook and all these things. So let's do this. Let's create this webhook endpoint function. And to create this here, so in our API route, I'm going to create a new route, and this route I'm going to call webhook, like this. And here we are going to have, where is it? We are going to have the route.ts file just inside the webhook. Okay, so how is this going to work? Let's first of all have our checkout session completed. So checkout underscore session underscore completed. And this is going to be equal to checkout underscore checkout session dot completed. We just saw this in the documentation. So this is the event we are going to be listening to, the checkout session dot completed event. And we're going to get Stripe again. So I'll just come back here and copy this. So here we are going to get Stripe again, and we need to import Stripe from Stripe, like this. So after this, we can now go on to export our async function. And this is going to be a post request, like this. And this post request is going to be called with a request, which is of type request. And here we have the response, which is going to be of type response, like this. And in here, first we are going to get access to the request body. So const request body, and request body is going to be equal to await, like this, request.text. And next we need to get the signature, and this is going to be equal to request.headers.get, and we're going to get the Stripe signature. Okay, so where am I seeing all of these? From the documentation. And if you scroll down, you will see best practices. Where is it? I think that's the last step. So after number 4, let's see. Somewhere here we should have for best practices. Let's see. Test your webhook function, register and secure your webhook. Okay, so here we have best practices, and you have let's see, secure webhooks. Yeah, so the webhooks best practices. You can upload this link, and here you're going to see best practices to integrate Stripe inside of your project. And here you see only listen to event types your integration requires. That is one best practice. And here you see you need to verify events that are sent from Stripe. And here you see ways to go about it, having the signature, getting from the request headers. And here having the Stripe webhooks construct event, you pass the request body, you pass the signature, and you pass the endpoint secret. Okay, so we are going to be doing all of these, which is just best practices for us to secure our event listeners. Okay, so for now we are still in the second step to create a webhook endpoint function. All right, so after the signature, we are going to have our webhook secret, which we don't have yet. Okay, so we're going to get this when we integrate the webhook, but for now, this is going to come from our process.env, and here we can call it stripe underscore webhook underscore secret, like this. And I'm going to copy this and have it in our env for now, which is going to be empty. And after getting our webhook secret, we're going to have our event, and this event is going to be of type stripe.event, like this. And after this, we can have our try catch block. So in the catch block, in case of any error, let's copy this and use here. So the next response needs to be imported from Nextjs, and the error, we can just say webhook error, like this. And this is going to make use of backtick. And we are going to have error dot message, like this. And this is going to be of type any. So in our try block, let's verify. So if there's no signature or there is no webhook secret, then do go on and return. So if we have all these properties, we are going to assign our event to be equal to stripe.webhook, like this. And here we have the construct event, and this is going to take the request body, and this also needs the signature, and it needs the webhook secret. So you see here, it needs the secret, and we pass the webhook secret here. All right, so we have this. We can come over next after this try catch, and this is where we load our events. Okay, so in here we're going to have a switch case, and we're going to switch by the event.type, like this. And we're going to handle this case. So this is our case, checkout session completed, like this. And we're going to have our const session, and this session is going to be the event data. So event.data.object, like this. All right, so for now, we're just going to console.log the session here. So we are just going to log this session to the console. We can already have a default case. So we can already have a default, and when we just console.log, unhandled event type. And here we're going to send back the event.type, like this. Okay, so what do we do next? We log the session to the console, and after which we can go on to create a booking, like this. So we go on to create a booking, and we need to return a response. So we're going to return a next response.json, and this response is just going to say booking successful, and we set the status of 200, and a status text of booking successful. So this return is under this case, okay, and this should be it. So we are going to try this session type, and let's come back to the to the documentation. We have created a webhook endpoint, so we have done this, and you see here you have this switch and you have this case, which is what we did. We handle this case for when our session is completed, and you see here there's this default that we just log to the console and this response. Okay, so I think we haven't forgotten this, so we need to return a response to acknowledge the receipt. Are we doing that? We are not doing that. Okay, so this needs to be copied and returned outside of this switch here. We need to make sure we return this, okay, regardless. And we need to return this while this, whatever code we write inside here, whatever logic is being worked on. Okay, so we need to return this, which is what we have done, and everything here is fine. We can change the status text rather than booking successful, which isn't what happened. You can just send event received like this. Okay, so let's come back, and after this we need to test our webhook function. And how do we test this? We need to use the CLI. So I'll just open this in a new tab and come over here. So here we need to first of all install. So I'm on the Mac and I installed with Brew. You see you have different options for Windows. This is the way you would go about it. You just need to download the file and follow this to download the Stripe CLI, so you can test this locally on Linux. If you're on Mac, you can have different ways to go about it, but I just use Homebrew to install. I advise if you're on Mac, you should try this out. It's just very much straightforward. And when you install, you need to log into your Stripe dashboard, and we should be doing this already. So we're going to go to our dashboard, our terminal, sorry, and run this Stripe login. And where is it? Okay, so this is it. Okay, so this is just all we need to do. We need to log in. So I'm going to open up my terminal and I'll zoom in quite a bit. So I'll paste this Stripe login, and this should be after you have installed the Stripe CLI. Alright, the parent, please enter the browser or visit this. Okay, so I'm going to enter to open the browser, and this opens up in the browser here, and in here we should be authenticated. Let's just wait for this to load. Okay, so we need to verify. So let's come back to the IDE, this snappy valor text, and we need to verify. So this is it. So this is the pairing code, so snappy valor, and here you just allow access like this, and okay, so once you authenticate, I'm going to clear this, and after that we need to listen to events to a local endpoint. So I'm going to copy this stripe listen and forward to here, and we are going to add this dash dash skip verify flag here like this. So inside here I'm going to paste this, and we need to change the first. Let me add the dash dash skip verify flag. Let me be sure. Skip hyphen verify as one word like this, and the endpoint is going to be localhost 3000 / API / webhooks like this. This is our endpoint, and I'm going to enter this. This is going to load, and we have our Stripe secret. So you can copy your Stripe secret and come in your env and paste this secret here and save. Okay, since we have changes in our env, we are going to restart our server like this. And you see, if we come to this webhook section, so this route, we take the request body, we take the signature from the header, we have our webhook secret, and we have our event. And if there is no web signature or webhook secret, we return, we assign our event, and here we switch the event type, and we just log to the console, and here we send this response of event received. So I'm going to change this to event received like this. And for now here, we are just logging this to the console. So I'll open up the console in case we see any logs and come back to the browser. And next, we are going to trigger the webhook. So if we come down, you see here to forward events, from the endpoint you're already registered on Stripe, use the load from webhooks API optional flag. Okay, so if we come here, you see this is the webhook that we have registered in Stripe. So this webhook over here, this endpoint, and you see it's listening. So if we come here, we are going to run this from our command line. So where is it? To listen to events, I'm gonna copy this. Sorry, this is what we just did. So we need to forward, and yeah, so we need to trigger Stripe trigger, and we need to trigger the webhook. So I'm going to copy this, and I would open up another terminal. I'm going to split this terminal. Okay, I did go on to split the terminal, and here I'm going to paste this. We're going to trigger our own event, and the event is this. So checkout session completed. You can copy this event, and if we come back here, I'm going to paste in the event and send this. So we should keep an eye here. Okay, so you see here we get this 307. Okay, we get all of these, and you see here that this was actually code. Okay, so you see here we got trigger succeed, and if we come back here, we don't see our console.log for the session, which we are logging to the console here, and we don't see this response here. Okay, so let's see. We are switching the event.type. I'll do it again, but here I'm just going to console.log the event. I'm going to save this, and so we can have a look here. And to be sure our application is still up and running, I'm just going to reload this page. Okay, let's give it another shot. I'm going to come here. I'm just waiting for this to load up. Okay, it seems it's done. And I'm going to come here. Actually, before this, I'm going to disable this middleware. Remember, we have this middleware for the API route. So I'm just going to duplicate this and comment this out, and also get rid of this node, because this goes to the API route, so that we're not blocking ourselves from that request, even though we're authenticated. But we'll just end it, and here I'm going to trigger this again, and we should expect to see this here. We get 404. So we get 404. And why are we having 404/webhooks? Okay, so is it what we name it? No, That's what we're getting 4 It's meant to be webhook. So that's the route. And we're going to quit this here because we made a mistake in our endpoint. It's meant to be /webhook like this. Okay, and we'll send this. Okay, we are going to get a new, I don't know if it's new, but we are going to get this secret. We are going to copy it and use that here. So I'll quit this again and paste this here in the env. So our offense was we were targeting this route, but we added an S. So it's meant to be /API/webhook like this. And if we come back to our Stripe, the endpoint should have updated. See, it has updated as well. And we can reload our application. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's trigger this again. So Stripe trigger checkout.session.completed. And let's see what happens next. We get 200, which is good news. And it means that we are sending back our response and we get this. So this is the event that was triggered. And now if we come back here, great, we see our console.log. Okay, so we see our console.log. We're actually logging two things to the console, and that's why we are seeing quite a lot. I'm going to get rid of the event because I don't need the event. I'll save this. And this time around in this other console.log, I just want us to see this session object. So I'm going to have this session name here so that we see that we are calling, this is the console.log for the actual session. Okay, so let's try this again. So come here and we are going to trigger the event again. We get our 200. And if we come to our console.log in our application, now we should see this. Okay. We see this session here, which is good. So this is the session ID, we get the object, and we get all these information. Great. So we have all this information, and I want you to take a look at this metadata. So you see this metadata is going to be very much important, and for now you see is an empty object. Okay. So we are successfully calling this. So next, let's continue to now create a booking. The question is, when we want to create a booking, we are going to await our create booking function that is going to come from our libs. Okay, so this function here. And if we just visit this function one last time, you see it takes in arguments, and which is of this type, and it goes on to create this mutation for us. Now the issue is Stripe is the one that is calling this endpoint, so we need to pass this, so the adults and all other information to this endpoint. But how do we get it? Because Stripe is calling this endpoint, so how do we get this information to create a booking? Now it's very much easy, because I'll just remove this. Remember I told you to take a look at this metadata object, this, which is for now an empty string. Okay, so it's very much useful for us to insert metadata. So here, when we are creating this payment, so when we are creating this payment, in this, I'm just going to take this off. In this create Stripe payment, we have access to what Stripe calls metadata, and this metadata is an object, and in here we can go on to include metadata that we are going to use here. So we're going to be able to destructure them here. As we saw, the metadata is an empty object. We want to change it, and we can have adults like this, which is the metadata that we need. So the check-in dates, remember we have created all of these already, and we can also pass the checkout date. We can also pass the children. We can also pass the hotel room slug. I think it's just the hotel room. So if we come here like this to where is it? Where do we have the function? So this create booking function. If we come here, you see we need adults, check-in date, children, hotel room, user, total price, and all of these. So this is hotel room, which is the ID, and this is going to be our room ID. And next it needs the number of days, and it needs the, what else? It needs the user ID, and the user ID is going to point to the user ID, and it needs the discount, not the discount price, it needs the discount. Okay, and discount is going to be the room dot discount. Let's be sure if this is user ID or user. Actually, I'm gonna split this to avoid mistakes, and I would also zoom out a bit. And here, where is it? Where do we have the create payment function? So create booking function. So we need the adults, we need the check-in date, the checkout date, the children. We need a discount, and the discount is the room discount. We need the hotel room, we need the number of days. We also need the user. So this is meant to be user like this, and this is going to be pointing to our user ID. We need the we need the total price like this. So here we have total price, and this should be it. So adults, check-in dates, children, discounts, hotel room, number of days, total price, and user. Okay, so we can save this, and I'll just get rid of this and come back here. So you see here we have added all of these metadata here. So we have added all of these, and if we come back here and we trigger this again, so I'm gonna trigger this again. I'll just clear this and call this stripe trigger and trigger this. We get our 200, but this time around, if we come here and we take a look at our console.log, our metadata object is still empty. Now, I understand it's still empty, and the reason why is because Stripe is calling this for us and we are not calling it ourselves. So we're going to call this ourselves in a second, and we should see our metadata populated. I think we can already call it call the endpoint by ourselves. And to do that, I will just try to create a payment and watch the endpoint being triggered for us by Stripe. So I'm gonna click on this room, and in here, just wait for this to load up. I'm going to just choose a check-in date and choose a checkout date and book now. So the idea is for this to call the webhook function on our behalf, and then we can, have this populated. So I'm just going to quickly fill this all out. Say 1123, any CVV, give it a test name. And this time around, once payment is successful, we should come back here, and this endpoint should be triggered. This endpoint should be triggered for us by Stripe. And let's come here. We see this, we don't know if it was the previous or the latest, but one way to know, if we come here and we take a look at this metadata, now you see this metadata has been populated. So we have adults, which you should take notice, everything here is a string. So we would need to convert this back to use an application, but we have the adults, the hotel room, the discount, and every other property that we need to create a booking. Great. So now in this webhook, we are going to have access to those properties. And I'll just get off this console.log, and it's in the session object. So we are going to have this where we say this is going to be equal to session, and here we want to go on and get the metadata like this. This metadata is also an object. Now we're having this error. Okay, it's TypeScript compatibility issues. It doesn't know, but we know it's there, so we can just ts ignore, and we don't have any errors. And for this, we want to get all the properties we just saw, so the adults, and basically all these properties that we added to our metadata. So I'm going to copy this and bring them in here like this. So we're going to get the hotel room, and we are also going to get the discount like this, all from our metadata, and we're also going to get the user. Okay, so now we have this. We can now call this create booking, and the adults, remember this is going to be a string, but we need to store of type number. So this is going to be number adults like this. We have the check-in date, and next we are going to pass the checkout date. We are also going to pass the children, and this children also needs to be a number, so we pass it like this. We also need to pass the hotel room, and this hotel room will just be like that. We need to pass the number of days, and this also needs to be a number, and here we have our number of days. We also need to pass our discount, and discount is just going to be a number like this, and we have our discount. And next we need to pass our total price, which also needs to be a number, and here we have our total price. And lastly, we need to pass our user. So with all of these, we are going to come here, and we are going to return our next response.json, okay, which we have over here. So booking successful, and now we should go on to create a booking. And not just creating a booking, we want to also update a hotel room and change the status of that room to booked. So here we need to update hotel room. And to do this, we are going to come back to our APIs folder, and apart from creating a booking, I'm going to zoom out so we see everything clearly. And apart from creating a booking, we are going to be updating a hotel. So you can export this const, and we call this update hotel room like this, which is going to be equal to this async function. We're going to make use of our function like this. And this is going to take the hotel room here. And in here, we are just going to have our mutation. And our mutation is going to be equal to this object where we have our mutations. And mutations is going to be this array. And here we are going to be using a patch mutation. And this patch mutation is going to be this object where we need to pass the ID. And the ID is going to be this hotel room. So we can actually call it hotel room ID, which is going to be of type string. So here the ID is going to be this hotel room ID. And we want to go on and set like this, is booked property to true. So we want to go on and set this to be true, and every other thing we can copy from here. So this data, and we go on to return the data. So I'm going to copy this and use this in here. So this goes on to send the request and goes on to update our hotel room. So we can save this, and here we are going to call that function to update the hotel room. So here we're going to await our update hotel room function. And this needs the room ID, and the room ID is our hotel room that we get from our metadata. Alright, so now we are going to try out this booking and see if we have a booking here in just come back to localhost 3000 and see if we're going to have this booking in our Sanity Studio. So I'm going to reload our Sanity Studio and wait for it to build. Okay, so we can come here. So let's say we try to book this featured room. So I'm just going to come into this room and wait for it to load. And I know our server is still, if I bring this here, it's still compiling our CMS and it's not done compiling our CMS, and that's why perhaps it's blocking, our hotel management application. That's why it's blocking also on localhost 3000. So we'll just wait for the CMS for the studio to build up, and then we can visit this route here. Okay, since it is now compiled, and in here we are going to visit the booking section. So in here we are going to come over to booking, and here in booking we don't have any booking yet, so we are going to try and create one now. So I'm going to choose my check-in date, and let's say my checkout date here, and number of adults 1. I'll just increase this checkout date, and we see the price update, and let's say 2 adults, maybe 1 child, and click on this book now function. Okay, so with this it should help us to connect to Stripe, and once we are connected to Stripe, I'm going to fit these details, so test@test.com, and email, and this is going to just say 23 2, and I'll just say test and click on this now. So with this we should create a booking once it is successful. So everything successful like this. And one way to be sure everything went well, if we come here we should say booked. So this hotel room should show booked, and it should not show us the book now on the CTA. Great, so we see booked. Because we see booked, if we come here you see that our booking was successful, and you already see that this hotel room was updated. So if we click on this booking, let's see if it has everything. So you see it has a user and it has a check-in date. Everything is fine except for our date. Now why do we have issues with our date? If we don't get any errors but it was successful. I don't know why we have this error with our date. Perhaps it's the format. So is the format, maybe we need to get rid of this and format the date properly. So if we come back here to this webhook, so our check-in date and our checkout date, so we need to format it, and I think we have done that already in this application. I'm just going to look for where we formatted our check-in date, and so this is it. We actually needed to make use of this formatted checkout date and check-in date, which we didn't use. So that's why we're having those errors. So for checkout date, we are going to use our formatted checkout date, and for check-in date, we are going to use our formatted check-in date here. So this should solve our problem and everything should be fine. So for this, we can get rid of this. So we can delete this booking. I'll just come here and delete this so that we try it one more time. And we would update, we shouldn't forget to update the hotel room. And which room is this? This is this deluxe suite. So here I'm gonna come here and change the is booked property to false and publish this. So now we're going to come over to our booking and we're going to create our booking. So we see the book now functionalities here. I'm going to choose the check-in and the checkout date and just say to adults and go on to book now. Okay, so we shouldn't forget to bring in middleware after this. So I'm going to give the email, so test@test.com, and give this and this 1123 CVV and give it test name and go on to book this room again. And once we're done, we're going to be redirected to the user page, which we don't have yet. We're going to go to the 4.4 page, come back to localhost 3000. We see our booking here and everything should be fine. So everything is fine this time around. We get our total price. And if we come back to this room, we should see that this room has been booked. So we just wait for this to upload and you see this room has been booked. So great. Now with all of this done, we can come back to this page, so the user profile page, and we are going to be working on this page next. So let's come back here first. If we come back, I'm just gonna get rid of this. So everything seems to be fine here. So we have our webhook here. And when we host, rather than listen to localhost 3000, we shouldn't forget to add endpoint here. So the endpoint for this URL. So we're going to add this URL and everything should be fine. But for now, we are just going to be using localhost and this should be up and running. So this here, listening for the request, should always be up and running. So now we are done with all of these. We can go on to create the user slug page. So up next, I will get rid of everything we have here. I'll just close all, and here let me get rid of everything we have here. And to have our page up and running, here where we have our web, I'm going to create a new page for our users, and here the ID. So this is going to be here where we have the ID like this, and here we are going to have the page.tsx file, and this is a component, and I'll just call this page user details, our user details page, and get rid of this. So if we save this now, we shouldn't have a 4.4 page here. This is our user details page. So in this page, we are going to be fetching data that belongs to this user. So here, let's come to our libs, and in our API.ts, let's have two new functions. So we're going to export async function, and this function we can call get user bookings to fetch the user or the bookings of a user. This is going to need the user ID, which is of type string, and this we're going to get our result, which is going to be equal to await. We need to await our sanity client.fetch, and this fetch is going to return a booking type, which we don't have yet, so we're going to have that. And here we're going to have our queries dot get book user booking, which we don't also have yet. And in here we need to pass params. So let's create queries because we are missing our queries. So here, let me export this const get user bookings, which is going to be equal to this grok like this, and we want to fetch a user booking where the underscore type is equal to booking like this, and where the user dot underscore ref, so the user ref is going to be equal to a param we would receive, and that param we can call user ID. So this user ID is going to be used here. as param like this. Okay, so here let's take in these elements where we have the underscore ID. We also want the hotel room, and from the hotel room we want to take these properties like this. From the hotel room we want to take the hotel room ID. We also want to get the name. We also want to get the slug and the price. Okay, and after this hotel room we are going to take the check-in date and also the checkout date, the number of days, the adults, children, the total price, and the discount. Okay, so these are the properties we are going to take from the user. So, from the booking that is pointing to this user, and the booking has all of these properties. So now here, our queries is going to go to get user bookings like this. And we shouldn't forget to follow our convention of adding this query over here. So get user bookings query here. Okay, so here we also we get our result. I'm going to add this cache no cache object. So here I'm going to say cache, and I will say no cache like this. This is going to give us a result, and we shouldn't forget to return a result. And here we're going to have a booking type, so let's come over to our models and have one for our booking.ts like this. And we're going to export this type. We'll call it booking, which is going to be called to this function where we get all these properties. So all these properties from our sanity query. So I'm going to copy them and use them here. So underscore ID is going to be of type string. So I'm going to copy this. And our hotel room, we are getting all these properties. So it's going to be of type object like this, where the ID is a string, the name is a string. Remember, this log is an object where we have this current property, which is a string like this, and the price is going to be a number. The check-in date is going to be a type string. The checkout date is also going to be a string. The number of days is going to be of type number, and I'll just copy this because the rest of these is going to be of type number. So this is our booking type, and here in our API we can reference this booking type like this. And apart from the user booking, we also want to get the user data. So here const export async function, and we can call this get user data, and the params is going to just be the user ID, and the type is going to be of type string like this. So in here we're going to get our results, which is going to be equal to we await sanity client, and we call .fetch, and here I wouldn't pass the type. So we have our queries and we don't have the query yet, and after this for the param we need to pass the user ID. So let's go write out this query. So here we're going to export const get user data query. It's going to be equal to grok like this, and we want to get the type. So the underscore type is equal to user like this. So just user like this, and this will return an array, so we need to take the first matching element, and here we have the underscore ID. We also need the name, we also need the email, We also need the is admin property. We also need about the user. We also need the created at, which actually is going to be of type underscore. We're going to have this image. So these are the properties we are going to be getting from the user, and we shouldn't forget to add the ID. So the type is going to be user, and the ID is going to be equal to, we have this param user ID like this. Alright, so we can go on to save this, and in the API.ts, so get user, where is it? So get user data query like this, and then we pass this, and we can also say cache, no cache like this. Alright, so we have these two functions, and now we are going to call these endpoints. So first, if we come to the user page, in here we are going to send the request. So we're going to have this, I'm going to first make this client component, making use of the use client hook like this. And now we can fetch our data, making use of the use SW arrow hook. So this is going to be equal to use SWR like this, and it needs the key. For key, I'm going to call this, go to slash API and slash user bookings like this. And here we are going to have this fetcher. So const fetch user bookings. And this is going to be equal to async arrow function. And here we are going to call get user bookings. It should be bookings like this. Or it could be booking. So get user bookings like this, coming from our libs. And here we need to pass the user ID. And the user ID is what we'll be getting from the URL. So here, this is going to be receiving probes. Probes is going to be an object where we have a params key, and params is an object where we have the ID, and the ID is of type string. So we can come here and destructure all of these from the probes. We can destructure params, and inside params we can destructure the user ID like this. So we can rename this to be user ID. So in here we are going to pass the user ID property, and we are going to pass this function over here to fetch user booking. And here we are going to call this data. We'll rename to user bookings like this, and we're going to have error and is loading. So as we did in our rooms here in our page.tsx, I'm just going to copy this. So where do we have it again? Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this, and we can use this over here like this. So the data, we renamed it to user bookings, and if we log this to the console, so user bookings, we should see the bookings that belongs to this user. So if we open up the terminal here, we should see the user bookings here. We don't see it, we see undefined, and here we see the user booking. So this is the booking that was created by this user. Great. So after this, we want to fetch the user data as well. So here I'm just going to have this const, and this I'm going to also make use of a use SWR hook, and I'm going to call this slash API slash users because we are going to be fetching this in our backend, and the fetcher can be defined here. So const fetch user data, and this is going to be equal to this async function. Then we're going to use Axios because we're going to send this to our API to fetch. So we're going to await axios.get, and the URL is going to be /API/users, like this. And we have our data. We are going to return this data here, and we can already pass this over here like this. And we can have data, which we'll rename to user data. And we can also get the is loading, which we can name to loading user data. And we can also get the error, which is say error getting user data, anything like this. Okay, so here we can still throw if error, so this error, or you can just say if error, or if error getting user data, we would go on to load this. Alright, so now we should go on to have this endpoint, okay? And we can also use configure the type of data we are going to be receiving. So if we come back to our models here, going to create one for our user.ts like this. We can export this type user, and this is going to be equal to this object. The underscore ID is going to be of type string. We also have the name, which is going to be of type string. We have the email, which is going to be of type string. We have the is admin, which is also going to be of type boolean. We have the about, and about is going to be of type string or null. So a user is not mandatory to have an about, and created that is going to be of type string. User will have an image, which is going to be of type string. So this user type, we are going to be using it here. So we're going to import this from our models. Alright, so we can save this, and now we need to have this API route /API/users. I think we have that route already. So where is it? So in our API, no, we don't. So here we're going to have this /users, and we're going to have this route.ts like this. Okay, so in here we're going to export async function, and this function we just call get because it's a get request. So it's going to take the request, which is of type request like this, and we also get the response, which is of type response like this. And let's get the session. This is going to go to await get server session, and this needs the auth options like this. I will just rearrange these inputs, and we can say, as always, if there is no session, we are going to return a new next response. And this new next response, we are just going to say authentication required like this, and pass a status of 500. So if we have a session, we are going to continue. We can get the user ID, which is going to be equal to our session.user.id, and we can have our try catch like this. And in case of errors, we're just going to return a new next response that says unable to fetch. And here we're going to have a status of, let's say, 400. And in the try block, we're going to have our data, which is going to be equal to await get user data coming from our libs. It needs a user ID, and we are going to pass the user ID. So this is going to be const like this. So if we have our data, we're going to return a next response, and we're going to pass our data. We are going to have our status. We're going to have our object, and we have our status. Why are we having error? Yeah, because it needs to be next response JSON like this, where we pass the data, and we have our object where we set the status to 200, and we can also set the status text to successful like this. Alright, so let's try this out. Now we should have everything working fine, and let's log user data to the console. So just after here, I'm going to console.log user data here. Alright, so if we come back here, I'm just going to open this up, okay, and reload this. Alright, and not forget to open the terminal, and we get user data on the find. So we are not actually able to fetch user data, and we are having error. And if we just reload this, we are having errors fetching the user data. Alright, so let's fix this. We have this. Where is it? So here we are fetching user data, and it goes to /API/users, and if we come to this /API/users, we have this get request which gets the user ID and calls this get user data. So here we are not returning our results. Okay, so that was the issue. We are not returning our results. We have this queries dot get user query. We can just visit it one last time. So where the type is user, and the ID is going to be user ID like this. Okay, so let's try this now. So let's reload and see if everything works fine. Now we get on the find and we get null. Okay, this time around we are getting null, and if we update our query to be sure that our query isn't the reason, and we save this and we reload, you see now we get this object. Okay, so we get this object, and it had to be underscore ID, not ID. So here we need to bring this back in and change this to underscore ID. Okay, so let's reload this and let's see if everything is fine this time around. Yeah, so you see we now successfully fetch the user data. So I'm going to come back to the page.tsx, and here remove our console.log. So now we are sure we are getting the user data. We can have our JSX. So this div, I will give it a class name of container mx auto, give this a px of 2, give this on medium devices a px of 4, and a py of 10 like this. And inside here we are going to have this other div, and we can display this as grid, and on medium devices grid calls 12, give this a gap of 10, and here we are going to have this other div and give it this class name of hidden, give this medium devices block like this, and on medium devices call span 4, and here on large devices go span 3 like this, give it shadow LG, give it a height of feet, give it position sticky, a top of 10, not 10%, 10, Give it this dark grayish background, so EFF0F2. Give it a text black, rounded LG, a PX6, and a PY4 like this. Okay, so up next we are going to have this div for the user image, and we can already import this image component from next image. So here we are going to have this class name and give this on medium devices. Give this a width of, let's say, 143 pixels. Give this a width of 28, a height of 28, and on medium devices give it a height of 143px again. Give this mx auto, a margin bottom of 5, rounded full, and an overflow of hidden like this. And inside here, let's say just copy the user data, and I'll duplicate this. So if type of user data is equal to undefined and loading user data like this, we're going to say cannot fetch. And here I would also duplicate this. So if we are, sorry, I'm going to say if, we are loading user data, I will just return spinner, so our loading spinner component. And if we are also fetching our user booking, so if this is loading is true, just gonna return this. And so here our source is going to be our user data dot image. So where do we have this? If there is no user data, so we don't have it. So I'll just say if there is no user data, so if there is no user data, I'm going to throw a new error, cannot fetch data here. Okay, so here I'm going to get rid of this, and we also need the alt, and the alt is going to be user data dot name. Give it a width of 143 pixels and a height of 143 like this, and give it a class name. So our image class name, our scale animation class name, give this rounded full like this. And if we save this, we should see this section over here with the user details. So we see this section over here. Great. And it's quite large, so 143 pixels. It's quite large. Okay, and after this div, we would have another div here to display the user details. I'm going to give this a class name of font normal. Give it py of 4. Give this a text left like this, and have this h6 here where we are going to display about the user. So I'll give this a class name of text xl, so text extra large. Give this a font bold and a padding bottom of 3 like this, and here we can have the text about. So after this we would have this paragraph, and here give this a class name of text sm like this. And the user about can be undefined, so we can just say user data dot about. If it's there, it's going to use it. Otherwise we can just perhaps return an empty string. Okay, so after this div we are going to have this other div, and the class name is going to be font normal like this. and text left. We just want to display the user data.name. So here we're going to have this h6, which would give text XL and also font bold, and we'll also give it a padding bottom of 3. And here we're going to have our user data.name like this. And we can have our sign out functionality. We'll have this div, and this div we're going to give it a class name of flex items center, and here we are going to have this padding with the text of sign out, and just give this margin to the right of 2. And here we're going to have this fa sign out like this, and I'll give this a class name that's equal to text 3xl. Give this a cursor pointer, and here on click we want to call sign out. So we don't have this function yet. We are going to bring it in. So here we are going to call sign out, and just rearrange these imports here, and I'm going to import sign out, which will be coming from Next.auth React. So here we are going to call sign out, and this sign out we can give it the callback URL, and the callback URL we are going to point to slash like this. So let's save this and come back to the browser, and we should see all other details about the user. So we see the username, and we have this button to sign out the user. So if we click on this, we should sign out and go back to our home page. Great. And that makes sense because now we are going to bring in our middleware. So we come back to our middleware. I'm going to remove this that we set when we are testing Stripe. Sorry, I'll bring it back in, and I'll get rid of this one here, so that we cannot create a booking unless we are redirected. So we can go on and authenticate ourselves. If we click here, it should bring up the authentication screen for us, and we should now authenticate. I'll just authenticate again with Google here, and I would come back to the user profile page. So this page here, so we have about the user, the name, and the ability to sign out. Now we are going to have this section over here. So remember, this section had this call span 4, so this section here, and this other section is going to have these class names, because on medium devices we want this to call span 8 like this, and on large devices call span 9 like this, because that's what we did. So this on large device call span 3. So in here we are going to have different section. So first we are going to have this div, and this is going to have a class name of flex. We are going to give this items center like this, and here we're going to have this h5, and we're going to give this a class name of text 2xl. We're going to give this font bold and a margin right of 3, and in here we can just say hello, and here have the user data.name. So user data or data set. So your user data.name like this, and we should see that here. So this other section, so hello, and we see the username. So after this, we are going to have this other div, and this div we want it to be hidden on medium devices here. So we are going to have this other div, and this div we can give it this class name, and the class name is going to be md hidden. So the class name is going to be md hidden, with 14, a height of 14, rounded full, overflow hidden. And in here we're going to have the image component, and here we can give this a class name, and the class name is going to be img scale animation, like this. And here we can give it a width of, let's say, 56, and give it a height of, let's say, 56. And for the source property, this is going to go to /images, and our hero1.jpg. And for the alt is just going to go with username like this. So this hero1.jpg, you see, is hidden on medium devices. So if we come to our public folder, and in our public folder, if we open images, this image here, so that's the image we are displaying here. So let's come back to application, and if we toggle this on mobile, we have this image. I'm just going to reload this. Rather than use this, let's not forget to give this rounded full. Just going to save this. Rather than use this image, let's make use of the user data .img.image like this, and we should have the user image over there. Okay, so here we're going to have more details. So after this div, we're going to have this paragraph, and this we're going to display as block. We're going to give it a width fit, medium devices, give it hidden like this, and text sm, and give it a py of 2 like this. So here we're going to have the user data dot about like this, so we know it can be null. So if it's not there, we can just have this for empty string. And after this, we are going to have this this paragraph where we just say join in, and here we can have the user data dot underscore created at, and we're going to split this by t, and we're going to take the first element here, and we're going to give this a class name of text extra small, give this a py of 2, and we are going to give this a font medium like this. So we can save this, have a preview, and we should be seeing that here. Great. So after this paragraph, we are going to have a div like this, and we're going to give it this class name of md hidden, flex items center, and a margin y of 2. So in here we want to have this paragraph on medium devices, where we tell, on small to medium devices. I will give this a margin right of 2 so that the user can sign out. So the same sign out functionality that we had here, I'm going to copy this and paste this in here, so inside of this div, like this. So after this div, so still inside this where is it? So inside this call span 8, so here, so still inside here. And first let's see if we show this. Yeah, so medium devices, this is what the user can see to use to sign out. So after this, inside here we are going to have this nav, which is going to have so many class names. So we're going to give it a class name of sticky, a top of 0, give it a px of 2, give this a width fit like this, give this mx auto. Here on medium devices, give this a width full, and on medium devices, give this a px of 5, give this a py3, a margin bottom of 8, text gray 700, give this border gray 200 like this, give this rounded LG, give this a BG gray 50 like this, and a margin top of 7 like this. So in here we are going to have an another list. Okay, and the idea is to show the current bookings and also show the the user spending. So we're going to be managing some state, and to manage the state here we are going to come, let's say, somewhere around here, and we can have this property which is going to be equal to useState, and we're going to have this type for our useState, and we're going to have the default value. So here we can call this current nav, and here set current nav like this, and inside this useState we're going to have the type bookings, and we're also going to have the type amount like this, and we're going to have the type of ratings like this, and by default we want to give it bookings here. So we can go back to our another list, so inside of this nav, and for the class name we are going to have this backtick $sign, so it's going to be dynamic here like this. And in here we can say if current nav is equal to, and here we can check if it's equal to bookings, then we are going to give this a text blue 600, otherwise we are going to give it a text gray 700. So otherwise text gray 700 like this. So this should be text, and that's not the only class name, because we are going to display this inline flex, a margin to the right of 1, and on medium devices a margin to the right of 5, item center space x1, so space x1 like this, and on medium devices we're going to say space x3 like this. And now inside this another list we're going to have some list items here, and this list item, let's give it a class name. Remember, it's inside this nav, and this class name is going to be inline flex here, items center, and cursor pointer like this, and on click we are going to set our current nav, and we are going to set our current nav to bookings, and here we are going to have this function. Inside this li we are going to have an icon, so this BS journal bookmark field icon, and we're going to have this a tag here, and this a tag is going to have this class name of inline flex. We're going to give it items center, like this, and mx of 1, and on medium devices mx of 3, like this, text extra small, on medium devices text small like this, and font medium, and the text is just going to say current bookings. So we want to display the current bookings, of the user, and we should see our navigation somewhere here. So we see this current bookings like this, looking good. So after this after this another list, we are going to have another list. So I'm just going to bring this down again, and here now it's going to be, if this is going to be equal to amount, we're going to give this, otherwise we would give this color, and then we're going to set our current bookings to amount. These class names remain the same, and for this icon we are going to use this GI money stack like this, which we need to import, and this is going to have the class name of, not the class name, the text is going to say amount spent like this. So if we come back, we should see this other one displayed here for the amount spent. So we don't see it yet. Yep, so we see it, and if we click, it now becomes the active one. So I don't know if we are going to make use of the ratings. So we're going to see if we need to add another tab from the ratings, or if we are just going to let the user book directly from here. So just after this nav, which you can move to another component, but I'll just leave it in this component. So after this nav, we are going to have a table component that we only want to show if it's if the current bookings is going to be, the current nav is booking. So here, if current nav is equal to bookings like this, if that's the case, we want to have our user bookings. So our user bookings, and we want to check if it is true. Then if that's true, for now we are going to have a table component. You can just say table like this. Otherwise, we are just going to have an empty fragment. So we check if current nav is bookings. I will just check if the user has some bookings. Then we are going to render this component over here, so this table component, and we can go on to create the table component. So I will come here, and in our components folder, I'm going to create a new component for table. I will copy this, and here I'll create this table.tsx file, and here have a React.js component. So this table is going to be receiving some props, and is going to be a client component. So I'm going to mark it as such using the useClient directive. And here, let's have the type props, which is going to be equal to this object. And we want to get the booking details like this, which is going to be of type booking. So do we have the booking type yet? If we come to our model, this type over here, so we are going to be making use of it. So it's going to be of this booking type coming from our models like this. We're going to handle rating, and we would need to keep track of the room ID. So you can already have this set room ID, which is going to be of type dispatch, and dispatch needs to come from React, and this, not this, this dispatch from React here. And I'm just going to rearrange this order of import, and here we have our set state action, which is going to return of type string or null like this. And in here we can say this this table is going to be of type fc, which we import from React, and it's going to take in these props. And here we can destructure the booking details and also the set room ID from the props. So here we are going to have a div, and this div is going to have this class name of overflow x of auto. We are going to have this max width, and this max width is going to be 340 pixels. We're going to have rounded LG, MX auto. Medium devices, give it a max width of full. Give it shadow MD. And on small devices, I would go with rounded LG like this. So here we have our table. And for class names, I'm going to give this a width full. Also give this a text SM. It is a text left like this. And give it a text gray 500. And inside this table, we are going to have T head, and give it a class name of text extra small, text gray 700, uppercase like this, and a BG gray of 50. And inside this T head, we are going to have the TR, and here we're going to have a TH for our table headings. And here, let's give this some class names of px 6, and give it a py of 3 like this. And we can have a room name. Okay, and I'm just going to bring this down, and here we have our unit price, and here we would have our price. We would have a discount and displayed in number of days booked. And here we would have days left, so that the user can know how many days left. So after this T head, we are going to have our table body, so our T body, and we want to map through our booking details. So here we have our booking details dot map, and here we have each booking, and we are going to return a table role. So here we're going to return this tr like this. We have errors because first we need to have our ID, sorry, our key, and the key is going to be the booking dot underscore ID, and we can give this a bg white, give this a border bottom width, and on hover can give this a bg gray of 50 like this. And inside here we can have this T heading, And I'll give this a class name of px6 underline text blue 600. Give this a cursor pointer like this, a py of 4, a font medium, and white space no wrap like this. And this T heading, we can have a booking dot hotel room dot name to display the name of the hotel room. And here, when the user clicks on this, we want to push the user to the hotel room slug. Okay, so here we can have a router. So inside this component, we can have a router, which is going to be equal to use router that comes from next navigation. So this use router hook, and we can take this up top. So here, when the user clicks on this, we're going to have a color router, and we'll push the user to these /rooms, and here go to slash, and we are going to go to slash booking dot hotel room dot slug dot current. So this is going to take us to the hotel room when the user clicks on this. And after this, we are going to have another table data, so this td, and this is going to have this class name, not class, so this class name, and this class name is going to be px6 and py4 like this. And in here we are going to show the booking dot hotel room dot price, and I'll just bring this down. And next is going to be booking dot total price. I'll bring it down, and next is going to be booking dot discount. The next is going to be booking dot number of days, and this is going to be the checkout date. We don't have this yet for now. I'm just going to have this 0 because we want to calculate the number of days left so that the user can have an idea. And we are going to have this td, same with this class name of px6 and py4, and this is going to have a button. Now this is going to display the text of rate room because we want the user to be able to rate a room, and this is going to have font medium and text blue 600 like this, and on hover we are going to underline this rate. And inside this this button, we are going to have this on click, and here we are going to do two things, but for now we are going to set the room ID to the booking dot hotel room dot ID. So I'm going to save this and import this table component. If you missed out anything, please do check the GitHub. Okay, so inside this page here, rather than show return table like this, I'm going to bring in the table component coming from our components folder over there. And in here we are going to pass the prop, so booking details is going to be equal to the user bookings like this. And why are we having error? Type booking is so user bookings is of type booking. Okay, and here let's not forget to also pass the set room ID. And why are we having this error? If we hover on user bookings, so where is it? User bookings, it can be of type booking or undefined. So I think that's why we are having the error. But here we are throwing a new error if we don't have a user booking. So I don't know why we're still having that error, but let's do the same thing here and see. If we pass this, do we still have our error? We do. So type booking is missing from type. Oh, an array of booking. Okay, so this is meant to be an array of booking. And I'll just Ctrl Z this change we did here. And that's because if we come here, we see we are returning booking like this. So this needs to be an array of booking, and that's where the error is coming from. So fetch user booking. So if we come here, so get user booking, we are saying this is going to just return a booking. So actually it's going to return the bookings that belong to a user. So that's why we have this plural over here. Now the error should be gone. Yep, the error is gone. And we are getting this now for the set room ID. So we're going to have this in state, a state where we set the room ID. So here, where do we manage our state? So here I'm going to have this other state where we have our room ID, and here set room ID is going to be equal to useState, which by default is going to be null, and this can be of type string or null like this. So let's save this and go back here to see if we're going to see our table component display without any errors. Great, so our table component displays, and we are having this, if I go over to dark theme, you see we are having this not look great. And if we come back to our table, I'm just going to have this empty tr here, and this should be for our rating. Get rid of the class name, or maybe I leave the class name. And if we come back, now it's fixed. Okay, so I'll just revert back to the white theme. So we have the unit price of this 100, and the price is this because the user got a discount of 8. So when the user booked this, there was a discount, and that was why the total price was 552. And the user had the number of days booked, so 6 days, and for now we just hard coded this to be days left to be 0. Okay, so after this we can go on to display the amount spent. So we want to have a graph where we can now display the amount spent, so the user can also keep track of the amount spent so far. So I'm going to get rid of the table component, and we are going to have a new component that we can call chat. So here in the components folder, I'm going to create a chat component. So I'll copy this and paste this in here. So our chat.tsx. So I'm going to have this component here and here. So if we come here, I'm going to get rid of the React import, and here I'm going to make this a client component, making use of the use client directive, and we need to install chat.js. So I'm going to quit our server and npm install chat.js library like this, and we'll need to import some things from the library. So all of these will be coming from chat.js. So we can restart our application using npm run dev, and I will just reload our browser. So here I'm going to import chat as chat.js, chat as chat.js like this. I would also import tooltip, import the category scale, bring in the linear scale as well, and bring in the bar element. Okay, so with all of these brought in, we need to register them. So here we are going to say, so our chats, so chat.js like this, and there we have .register. We want to register the tooltip, the category scale, the linear scale, and the bar element. So we want to register all of these. And now here, I'm going to also import, so somewhere here, I'm going to import bar, and this bar is going to be coming from this, another library we don't have. So it's going to be coming from React hyphen chat.js hyphen 2 like this. So I'm going to save this and install this package. So npm install React chat.js to library like this. We're going to import the bar component from it. So now it's done. I'm going to restart our application using npm run dev. Okay, so let's have our options. So export const options, and this options is going to be this object. We're going to set responsive to true because we want the graph to be responsive, and we can have these plugins, and this is going to be an object where we say legend, and legend is going to be an object, and here we say position top at least as const. Okay, and next we're going to have our title, and the title we just say display true like this, and we're going to have this text, and this text is going to say charts.js bar chats. So this is the title. We can change this if we don't want to display. We're going to change this later, and this is going to receive props, so we can say this is going to be of type fc, which we import from React. And the prop, I'm just going to define it here. So it's going to have this user bookings, which is going to be a booking array, and this booking will be coming from our models folder. So I'm going to import this from our models folder, and here we can destructure the user bookings, and this booking is going to need some options and label. So labels is going to be equal to our user bookings, and here we can map through it, and we get each booking, and we want the room name to be the booking. Okay, and we are going to return the booking dot hotelRoom dot name, so that's going to be the label. And to get the amount spent on that room, so we're going to have this const amount spent, and amount spent is going to be equal to user bookings dot map. We get each booking, and we're going to return the booking dot total price like this. So now we can have our bar, so our bar chart, which is this from chat.js2. So we're going to have our bar and make it a self-closing component. The options is going to be these options we just defined up here. So I'm going to change this to options. So these are the options: responsive, true, and all of these. To get auto completion, you can define them here. So this object, and here you can pass those different. So you see these are your options. Okay, so for this case, just have these options, and next it needs data. So data is an object like this, and data need labels. So we're going to pass these labels that we just defined here, and here it needs data set, and data set is an array. So an array of objects, and the label of that data set is going to be amount spent like this, And here we have data, and data is going to be amount spent like this. We can have our border width, and this is going to be equal to 1. I'll just set this to 1. And we can have our background color. So this hashtag F2, not $, hashtag F27405 like this. We can give it this color on hover. So on hover, background color, which is just going to be this hashtag F2C641. So let's save this, and we need to make use of this chat component in our page. So in here, we need to make use of this chat component, and give me a second. And we want to display it if our current nav is equal to amount. So if that is true, then we want to display our chat component, and our chat needs to be imported from our components like this. And here we're going to pass the user bookings, which is going to be the user bookings like this. Otherwise, we are just going to pass an empty string like this. We're having error because type user booking or undefined. Okay, so we can check just as we did here. So have this extra check, and if we have user bookings, then to go on to show our user booking component. And this time around, when our application reloads, if we come over to amount spent, we should see our chat component. So we don't see it yet. Okay, our application is up and running. We're just going to reload our application. Remember, we installed some packages, and you see our application just had to compile. And once it's done, we should now see our chat component. So here we have our current booking, and we see the amount spent. We see that this was the amount the user spent on this. Now we see this because this is the only graph. So here we see the amount spent, and we see this deluxe suite here. All right, so this is working fine, and we have this sticky. We also have this sticky up here at the top where the user can switch to the current bookings and switch back to the amount spent. So this is working fine, and if we click on this, we should go to the room page. To the hotel room page, so the user can see the hotel room that he booked. Okay, so the hotel room that was booked, and just give this a second to load, and you see the user booked it. That's why it has the label of booked, and it's up to the admin to come back to this hotel room when the booking is done and update the is booked property to false, so that other customers can book this hotel room. So now with these two functionality done, we can go on to work on our rating feature. Okay, so now for us to set up rating, let's come back to our application, and I am going to close all these tabs, and here in our table component, that is where we have this button. So this rate button, and which is here. So on click of this button, we are setting the room ID. We want to also do something. We want to toggle our rating model. So here, let's have in state. We don't have any rating model yet. We are going to create it in a second. And we can say is rating visible, like this, and then set is rating visible is going to be equal to useState, and by default false. So somewhere here, so let's write it, maybe we can write it here, and here const toggle rating model is going to be equal to this function, and here we are going to return set is rating visible. We have the previous state, and we want to return the inverse of this previous state. So we can pass this over as prop to our table component. So here we can receive this prop, and this is going to be of type function that returns nothing, so that returns void. And here we can bring the toggle rating modal from our prop, and whenever we click on this button, we are going to call this function. I'm going to save this and come back here, and over here I'm going to pass this toggle rating modal is equal to toggle rating modal like this. So do go on and save. Now it's time for us to create the rating modal. So we're going to create a new component for that. I will just collapse all of these. So here we can have the rating modal component, and here we can have the Typescript definition. So let's have our JSX. I'm gonna get rid of this, and obviously we are going to be receiving props. So type props is going to be equal to this object, and its open is going to be of type boolean. So this is one prop we need to toggle the visibility of this modal like this, and we're going to pass the props. Here we receive props. Sorry, this needs to be props like this, and so that we can destructure these properties from our props. So we can destructure is open like this. Okay, so this is gonna be dynamic. Here we're gonna have this class name, and here we're gonna give it a position fixed, give it a z index of 61, and then give it an inset of 0, give it flex, items center, justify center like this. And in here we are going to say is open. If this is true, what do we have here is, so if open is open is true, we are going to give these class names, otherwise we would give these other class names. So if this is open, we want to give this an opacity of, let's say, 100, and pointer events auto like this. And I will just copy this class name because it's similar. So here the opacity is going to be 0, and the pointer events is going to be none. Okay, so this is this wrapping div we have here. We can already make use of this in our page. So somewhere here, it doesn't matter where we place this, so I will just place this somewhere here, and I would have the rating modal like this. Then we'll go on and import, and it needs is open prop, which is going to be equal to is, what did you call it, is rating visible like this. So we can save this, and if we come here, and once we click on the rate button, we expect to see this component. So I'm going to come back here, and once we click on this, great, so we see this rating modal. Okay, so it covers the whole screen. We need a backdrop component for that, so let's create it as well. Here in the components, we can have a backdrop component, and here a backdrop.tsx file. So I'm gonna have this here, and this also is going to be a functional component, and here we're going to receive props. And props are going to be objects, and here you can also have the is open prop, which is going to be of type boolean. and we pass this prop over here. This is the only prop this component we need, so I will just destructure from here like this. So let's go on to style this backdrop. In here, I am just going to have this check. So I will check, and we don't even need this return here. So we can just select this. If it's open, it's true. Then we are going to show this div. Otherwise, we'll return an empty fragment. Okay, so let's style this div. It can be self-closing because we're not going to have any, any word in between the div. And this will have a class name of fixed. I need to have a z index of 60 because we gave a modal a z index of 61 and we want the modal to be on top while this div is below. I'm going to give this a top of 0, give this a left of 0, give this a width of screen, a height of screen, and give it this background. So this BG, RGBA, and here 0, 0, 0, 0.8 like this. Alright, so I'm gonna that's all for this backdrop component, and we can make use of it already here. So I will just display the backdrop component here like this, and it's also going to take this is open, which is going to be equal to is rating visible like this. So now if we come back, we should see our backdrop. So we see our backdrop show up here, and we see our rating model. Great, so let's define our rating model. So let's continue here. And after this, we are going to have another div. It is a class name of bg white, a width of 96, a padding of 4, and rounded LG, shadow LG, like this. And here we can just have this h2, which is going to say rate your experience. And for the class name, I'm going to give this a text XL, so an extra large. And on dark theme, I'm going to give this a text gray 800, a font semi-bold, a margin bottom of 2, like this. And then after this div, this h2, we are going to have another div. And this div, we will give it a margin bottom of 4. Alright, so this div is going to have the label, and it's also going to have the input. So if we save and we come back to our application, we see this text, so rate your experience. So here we're going to have a label, and it's not going to have this HTML4. The class name is going to be block text SM. Give this a font medium and a text gray of 700 like this, and we can have the text rating. After this label, we are going to have this div, and the class name is going to be flex items center like this. And inside this div, we are going to map through the different star values because we want to show the star value, which is going to be the rating. So here you can have this const we call star values, and star values is going to be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. These star values we are going to map through it. So inside here we are going to have our star values dot map, which is going to be our rating value like this, and we're going to get each value, and we want to return a button. Inside this button, we are going to show the BS star field like this, and because we are in a map, we need to give this a key, and the key is going to be equal to the value. We're just going to use the value as the key. And what else? We can give this button a click event. So on click of this button, we want to go and call this function. So here we want to have this function. I think we defined it already. So set rating value. We don't have it. So we want to set the rating value, which is the value that the chooser chose. For now, I'll set this to null. We are going to come back to this. And let's give this some class name. And the class name is going to width of 6. We're going to give this height of 6. And we have this. So we need to use backtick here for the class name, like this. Okay, so we're going to update some value based on the rating value. Now, if the rating value, so here I'm just going to, for now, put, I'm just going to take this off so we see. If we come back to the browser, we should see our rating value update. So these stars here. So once we click on one of these stars, we want to give it a color or something like that. So here, to keep track of the value which the user is clicking on, I'm going to have this const here, call it rating value, and then set rating value is going to be equal to useState, and by default is going to be 0. So this is going to need a rating value which is of type number, and here set rating value which is going to be of type dispatch, and we're going to dispatch a set state action like this, and this is going to dispatch of type number. Alright, so we're going to pass this to this prop now. So rating value is going to be rating value, and then set rating value is going to be equal to set rating value. So we can save this, and now we can bring in these values, so the rating value and also the set rating value. And in here we can now, on click, we're going to set the rating value to the value, not value error, to this value. So now we are sure we are updating the value. We can now update the style, and here we are just going to check if the rating value is equal to the value, so the current value we are looking at. If that is true, we are going to give it this text yellow 500. Otherwise, we will just give it an empty string. So this is our check here, and if we save this, we come over to the browser. We don't see anything yet. If we click on rate, this should update, and rather than give nothing, by default I'll just give it a text gray 300. So text gray 300, and now if you click on one of these, you see the values update accordingly. Alright, so that's what we have going on for that. And now after this, we are going to have another div, and this div we're just going to give it a margin bottom of 4, and here we are going to have the label, and I think the class names are like before, so we can just copy these class names and reuse over here. And in here we are going to have the text review text like this. So this is going to be a text area, not template, a text area like this. And I'm going to get rid of all these properties for now. Just leave rows, and I'll set rows to 4. Okay, so this also needs a value, and it needs the onChange to set the value. So we can call this rating text. So here in state, where did we have the previous? So we can call this rating text and set rating text. But by default, it's going to be an empty string. So here we can duplicate this and ask for the rating text, which is going to be of type string, and here set rating text, which is going to be this type but not a number. Now it's going to be a string, and we can bring in the rating text and the set rating text. So here we shouldn't forget to give this component the props. So the rating text is going to be equal to the rating text, and then set rating text is going to be equal to set rating text, like this. So now if we come back here and here, so in the text area, the value is going to be equal to the rating text, and we also need the onChange. We are going to call this function, which gets called automatically with the event, and we can set rating text to the event.target.value. Okay, so let's style this. I'll give this class name of width full, px of 2, py of 3, border rounded md, and that should be it. So here, let's save and let's have a quick preview. Just click on this and we see our text area. So that's looking good. And after our text area, so after this div, we are going to have this other div, and this div is going to have the class name of flex and justify end, like this. And here we're going to have this button. The class name is going to be px4, py2, bg primary, text white, and rounded md. So this button is going to have the onClick, and this onClick is going to be the review submit handler. We don't have this yet, but we can have this review submit handler, and here let's define it. So we can define it somewhere up here. So this is going to be equal to an async function, like this. Yeah, like this. For now, we don't do anything. What will be coming here? And if we hover on this, we can just copy this. So it's a promise that returns void, and we can assign its type here. So review submit handler, and we can already bring this in like this. So here we call this review submit handler, and we also want to disable this button if we are submitting the review. So disabled is going to be equal to submitting review, and this also has to come from the props. Why are we having an error? Because we haven't passed that prop. It's fine. So if we come here, we can have this other one for submitting review, and here is set is submitting review, like this, which is going to be false. Okay, so here are we expecting the prop? So here we should expect the prop. So is submitting review, which is going to be of type boolean, like this. So here let's pass these props. So is submitting review is going to be equal to is submitting review. Set is submitting review. So did we make a mistake here? So this should be okay, we can go with submitting review. I'll just say is submitting since we are working with that already. So we'll pass this here, and next it needs the review submit handler, which is going to be called to the review submit handler. So everything should be fine, and we'll just bring in this is submitting review from the props, and we would update this to be is submitting review. So inside this button, if we are submitting a review, is submitting review to true, we want to show the text of submitting. Otherwise, we would show the text of submit. And then we want to have another button, and this button is for cancellation of the model. So when we want to get rid of the model, and this is going to have this class name of ml2 px4, give it a py of 2, bg gray of 300, give this a text gray of 700, rounded md, and on hover I'll give this a bg gray 400 like this. And here we will just have the text cancel. So for the on click, we are going to call the toggle rating model. I don't think we have that here. So toggle rating model, we are going to call it, do we have it? No. So here we are going to bring this from the props, and this is going to be a function that will return nothing, so that returns void. But here I'm sure we have the toggle rating model, so this we are now going to pass it as a prop here. So toggle rating model is going to be called to toggle rating model. So if we come back to our application and everything reloads correctly, do we have any errors? Nope. So I'm just going to reload our application, and this should come up. Okay, so let's wait for it. So once we click on rate, we see this. So we see our cancel button, which toggles the model, and we see this submit that does nothing for now. Okay, so we have created this, and if we click on submit, so where is the submit button? If we come over to our rating model and we click on submit, we call submit review handler. So let's log details to the console to be sure that we are getting the details. So we're going to log the review, the rating value, and so the rating text and the rating value. We're going to log these to the console, and let's try it out to see if we are getting the values. Okay, so I'm going to choose 5-star and say hello and click on submit. Great. So we are currently getting this value here. Great. And you see our application works as fine, also on mobile and on desktop. Alright, so next we are going to create our API to be able to create this review. Okay, so to create this review, we are going to come to our API folder, and in here where we have users, the user route.ts, we already have this get to get user data. Now we want to create a review that belongs to a user. So we're going to export this async function, and this function, we can call it post. It's going to be called with the request, which is of type request, and it's also going to be called with the response, which is of type response. So again, we are going to get our session. I think we have done this here. Great. So here we are just going to copy these and use this here. So we get our session, and then we check if there's no session, we return like that. So we are going to request some properties from the request JSON. So here we need to await the request.json. And what do we need to create a review? We need a room ID, we need the review text, and we need the rating value. So once again, we can just quickly take a look at our schemas and here our review. So you see this is of type, it has a name of review, and it needs this user ID, the hotel room ID, the review text, and the user rating. So it needs these, and we're going to get the user ID from our session. Okay, so now we have all of these. We can go on to get the user ID. So const user ID is going to be equal to session.user.id. So this gives us the user ID. You can go on to apply validation, for all of these values, but I'll just continue. I'm sure it's pretty straightforward to, apply some validation. We can just copy this and use this here. So we can say if there is no room ID, or if there is no review text, or if there is no rating value, we can go and return this text. So all fields are required. Like this, and with a status of 400. So all of these, and now we have our user ID. Great, so let's have our try catch block. And before we create the review, we want to check first. I think I should just handle the error case. I will say this error is of type any, and I'll just console.log the error, so error updating, and console.log the error like this. And here I'll return a new not retry, return a new next response, which will say unable to create review, and give this a status of 400. Okay, so let's have our try block. The first thing we want to do, we want to check. So check if a review already exists. So I want to check if a user has already left a review on that room. So check if already exists. Alright, and to check this, we need to create a function in our API folder that is in our libs, sanity.ts. So in our API, we have this to update hotel room from previous. We have this to get user bookings, to get user data. We are going to export an async function, and then we can call this check review exists like this. And what do we need? We need a user ID, which is going to be of type string, and we also need a hotel room ID, which is going to be of type string. So in here, we can also say this is going to return a promise that is going to resolve to null, or it can resolve to an object where we have the underscore ID property, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so for now we are not returning anything. That's why we're having errors. Okay, so this check is going to return null, or it can return this object with the found review. So let's have our query, and this is going to be equal to, we can make use of backtick, and we use style like this, underscore type is going to be equal to review, and the user dot underscore ref is going to be equal to, now we can use param to inject the user ID, and we have here, so for the hotelRoom._ref is going to be equal to the, we use param again to have the hotel room ID, and here we take the first matching element, and here we can request for the _ID property. So this is our query. We query where the type is equal to review. The user.ref is going to be the user ID, and the hotelRoom.ref is going to be the hotel room ID. Okay, so we have our query. We can also have our params, which is going to be equal to this user ID and hotel room ID. So here we're going to have our user ID, which we'll get from this function, and also our hotel room ID. So we can get our results. So const results, and result is going to be equal to await our sanity client, and we call .fetch. We get the query, not queries, query, and we pass our params here. So this result for now is of type any, but our function knows it's going to be of type null or an object with the ID. So if result is true, we want to return the result, which is going to be this ID object. Otherwise, we're just going to return null. Okay, so now we have this function to perform the check. If we come back to our route, we can now check if a user already exists. So we can call this already exists, and this is going to be equal to await check review exist, and here we pass the user ID, and we also pass the room ID like this. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We're going to log to the console already exists to be sure everything is working fine, at least up until this point. So in our page.tsx here, we're no longer going to be logging these values to the console. We are going to have this check and check if there is no review text like this. Where is it? Rating text. So if there is no rating text dot stream dot length, or there is no rating value like this, in that case we are going to return a toast dot error, and the error is going to say please provide a review or a rating text and a string and a rating. Okay, so why are we having this error review submit handler? Okay, because we are not, so string undefined is not assignable to type void. Okay, it's because of the return type. Okay, that's why we're returning. So we are returning a string, and that's why it is complaining. If we hover on this, now it can return string or undefined. So I'll copy this, and if we come back to our rating model, I'm just going to update this. Rather than say return void, we'll say return promise or undefined, like that. Okay, so now we're also going to check if there is no room ID. We also want to toast an error. So we're going to copy this and toast an error. If the user doesn't, or if in some case there is no room ID, we can just say ID not provided, like this. And now we show we have our properties. We can have a try catch. Okay, so in case of any error, we can just log it to the console and have a toast. So toast.error and say review failed, like this. And in the try block, we can get our data by awaiting axios.post, and this is going to go to /API/users, like this, and it needs the data. so it needs the data. So let's verify. If we come here, what do we need? We need the room ID, the review text, and the rating value. So copy this, and here have the review text, and we are going to have the rating value. I would also paste it in here, and we also need the room ID, and I will paste it in here. So we're having a because this is rating test, so review test is going to be rating text like this. Okay, so here we're just going to log our data to the console, and we are going to toast.success and say review submitted, and we need to do some cleanup. So in the finally block, we are going to set our review, where is it set our rating text. We're going to set it to an empty string to reset the values, and then we're going to set rating value to null. We're also going to, we have an error, I will come back to that. Also set the room ID to null, and also need to set the is submitting review to false. And what else? We're gonna set our rate, close our backdrop, and also our modal. So we'll set this to false like this. So why are we having an error in set ready modal? Because this can be of type number or null. The error is gone, but we have new errors here because if we hover on this, so this can be number or null, and this same can be number or null. So let's quickly update here. Where is it? So set rating value can be number or null, and rating value can be number or null. Okay, so now we can come back to our route, and if we send this, I just want to be sure that already exists is being printed. So now remember, this is going to be called on the server side, so let's look out for this on the server. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to try to submit a review. I'll click on this, and we already have this from previous, and I'll just say hello again and submit. And if we come here, you see the review failed, and we see here the form got reset and everything, which works fine. We have an error, which is okay, but now you see already exists is null. So you see the user hasn't left a rating on this. Great. So since already exists is there, I will just get rid of this and we show our logic is working. We can have data. So let's data like this. And now we want to be sure. So if already exists is truthy, we are going to do something. So we want to go on, in that case, and update a review. Otherwise, we want to create a new review. So here we don't have these functions to update a review and to also create a review. Now we are going to create them. So back in our libs api.ts here, so after check review exists, we're going to export another const to update review, and this is going to be equal to async. We're going to have the properties that we are going to need here. So the review, ID. We're also going to have the review text, and we'll also need the user rating like this, and this is going to be of type, so a type that we don't have yet, but we can already call this update review DTO. So we don't have this type yet. Let's go on and define it, but before we do, let's complete our function body. So let's define this update review DTO. Here in our models, we would have this review.ts, and here I'm going to export this type, and this is going to be update review DTO. This is going to be equal to object where we have the review ID, which is going to be of type string. We also need the review text, which is also going to be of type string, and we need the user rating, which is going to be of type number. So now we are here. Let's also export on that type create review DTO. This is equal to this object where we have the hotel room ID. This is of type string. We need the review text, which is also of type string. The user rating, which is of type number. And we also need the user ID, which is of type string. So now we have all these values. We can come back here and we can just import this from our models. Great, so now we have these values. Let's have our mutation. Const mutation, and mutation is going to be this object, and in here we're going to have mutations, which is an array of objects, and here we want to have a patch operation, and this patch is an object where we provide the ID, and the ID needs to be the review ID, and we are going to set the text to be the review text, and we are also going to set the user rating, which is going to be the user rating. So we don't actually need this like this. Okay, so this is our mutation, and I'm just going to copy one of these. Where do we, yeah, this create booking. I'll just copy one of these that we have here. We collapse this, and here just after this mutation I'm going to paste it in here. So we have our xheres.post where we target our endpoint. Every other thing remains the same, and we go on to return our data. So this is for updating a review. So let's also have for creating a review. So here I'm going to export a const, call this create review, which is going to be equal to this async function like this, which is going to be of type create review DTO, and we can have our function body. So here we're going to get the hotel room ID, the review text, the user ID, and the user rating. So all these type should match here. So if we come to our schema, and in our review schema it needs this, so the user, and if we come here we are going to have it as user, okay, where the ID, so the ref is going to be pointing, where is it, the ref is going to be pointing to this, to the user ID, and same for the hotel room, which is of type reference. And here we are going to have this text, so it's not going to be review text, it's going to be of this name text, and this is going to be of the name user rating. Okay, so we should make sure here we are using this, and this should be create review. This should be user rating, just as here, and we are going to use text. Okay, so let's create this. We're going to have our mutation, and mutation in this object where we have mutations. And mutations is an array of objects, and here we want to create a create mutation, which takes in this underscore type, and the type is going to be review, and it needs the user, which is going to have this underscore type, which is of type reference, and it needs the ref. So where is it pointing to, or what is it pointing to? It's pointing to this user ID. And after this user, we also need a hotel room, and the hotel room is going to be this object where we have the underscore type, and the type is going to be reference like this. And we also need the underscore ref, and this is going to be pointing to the hotel room ID. And after this, we'll pass the user rating, and we're going to pass the text, and the text is going to be the review text like this. So we have our mutation, and we are just going to use this thing. So this remains the same. So after our mutation, just here, we are going to call this and return our data. So let's save this, and then let's come back to our route. And in here, so if it already exists, then we want to update. We're going to assign data to be equal to await, and then we call update review. And update review needs this object where we pass the review ID. And this review ID is going to be already exist dot underscore ID. We are also going to pass the review text, and we also need the user rating. So this user rating, what did we call it? Not get here. Rating text. Do we have rating text? So rating value like this. So user rating is going to be rating value. Okay, but if it doesn't exist, then we need to create. So we're going to assign data to await create review. And create review will take this object where we have the hotel room ID, which is going to be the room ID like this. So this room ID is coming from our query parameter. And we need the review text. We need the user ID, which is coming from our session, and the user rating, which is our rating value like this. So after all of this, we shouldn't forget to, return a response. So we're going to return next response.json, and this is going to be the data, and we can have a status of 200 and a status text of successful like this. Okay, so let's hit this and see if everything is working fine up until now. So let's try to create this review. Okay, so I will just reload the application, and I'll reload Sanity Studio. So our review, you see we don't have any review yet, so we are going to try to create one review. So in here, I'm going to click on rate, and let's say I give this 3-star and say normal experience, and I submit. So let's see what happens. I don't see the text is submitting, but we get review submitted. So let's quickly take a look at that logic. So here where we have our page, do we set is submitting to true? We don't. So here we need to set is submitting to true. Okay, so maybe somewhere here, set is submitting review to true. And here we should set it to false. Okay, so that will fix it for next time. And if we come back here, and we left a review, let's come back here and see if this updates. Great, so we see this here, and let's see if it's 3-star and everything that we defined. So let's wait for it to load up. Okay, so it's actually taking time, I don't know. Okay, so this is it. This is the user, this is the hotel room, and this is our review text, and we give it a 3-star rating. So this is working fine as we expect. So now let's rate again and see if our update is working. I'll give this 5-star and say great, like this. And if I submit, now we see it's submitting, and if it's done, it's cleared. And if we come here, we see great and we see 5-star. So fantastic. We are now able to write a review. And if we come here to this to the room, so this room that the user just left a rating on, let's see if we are able to obviously we cannot see the review because we haven't wired up that connection, but now we should be able to fetch the review. So let's work on that. I'm going to remove all of these so that I have some space and just easy for my eyes to know where I am looking at. I'm just going to collapse all of these. And next, we are going to be working in our web, our rooms, the slug, and the page.ts. So here, what do we need? We have this reviews component. So we actually need to work in that review component. So I'm going to create a new component. So in the components folder, I'm going to call this room review like this, and I'll create this file. So let's wire this up. Now I'm going to get rid of this, and this is going to be of type FC because we are going to request for prop, and that prop is going to be single. We want to fetch the data, the review that belongs to a particular room. So here we're going to have room ID, which is of type string, and here we are going to maybe just destructure the room ID from the props like this. So we are going to use our Nextjs to fetch our room review. So we can have this const fetch room reviews, and this is going to be equal to this async function like this. And in here, we're going to get our data from awaiting Nextjs.get, and we are going to be going to /API/room review. We don't have this yet. We're going to create this, and here let's pass the room ID. And once we're done, we return data. So here we are going to return data, and data will be coming from here. Alright, so after this, we're going to be fetching our data, making use of the useSwr arrow hook. And this is going to need a key. So the key will be /API/room reviews. And now we're going to pass the fetch room reviews. So here we're going to get data, which we can rename to room reviews, and also error, and also is loading like this. So for all these properties, I will copy what we had in our web rooms, in our room here. I will copy this and make use of this here. So if there's an error, we'll try an error. If type of room reviews is undefined and is not loading, we'll also throw this error. Okay, so we haven't set up this API endpoint, and down here we can console.log data. We don't have any data. We actually named it room reviews. So here we log it to the console. So this is going to fail because we haven't set up this endpoint. So let's set it up now. Here in our API folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and this folder will be called room reviews. So this room reviews to match with this, not this, sorry. So to match with this is actually room reviews. So here we shouldn't forget our S. Okay, so here we are going to have our routes.ts file, and here it's going to be pretty much straightforward. We're going to have this async function, We'll call it get, and here we are going to have our request, which is going to be of type request, and we want to take the ID from the param. Okay, so we want to take the ID from the param, and to do that, first, this room review, we need to have this ID here and have the route defined inside here like this. So we're going to have the route inside this ID. Okay, so I'll take this off, and here we can have params. I think Typescript will complain, but we can say this is of type object, so we'll have params, and params is also going to be an object, so we'll have ID, and ID is going to be of type string. So now in here we can have a room ID, which is going to be equal to params.id, and we can have our try catch block, and in case of error, just log it to the console and say getting review failed, and here have the error, and we'll return a new next response, not next request, next response, say unable to fetch, and status of 400 like this. So now in our try block, we want to call a function to get a review. So we can have here const reviews, and reviews is going to be a function we are going to define in our Sanity Studio, and we're going to return our next response.json. We'll return the reviews, you can call it room reviews. So here we're going to return our room reviews, and here we can set the status of 200, and we can also set the status text of, let's successful. Okay, so let's go on to define this function to get the room review. And if we come over to our libs and in our api.ts, it's gonna be pretty much straightforward. We're gonna have this export this async function. We can call it get room reviews, and this is going to take in the room ID, which is of type string, and here we can have a result, and our result is going to be await our sanity client.fetch, and we don't have the review type yet. I'll come back to that in a second. And here we are going to pass the query, and we don't also have the query, so we need to define the query, and we also need to define the type. So let's come over to our queries, so our sanity queries here, and we are going to export const get room reviews, and this is going to be equal to this grok query. We have our backtick, and here we have the star where we set the underscore type. So the type is going to be equal to review, and the hotel room dot underscore ref is the, and here we have our room ID like this, and in here we can take the underscore created at, we can take the ID, the text, and the user who created this review, and the user, we just need a name. We just need a name to display in our UI. And after this, we just need a user rating, so the value. So this is what we need. And if we come back to our apis.ts for the query, we can have our queries dot since we forgot to add query, so get room reviews query like this. So I will save this, and here I'm going to have our reviews dot get room reviews query, and after that it's going to need this object for param. So if we come back here, you see we are having this param. Where is it? Yeah, for the room ID. Okay, so here we are going to pass the room ID as a param, and after that we are going to pass another object for cache, and here we say no cache like this. And once we're done, we should go on and return the result. So very much straightforward. But for this, we haven't defined the type of review. So if we come to our models, so in our models folder, and here for our review, we're going to export another type, and this is going to be of type review. And the review will have a text, which is of type string. We'll also have a user, which is an object with a name property, and the name is going to be a string. We need a user rating. The user rating is going to be a number. We're going to need the underscore created at, which is going to be of type date, and we need the underscore ID, that's the review ID, which is going to be of type string. So here we are going to say this is going to return like this, an array of rating. And we can come back to our route.ts. So in our route here, where we have our room reviews, we are going to await get room reviews that we just defined now in our libs, and it needs the room ID. We'll just pass in the room ID. Okay, so we were fetching the review. So now we should see data, because if we come to /API/room reviews /ID, we are going to be hitting this endpoint. So /API room reviews, and the ID. In here, we are going to hit this route, and here is going to get the params, so the room ID, and it's going to pass it to our get room reviews. It receives the ID here, and it passes it here as a param, and we have no cache here. So if you visit this get room reviews query, you see here we have the room ID. So now if we come back to our application, and I would open up the browser, we see this object, and if we open up this object, we see we have results and this, so we need to fetch data. So are we logging this to the console? I'm just going to reload, and while that's reloading, I will come back to the room review, and I don't expect it to work. And why don't I expect it to work? We are not mounting this in our page. So if we come over to our web, our rooms slug page, we are not mounting it here. So we need to have our room review component, and now it should work. What does it need? It needs the room ID, and the room ID is going to be the room. No, let's see here. So let's see here. So we are fetching the data from the room, and here we'll just give it the room ID. So room dot underscore ID property. So now if we save this and we come back to application, we see an empty array. Okay, so we see empty array. Let's just let's go on to reload this to be sure everything works fine, because we saw in our Sanity Studio that this room, the log suits. That's if that's the room we are looking at. Let's verify. Yeah, so we verify and we see our review. So this is the user. So now we are sure we are fetching our review. We just need to display it here. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We are displaying it here. We have the text room review, and that's because in the review component, that's what we are showing, room review. So we need to go on and map. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna return fragment like this, and in here I'm gonna say if room reviews. So if this is true, we're going to have our room reviews, and we're going to map through the review, and this is going to give us each review, and we are going to return this div. Okay, so what error is this? It has type any. Now if we hover here, we can come over here and say this is going to give us an array of room, so a room array like this, and I will just bring this down. So if we come back here, it should be fine. Yeah, so it's fine, and we just need to pass a key, and we can say the key is going to be the review dot underscore id. So let's style this div. Let's give it some class names. We're going to give this a bg gray of, let's say, 100. I'm also going to give this on dark mode, bg gray of 900. Just give it some padding, and lastly rounded lg like this. And inside this div we have a h2 where we display the username. So we can style it and say this is going to be font semi bold and a margin bottom of 2, and display flex like this. So here we can have this paragraph. So having a paragraph inside the h2, I'll change this to a div, and inside this paragraph I'm gonna display the review.name like this. No, so it's meant to be the username. So why are we having this? So review.user.name. So what type did we set here? We set room. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be room. It was meant to be review. Okay, so it was meant to be review, and now everything should be fine. Yep, everything is fine. And after this, we are going to have another div, and here we want to display the actual rating. So here we're going to give this a margin left of 4, flex, items center, text tertiary light, text tertiary light, and text LG like this. And here we want to display the user rating. We're going to display that in another component which we are going to create, but for now we can just display the outright rating. And after this div, we are going to have this div, and here we are just going to display the review text. So now let's save this and let's come back to the browser, and over here we see this. So we see the username and we see the rating number. Okay, so we don't see the text. I think it's actually loading up, so we can reload this and we should be seeing the user text. So we can just wait for this to load, and here we should see the user text. We don't see the user text, so why don't we see the user text? I'm just gonna log this console.log this room reviews. I'll just log it to the console so that we would be sure of what property we used. So this, we stored it as let's see, so review dot text. So this isn't this is text, so we have an error here. Okay, and what did we use here? So we used, if we inspect this, so this is text. Okay, so that's why we are having the issue. To fix this, I don't know where we made this issue, where we had that typo. Maybe you noticed. I will just search for it here, and this should help. So here we made a mistake. This should be text, and now if we save it, we should see the user. We should see the user text. I'm actually going to close all to have more room, and this time around, great. We see the text, which is also great. So let's have this review component, the rating component, and if we come back to our, just leave this open. If we come back to our, where is it, leaves, no, our component, we can have this rating, and in here we can have this rating.tsx file. Okay, so I will rename this, and here we can have a React component. I will get rid of this. So this React component will need some props. So I'll say this is of type FC, and the prop is going to need, even though it's one, you can still define it here. So type props is going to be this object. So we take rating, and rating is of type number. So here we can bring in props, and we can destructure rating like this. And we need to know when to show a half star and when to show a full star. Okay, so before we return, we are actually going to return empty fragment. Here we are going to have these full stars constant, and this is going to be equal to math.floor and rating like this. And here we can have the decimal parts. This decimal part is going to be the rating we get minus full star. So in case there's any, remainder. So here we can have our full star elements, and this is going to be an array. So this array, we are going to have our full stars, and we want to fill it. So what are we going to fill it with? We're going to fill it with a component. So our FA star, where is it? FA star like this. We are going to import that. So now we have our full element. Here, I'm just going to render it. So here, full star elements like that, and we can already have our half star elements, and this is going to be equal to null, and we can check if decimal part is greater than 0, then our half star element is no longer going to be null. It's going to be FA star half like this. And here, after this, we are going to render a half star element just in here. Alright, so let's save this, and now we're going to use this rating in our room review component. Here, where we just have this review.userRating, we are going to have our own rating component, and here we're going to pass the rating, which is going to be equal to review.userRating. So now if we save this and we come back, we should see 5 stars here. So we just wait for this, and we should see 5 stars. Great. So we see our 5 stars and everything is looking good both on our white and our dark theme. So this is the functionality. We can go on to not book this hotel and everything is working as expected. And if we come back here and let's say we want to update the review, and actually this is quite large. Why is it that big? If we come back to the web users and page, so where is it? We have this and this should be 28, looking too big, and there should be some padding button here. So we save this and we come back, we have our space and this is now a little smaller. So if we try to rate the room, I'll just switch back to the light theme and let's say we go back to 2 and then we say not so great and we click on submit. It submits, and once we come back to our room we should see this update automatically. So not so great, and we see this. So that's it for this functionality. So this is the application we are building, and congratulations if you've made it thus far. And now with this time we can go on to publish our application to the internet so that we can share with our friends. So far we have been working on our local machine on localhost 3000. So let's go on and publish our application. And to do this, I'm going to quit our terminal and we need to initialize Git in our project. So here, let's just open this up. We need to initialize Git in our project, and we do that making use of Git init. So now Git is initialized in our project. And you see over here, we have 76 changes. Okay, but you see our env is not grayed out. The cache is grayed out, node modules, this is grayed out. We want to also gray out our env, and that means so that Git is not tracking this file. So to do that, we can come to git ignore, and just somewhere here, you can add .env like this and save. So take a look here, you see that env is now grayed out, and Git will not be tracking these files for changes, and then we will not have all these our secret code pushed out. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's configure our email. So git config user.email. I will put my email address here, and git config user.name, and I will put my username. Okay, so with this, next we are going to add everything to staging. So git add, and dot means add everything. Okay, and after we need to commit our changes with a commit message, and I'll just call this final build like this. And now you see all our code file has been committed. Now we want to push this over to GitHub, and to do that, you see this doesn't mean anything actually. If we reload, you see our server is actually shut down. We need to create a new repository. So here I'll click on repositories like this, and I'll click on new to create a new repo, and I'll call this hotel management like this. I'll make this public and create. Okay, so once this is created, we can come here. So we have an already existing repo from the command line. We just need to git remote add and push our changes. So this we have done, git init, git add, but we added all. So we added all our files, we committed, and this is where we're at now, and then we push. So I'm gonna come back here and paste this in. So git remote add origin, and then git push origin master like this. It asks for my password. I'll provide my password, and this should push all our files to GitHub. So once this is done, if we come over to GitHub and we reload, we should see all our files here. Alright, we don't see yet, so it's still writing, and once it is done, we should see all our files. So it's done, and now if we reload this, we should see our files. Great. Now we have this, we need to come over to Vercel, and here do go on to login or create a new project, a new Vercel sign up. And here I'll click on add new. I want to add a new project, and I want to import this project. So here you already see the project here. If you don't see it, you can configure Vercel to search for the product. So here I'm just going to click on import. I'll leave the name as default. And let's see, what do we have here? Do we have Next.js? I will just choose Next.js as a framework. And here I need to add environment variables. So I will just come here, and in the env, I will copy everything we have here. So I will just copy everything we have here. So from here to here like this. And if you copy this and you come back here and you just paste it here, everything has been added automatically. So that's great. And next you can just click on deploy. Please take a note of this Stripe webhook, okay, because this is the one we use for development, and when we add this to our Stripe, we're going to get a new one. So we need to come back and update, but that's fine. We can already go on to deploy our application. And now you see our application is building, and if you expand this, we see the steps that the Vercel CLI is running. And first it went on to clone our project from GitHub. So here you see it went to clone our project, which is the master branch that was automatically synced to this Vercel project that we created. So this one. And after cloning, it's now installing the dependencies by running Vercel build. This Vercel build command goes on to install our dependencies. And now you see it's running npm run build. So next is running npm run build, and now it's running next build. So this npm run build goes on to run the next build command, and here we have a couple of warnings. Totally fine. And once it is done, we should see our application. So we can just ignore this warning we see here. And now it is finalizing page optimization, and now it has successfully built our application, and we should see the deployment summary. So build completed here. All right, so we see our summary. Everything is fine, and it's just completing the checks, and it redirects us to this page. Okay, so we see our application that we built. So now we can continue to our dashboard, and here in our dashboard we can visit our application. This is definitely going to break because we need to add some things, some files here, so we can't even authenticate. If we try to authenticate with Google, we should have an error. So if we try to authenticate with Google, it should fail. So you see, this fails. All right, so let's fix it. I will copy this URL and come back here. So where do we have? Let's start with Sanity Studio. So I'll just open up a new tab, and I'll paste in this URL, and I'll go to /studio, which is where our CMS lives. So in the studio URL, and this is going to open up Nextjs so that we can add this to course. Else we're going to have issues working with this. So I'll click on continue. This will redirect us, and here we are going to add course origin. So once we do this, we are going to have our project configured, and you see we have all our hotel room, and we can visit our application. This is one. We need to do more. If we come over to Google, so this is where we had our web client. We can click here, and if we do, we need to add this authorized callback URL, which for now just has localhost. So we're going to paste in our URL, and we go to /api/auth/callback/Google. This. So please do make sure you add this. So this will be the domain you get from Vercel, and do attach /api/auth/callback/Google, and go on to save this. So once you have this saved, you're done with Google. And next we can go on to our Stripe. So here we need to add an endpoint. Okay, we need to add an endpoint here. And the endpoint URL is going to be this and then slash API slash webhook. So these endpoints we have here, if you come over here, we are pointing to this. So in our source, in our app API slash webhook, this route here, which is our webhook route. Okay, so make sure you don't have any typo here, else it's not going to work. You can add a description, and here we're not going to select all of events. We're going to click on event, and let's see the events we are listening to. So we are listening to this checkout session completed. I'll copy this and search here, and I'll paste it here, and check this checkbox here. Okay, and this just gives an example which we have done all through this project. So I'm going to add this event, and that should be it. So here we click on add endpoint. Great. Now we have added endpoint. You see here where we have this sign-in secret. I'll click on review, and now we need to copy this. So we're going to copy this and come back to Vercel. So where do we have our Vercel? Here. Okay, so here we'll come over to the settings tab, and in settings tab, where do we have environment variables? Here, if we come over to, where is it? Our Stripe webhook secret. So this, we can view this webhook secret, and I'll just come here and click on edit. So I'm going to remove this value and paste in this new value that comes from Stripe, and click on save. So now once we have saved this, we need to redeploy. So come back to deployments tab here, and click here, click on redeploy. All right, we're not going to use existing build cache. We're just going to redeploy this like this. And now we're going to wait for this to build. I'll fast forward, and I'll be back once this is done building, because we have already gone through the different steps that Vercel goes through to build our project. So I'll see you once this build is completed. Or maybe I wouldn't fast forward, because we are actually leaving out one thing. So remember, we have GitHub authentication. So if you come here, where do we have our project? So if we come here and we come over to the settings tab, and we come over to, where do we have it, developer settings? Where do we have the developer settings? Have I missed it somewhere? All right, so let's come here and let's come to settings, and here we can come over to developer settings, and developer settings, you come over to OAuth apps, and here hotel management, you choose your project. We need to update this. So this still points to localhost. That means GitHub authentication will definitely fail. I will update this, but not to this. I will copy this URL that we get from Vercel and paste it in here, and also paste the callback URL like this, and update this application. Great. So now we are going to be pointing to the correct URL, and I will just remove this. And if we come back here and let's see how our application is doing, it is done, and we'll just wait for the deployment output to be done so that we can now revisit our application and test our flow one last time. So it is done. We can click on visit, and this is going to take us to our application. So let me go back and look for this. I think I would still work with this URL we have here. So I would copy this URL and work with it rather than this new URL that we get. Okay, so you see this URL here. I would work with this actually. And let's come here and let's try it out. We are going to try our webhook and be sure that everything is working fine. So I'll paste in this URL, and let's try to shop a hotel room. Let's try to book actually. So we'll come here. This was one we booked from previously, and now I will come over to book this room. And next, something went wrong. So what happened? Because we are not authenticated. Okay, I think so. So let's authenticate. I will click here and click here. I'll authenticate with Google and wait for this. So that's one logic you can handle if you're not authenticated and trying to protect those routes. So now I'm going to click here again, and you see it doesn't crash. So it works just as fine. So in this room, you can update the logic to make sure if you're not authenticated, you cannot visit this route. And I think this issue is coming from here. So I think it's coming from our middleware. So what we just noticed, I think is coming from here. But no worries, we would keep an eye on this middleware as we test out our application. And let's choose a check-in date and also a checkout date. I'll just choose the next day. So the price is 400 for the total price, as we have a 20% discount. Okay, and it's now 400. So if we choose today's, it should be 800. Great. So the logic is working fine. And if we choose, let's say if we come here and we choose, a date that is way higher than the checkout date, we should have this. Great. So this is working fine. And let's try to book now. And we should be redirected over to Stripe, which we are. And we have this error. Checkout session could not be found. The error is usually caused by using the wrong API key. So perhaps we're using the wrong API key, as Stripe has told us. So let's update our API key. So to do that, I will come back here. And here, if I come to developers and I come to API keys, I'll copy this publishable key. And I would have to edit this again and click here. And where do I have to edit? So I'll come here, and here I'll click on settings, click on environment variables, and this is the publishable key. So where do we have the Stripe publishable key? This key over here. If we visit this, so publishable key, I'm going to click on this, click on edit, and update this publishable key. Alright, so I will save this, and next we need to update the secret key to be sure we are using the correct keys here. So this is the Stripe secret key. I'll click here, click on edit, and I will also update the secret key and click on save. Okay, so if you didn't have the errors, it's fine. For some reason I got it, so maybe I used the wrong keys, and now I'll have to redeploy. So I'll come back to deployments, and in here I will redeploy, and here click on redeploy. Alright, so this is gonna redeploy again. So it's totally fine when you're building your application for production and you get one of these errors, missing keys and stuff like that. So I would wait for this to build, and once the build is complete, I'll be back. Alright, so our build is completed, and now we can revisit our application. So this is the domain. I'm going to copy this domain and let's try it out again. So here, so this is where we had error. I'm just going to paste this back in, and now let's see if everything works. I'll come back to rooms, and here I'll choose this room again, and I'll try to book it like this and click on book now. So we should be redirected back to Stripe, and now you see Stripe doesn't crash. So it was a case of using the wrong API keys. I'll just provide a test email and this card information and give it this CVV and give it this test name and click on pay. So let's keep an eye on, where is it, on webhooks, and see if we have an event here that gets triggered. So let's wait for this to process successfully, and for now we don't have this yet. Let's see. So this is done, and we don't see the hotel that we booked. Alright, so we see this is actually failing. If we click on this, and here I'm just gonna reload this so that we we see if this was actually called. And if we come over to our domain /studio here, I think is this, no. So if we come to our domain and we come over to bookings, do we have an extra booking? No, we don't. And if we come here, we have this. So we have this 307 temporary redirect. And I think this has to do with the issue that we had initially where we were blocked from here, because 307 is usually a redirect. And that should be this middleware causing the issue. So we need to update this. I'm going to duplicate this, and here I'm going to change this. I'm going to get rid of the API because we are actually authenticating our API pages. We're not going to be doing it here. So we are just going to be blocking the user route. So this might have some effect on the API folder, which it definitely does. But I'll just leave this here, or maybe I take it off so you don't see what's not working. And now I'm going to repush our application. So I'm going to save this and git add dot again, git commit -m. I will say fix middleware error like this. And now we're going to git push origin master like this. And once we have this change pushed, Vercel should build automatically because it's connected to our current branch, which is our master branch. So let's see if that's the case. Okay, so I'm going to come back to Vercel and I'll come to deployments, and I will come back to our function first, and you see it's building. So automatically it's just deploying our application. And I'm going to click here so we can inspect the build to be sure everything works just as fine. And if you click here, it's just doing what it did before. So, running npm run build, which runs the next build command. And we have this warning from our rooms page regarding use effects. It's just a warning. And now it's generating our static pages and it's done. So I don't know if it was super fast, so perhaps it used cache to build, or it just built the middleware, this section it found out that needed to be fixed, which is this. So fix middleware error. So just this change, and that's why it's super fast. Alright, so it's done already, and let's retry. So I'll come here to the application and I'll copy this because I want to load it again. And I'm going to update our URL like this. So let's try to build. We can come to our rooms. We take a look at this room again, and here I'm going to choose this and choose this as the checkout date and book this again. So now we should still keep an eye on this middleware. So we have these two failing, and I'm going to provide this test at test.com and provide this card information 23 CVV and give this a test name. I will just say code with lari like this, and I'll click on pay. And this time around, let's see if everything works and we don't get the 301 redirect. Now this works and we don't see it here, which might be bad news, but let's check here. Good news actually. So we see our booking, so it means it works this time around. And this is the hotel room we booked, and it had this discount and everything here. Great. And we see it here. It just needed to reload. Alright, so if we come back here and we reload our Stripe, and let's wait for it to reload, and let's see if our webhook is actually working in production. And this was successful this time around. Great, and that's why we had a booking. So users are not able to book a hotel room unless a payment is successful. And that's why we have this code here running in the background. And let's leave a rating on this room. So we have this luxury villa. If we visit the room now, we don't see any rating. Alright, so let's try to leave a rating. I would come back here, click on rate. I'll give this a 5-star and say great experience. and click on submit. So once it's successful, you see review submitted. We are going to come here and great experience. We see our review and we see that this is booked, and we can, try again and again. So here I'll click on rate, give it a 5-star. I'll give 4-star and say enjoyed my stay, enjoyed my stay, like this, and click on submit. Now this is going to update, and if we come back here, we should take a look at this. We don't see any review yet, so let's just reload. Perhaps it hasn't updated, and here we see it. So enjoyed my stay, and we see this. So great, our application is working fantastic, and this is the build, and you see everything works as we coded it out fine in production and also in development. So everything has been fine, and everything is working great. So this is the build. If you enjoyed it, please do go on and subscribe, and I look forward to building more of these projects with you. You can try out these filters and everything is working fine, and try to remove the console.log that we have here. All right, great. So see you in the next one, and take care. Until then, I remain your boy, Code with Larry. Do take care, and bye-bye.